I am going to be spending the next 250 days in this Valheim world, and if I die, everything I worked for up to that point will be gone. On top of that, I will have no map and no portals, meaning every single journey from my base will be longer, more dangerous, and carry the significant chance of ending my playthrough. Will this be the perfect playthrough, or will one mistake ruin everything I have worked for? While I get this series kicked off, I wanted to let you guys know that I'm currently trying to make it to 5,000 subscribers, and if you could help me get there, that would mean a lot to me, and thank you guys all so much for watching. This is going to be extremely difficult. This is my first hardcore run, my first run with no map, and my first run with no portals, and even my first run in a while, and probably a year or two with not even being able to take metal through portals. So this is going to be a lot different than the normal Valheim that I play and that you guys watch on this channel, but I wanted to try and do something extremely challenging, so here we are. Because I've never done any of this, I have no experience with any of it. Now, I'm sure I'm going to find a lot of tips and I have a lot of ideas in my head to get through it that I will share with you guys as we get to each obstacle, but I want to share with you guys some of the most difficult parts about this playthrough. Obviously, having no map, no portals, and all that stuff, like I said in the intro, is extremely difficult because it makes every journey that I possibly have much more likely to end my playthrough. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other things that are extremely difficult. Things like the boss stones really won't help you because you have no ability to find them on your map because you have no map. That's going to make things like finding the bosses not just more difficult than normal, but almost impossible in some situations. On top of that, not having the ability, at least at this point in time, to navigate around the world with no map is going to make it even more difficult. Now, like I said, I'm sure I'll pick up some of these skills as we get started, but for the time being, I need to be very careful of a few things and make a couple goals. That way I don't get lost in the progression of this either. The main goals for this first little section are going to be kill the first boss, find ourselves a good base spot, and make sure at all costs, one, we don't die, and two, that we do not lose altar. If we lose altar, I'm sure there's some Valheim scientific way to get back to it, but I don't know what that is, so I do not want to lose altar at all. Even if I go build a base somewhere far away, I need to know how to get back. I will probably be building markers all around the world to tell me how to get back to altar or back to my base, or even fully directional compasses to tell me where to get back to every single spot, but for the time being, all I have to do is kill the first boss and make sure I don't lose the altar. But here comes the first problem. How do I even find the first boss? This boss isn't going to be a hard one to find, as obviously it should be fairly close by and in most cases on the same island, but this is my first opportunity to practice how to do this with no map. The first thing that I know, but I've never actually gotten to use, is the fact that your head points towards, or your character looks towards, the boss when you click the Register stone, which I will show you guys. But that means all we're going to get every time we click on one of these stones is the general direction of where that is. It's not going to tell us where it is, how far it is, and it's only going to tell us which direction it is from that point of the stone. It could completely change on us once we move 10 feet to the right if we've passed it or something like that. So we need to be very careful about paying attention to every little bit of detail that we get, because that is the only information we are going to have. So that being said, let's get the location, or at least the direction, of the first boss and start heading that way, again being very careful to make sure we do not lose altar, because if we do, this playthrough might be screwed. I'm slightly terrified, but let's get started on the first boss and try and keep a general direction of where everything is. I'm sure this thing on the ground is a compass, but I'm also like extremely sure that I do not know how to read it, so it's kind of useless to me. But let me show you guys exactly what I'm talking about with the boss stone. When you click it, if you don't touch your mouse at all, it'll direct you to the general direction that you need to be going, and you may have to click it a few times, or like I said, if you touch your mouse you may mess it up, but it will give you the direction that you need to be walking. And like I said, that could be extremely far. It could change because it's only the general direction from that stone. If you go off course at all, you will completely lose where you're going, and you may need to find another one or go back to that one. But like I said, for this first boss, it should not be that hard, and I really just don't want to lose altar, but I do need to find it pretty quickly and get moving. I also haven't played a hardcore playthrough. I don't like a lot of my playing methods based completely on the fact that you have corpse run and stuff like that, which I will never have in this entire playthrough. So I have a couple interesting habits to get around, and I need to be very careful about how I push my limits. So I'm going to make a couple rules that I want to generally stick by, and that I suggest you guys stick by if this is your first if you guys ever do your first hardcore playthrough, or if you're in any hardcore playthrough, that I at least think will keep me alive. The number one thing that I need to make sure that I do is I need to make sure that I have the best stuff to my ability and not be lazy in any scenario. Whether it's food, armor, weapons, or even maybe tames at some points throughout the playthrough, it is impossible important that I make sure that I have everything that I absolutely can, because one of the worst things that I could do would be to die to something stupid knowing that I could have changed that. If I die to an extremely hard situation with no ability in my mind to have changed the outcome of that, other than maybe some grand planning that I messed up, then that's okay. But if I die to something stupid, that's completely my fault, and that's not what I want to happen. So, that being said, I want to make sure that I always have 3 food eaten, that it's always the best food I can get my hands on, even if I'm building or something small, because something could happen at any point in time. On top of that, I need to make sure that at all points that it's available to me, that I have my rested buff, because that gives me the ability to run from a lot of things and as well as fight back a lot easier. That stamina regeneration that you have when you don't have your rested buff is one of the worst things in this entire game, because you're constantly just barely out of reach of whatever's chasing you most of the times, and it's a really easy way to get yourself killed, especially at night in certain biomes, which brings us to our next rule. If we are early progressing into a new biome, say we just killed Yagluth and we're moving into the Mistlands, there's no reason we need to be there at night. We need to stay as far away from that place at night as we possibly can, because the stronger and increased spawn rate of mobs is going to absolutely destroy us in any biome that we're early progressing into. Even at this point in time, there's no reason I should be going into the Black Forest at night, because I will get absolutely wrecked just purely by the overflow of mobs and their higher levels. The last thing that I need to make sure that I do as a rule for just staying alive in general is not build a fucking tower of a base. I don't know if you guys have ever watched my playthroughs before, but in my first modded series, I died about 200 times building my base because of falling off the top. Now, once I have the feather cape, assuming I make it that far, it's not gonna be that hard. But for the time being, I really normally like to build really tall, really giant bases. And while I can build a giant base, it cannot be that big because I will die building it. So I need to make sure that I have good food while I'm building in case I do fall, and to not build super high because it will be the death of me. And as I said, I'm gonna try and keep any deaths in this entire video, if there are any, which hopefully there aren't, to not stupid things. I'd rather it be something that everybody agrees, okay, there's nothing I could have done to get out of that, rather than I fell off my build because I was building too tall like an idiot. So we're gonna try and keep those 3 rules in mind as we play the entire time, because as I said at the very beginning, all it takes is one mistake for this entire playthrough to go south, and for me to lose everything that I've spent literally hundreds of hours on. If you guys don't know how long 250 days is in Valheim, each day is 21 minutes with a night following period of 9 minutes, meaning that each day-night cycle is exactly 30 minutes. So by the end of this playthrough, I will have played exactly 120 hours if I didn't sleep, and probably around 100 hours with sleeping time included, assuming that I sleep for most nights. This means that a death is not just something to be taken lightly, and that it literally means hundreds of hours of my real life and a ruined series in any case that I make any small mistake. So I need to make sure to follow these rules at all costs. There is another thing I can do to keep me alive, though. I mean, there's 100 things I can do to keep me alive. I'm going to explain all of them as I do them, but this is one that I'm actively doing right now. Through the entire playthrough, there are certain points where you can get a little bit ahead of progression, whether it's getting a couple resources that you normally wouldn't be able to get, or getting a little bit of food that's a little bit better than you could. Maybe I can kill some locks for the mountains fight or something like that. Anything that I can do that will put me a little bit higher progression at a low amount of risk is something that I'm going to do, even if it takes a little bit of time, because again, anything that I can do to keep myself alive will be the best thing possible. The first thing that I can do while I'm trying to get the stuff for a base as well as the stuff for the first boss is to get a fine wood bow. Now, I may not get it for the first boss, but I will at least be able to get the fine wood, which means all I'll have to do is get the core wood, and I'll be able to get one pretty early. Even if it's after the first boss, I'll be able to get one right at the beginning of the Black Forest, which will be much more likely that I will not die to something in the Black Forest if I have it. As you guys have seen, I rolled around the logs for a little bit and broke them to give me that fine wood, which means now all I need is core wood. And like I said, I'm going to run towards where I know the boss is. If I run into Black Forest first, I'll probably grab a bit of core wood if it's safe to, and if not, I'll grab it after the boss is over. But for now, I have the bit of fine wood that I need from rolling the logs around, and I should be able to build a fine wood bow, at least early, like I said, whether it's after or before the boss. On the way towards the boss, though, I'm also going to try and get as many deer trophies as I can and as much deer meat as I can. Now, I need deer trophies for this boss, but I also want a stag breaker early, as it's another thing I can make before really progressing into the biome, and I'll need it for dungeons as well, as it'll help me out with any crowd control, because crowds are going to be another really big risk to the playthrough. Now, talking about all these risks and death, what happens in the case that I do die? Well, the playthrough doesn't instantly end, but it pretty much gets reset. In the case that I die, there are a few really big things that will happen. I will lose my character pretty much. Every skill will be reset to 0, and everything in my inventory will be deleted. On top of that, I will be respawning at altar, meaning that no spawn point will ever matter. Any base that's built far away that I don't have a way to get to or a map to get to will likely be lost. And like I said, all skills and progress on my character will be lost. All food, all weapons, all armor, everything will be completely deleted the instant I die, with no second chance to get it back. So I can die, but like I said, it could ruin hours or hundreds of hours of a playthrough, especially if it's something, imagine I get to the Ashlands, I build my flame metal armor, and then I die, or I get to the Mistlands, I build my Carpus armor, and then I die. How much time did that armor cost? What if I don't have the stuff to get it back? It pretty much restarts the playthrough. Now I will have the facilities of having a base, which is really nice. It's not it's not a complete like deletion of the world if I die, but that character is pretty much gone. So I need to keep that in mind. Like I said, any death that I have is extremely risky. So that is what happens if I die. I can die, but I really do not want to. And again, I really do not want to die to something stupid, because it literally could mean hundreds of hours of my life, much of your guys' time, and a ruined episode, even if it doesn't end the series. So concerningly enough though, all this time I've been running, I have made it to a shore and have not found a boss yet, which means I either missed it, walked right past it, kind of went the wrong direction, or it's on another island, which does really suck. However, I do have a bunch of flint from this shore to build my first couple weapons, which is going to give me a much better chance at not letting my playthrough end in the Meadows, which, you know, I didn't think was going to happen, but there's always the possibility, so at least we know that that's not going to happen now. I am really concerned on a more serious note about the boss, though. I don't know why this shore seems to be the end of this island, and like I said, I either walked right past it, which is not boding well for my navigation skills, which it already wasn't by me not knowing which direction was which, and necessarily didn't build anything to tell me where Altar was, but for now, like, I would at least like to be able to find the boss and hopefully find my way back there. So yeah, we're gonna try and just keep walking along this shore, and hopefully we find it quickly. We're gonna keep killing deer and boar as much as we can, because that's great food and good progression, as well as maybe even some necks, but the main goal is find the boss. I also need more deer trophies, like I said, for the Stag Breaker and for the boss summoner, so we're gonna be on the lookout for those. But for now, I'm just slightly worried about the possibility that I can't even find the first boss, because that is not going to set me up in much confidence for the rest of the playthrough. This Meadows, though, is looking pretty nice. I may end up building my base here. I've only been running from Altar for like 10 minutes maybe, so I may have a decent chance of getting back to it from here, and building a really big base here, even if it's not my only one or last one, would at least give me a pretty easy way to get back. Okay, we found the first boss. I'm not ready for it yet, but we have it, and we know where it's at. Building a base over here sounds even better than it did before, because now I'm also next to this, and I'm probably going to have to build a small base here anyways. And like I was trying to say before I found it, the possibility of being able to have a giant landmark that tells me how to get back to base, something on the beach or something like that, even if I don't build my entire permanent base here, everything here, would at least help me be able to find Altar, because like I said, markers all over the map and stuff is probably, at least in my mind right now, without knowing any of the tips or anything that I probably should know, is going to be my best way to know where everything's at. So I'm going to try and keep that in mind as best I can. But for now, we're going to build a small little starter base and get ready for this first boss fight, because this should not be a challenge to us. Not dying up to this point shouldn't be a challenge, and we should be able to rock this dude really quick. It is nightfall. Not much has happened other than I've built a small base and I'm cooking up our first bit of food, as well as I do now remember which direction Altar's in from just kind of looking around in general. I came from over the backside of that hill, obviously just kind of away from the water, but I am going to probably build an arrow or something really small at this base just to remember how to get back in the case that I find this later. Anything that I can tell me, especially if I have like a sign next to it that says back to Altar, will be pretty helpful. But I'm gonna probably kill this boss with a mixture of campfires and a finewood bow, so when I wake up in the morning after getting this little base set up, I'm likely gonna head to the Black Forest to get some core wood, build my finewood bow, and then maybe even my Stag Breaker if I find enough stuff along the way. I may even also get some blueberries and stuff for a better food, so we could get set up pretty well here, but I want to be decently set up for each boss that I do, and I want to start that habit here. Even though I know this boss is really easy and can be killed with campfires in 20 seconds, I would like to at least act like I'm doing this playthrough the way I'm doing it. So instead of using the stupid way that's a little bit glitchy in my opinion and can be a little bit risky, I'm going to do this in the least risky way possible. Because as I mentioned earlier, a death is not something that I want, especially not a death to something stupid like that. So when we get up in the morning, we're going to go get as much stuff as we can for the finewood bow, and anything, like I said, put us on our absolute best progression path, and then we should be ready to do the boss. All right, I'm definitely thinking that small little temporary base spot is going to be one of our best possibilities, because there's a Black Forest right on the other side of the first boss's like little summoning circle. So that means that we honestly have everything that we need for at least the first two biomes right here, other than obviously like the elder location and stuff. But trolls could spawn there. We could get our troll hide. There seems to be copper and tin over there. There's core wood over there. So that should be everything that we need for the first little bit of this. So that's probably where we're going to build at least in that little Meadows area. It might not be exactly attached to where we're built now, but pretty close. That being said though, I did not get enough deer trophies for a Stag Breaker, so I went ahead and just grabbed enough stuff for the finewood bow for now. I grabbed extra core wood though, so if I want to make it in the future I can, and also I can upgrade the finewood bow if I have enough finewood, or if I want to get more fine wood. On top of that, all I really need to do is make sure I have the food cooked up, finish the base if I really want to before the fight, and then get the stuff for a couple of campfires, because while I won't use it for the whole fight, I'll probably use it at the start for just a little bit of extra damage, and then we'll get moving towards the Black Forest. All right, we got the base finished up for now. We got some storage space made in case for some reason we do die, that we can save most of our progress for now in those boxes, other than our fine wood bow. And we got our fine wood bow upgraded to level 2, as well as our knife and our spear, and we have the deer trophies for the summoner, which means we are pretty much ready to go because we also have the food and the stuff for the campfires. So let's get over there and summon it. Like I said, we're going to use the campfires for the first little bit of it, and then we will use the fine wood bow for probably the rest of it, because our fine wood bow should absolutely smack. Even though we're only using regular wooden arrows, it should do pretty well. All right, here we go. First boss fight. Now, I'm not nearly as scared about this one as I'll probably be about the other ones, but this again is the first precedent to show, can I do any of this without dying, and can I make smart decisions about stressful situations while I'm playing. So like I said, we're going to use our fire to get a first little decent amount of damage. It didn't land perfectly on the fires, and I couldn't really repair them in time, and also they went out because of the storm that it causes, so that's not the best ideal start to this. But again, all we gotta do is stay calm and follow what we brought, and we brought plenty of stuff for this fight. There should be no reason that we die during this fight. This is literally almost enough stuff to do Elder with. That being said though, and what I was saying was pretty much this is the precedent for what can I do. Like, these first couple biomes are really going to show me how good of decisions I need to be making, how long ahead I need to plan stuff out, and every other little thing that I need. And it all starts with this first boss fight in this first little base. So let's get this guy finished off, and then we're going to start just progressing straight into the Black Forest, because there's nothing else that we really need to be doing. We just need to be getting progression and base building done. Make sure that we know where Altar is, and just keep pushing, because this first part of the playthrough is going to be pretty easy, and as long as I can keep my focus and keep pushing forward, it's not going to be too bad. Well, no deaths yet, and like I said, it probably would. This fine wood bow is absolutely smacking this thing as far as damage. It does so much compared to the crude bow, and it does so much compared to this boss, allowing us to put it down very quickly. So we're going to see if we can get back to Altar with this head, and then we're going to start progressing into the Black Forest. On top of that, we need to build our base. Now, normally in a lot of the playthroughs that I've done, they've been focused on either modded or a special challenge, and this one is a special challenge too. But this one, I'm going to put a lot of time into base building, which is not normal for my playthroughs, but it is really fun, and I really enjoy doing it. The reason I need to put as much time as I can into a base at all positions of the game, especially this first one that's very close to Altar, is this is the only point that I get if I die. All of the facilities, all of the extra stuff, all of the things that I have at this base are the only resources I get to have if I die. So leaving a giant base here with tons of stuff to rebuild, a bunch of automatic farms or things that are running at all times, extra resources, and the stuff to build things like boats, more gear, more potions, more food, anything like that that we can possibly leave at this base, and anything like that that we can possibly use, any directional thing here that we can use that will show us around the map or which way we need to be going, anything at all that we can build needs to be at this base, because this is the only lifeline we get if we die, is what's here. So we're gonna build a little arrow back to Altar from here as well, so that way we know how to get back. But this is close enough that this is almost a lifeline if we die. So we're gonna take very good care of this base location. We're gonna try and build everything that we can, and like I said, we're gonna progress into the Black Forest. Alrighty, we have successfully made it back to the Altar with our first boss. Only 6 more to go, but I was able to make it back and from our base, and it's actually not that far. I did kind of a bit of meandering through the woods, obviously, on my way to that base location, so it's actually not that far away from base. It's maybe like a 5-minute walk. So that's definitely going to be where we build at least our first of many main bases, and we'll have the arrow pointing back here or some form of direction. Hopefully we can also just remember, but in the case that I can't, or that I find it again later while exploring, I'll know how to get back to Altar. So we have that for now. We have that up. We have our ability, and it's time to head to the Black Forest. So I got my pickaxe. We're here in the Black Forest, and I'm noticing something that's going to be extremely difficult. See, in the Meadows, you can see the sky, you can see the sun, you can see pretty far, and you can kind of tell where you're at. That is not the case in the Black Forest. The trees are much denser, the trees are much taller, everything looks a lot more the same. There's not nearly as much like terrain variation as there is in the Meadows, and honestly, if I don't keep my eye on this water to the side of me, I'm probably going to get lost fairly easily. So I need to keep that in mind when I'm exploring, that it is a little bit easier to get lost in here. Pickaxe made though, I'm definitely headed towards copper, because that's our next goal. Things like these carrot seeds and tin and cores are also going to be extremely important for our progression, but copper and tin are going to be our main thing right now. Obviously, yes, I'm going to need cores to smelt it, but getting a decent amount back at base is going to make the cores much more useful once we get there, and we really cannot carry that much. Speaking of not carrying that much though, I really hadn't thought about this before I started, and it's not necessary to finish the playthrough, but it'd be extremely nice. What is the chance I find any of the traders with no map? You guys can tell me in the comments if you have experience with that, and you guys will obviously see what's the chances, but how difficult is it to find the traders with no map? Like, normally it's difficult in a playthrough to find it with the map, so I don't know how this is gonna go, but hopefully we do find one eventually, because having 300 weight the entire playthrough is gonna be unbearable, and missing out on things like chickens and the Ratask meat is really gonna suck if I can't find any of them at all. The other thing that I would really like to find very close to base would be one of the Elder Stones. Now, I would be able to build a arrow or something at base telling me where I'd directly be going if it's close enough to base for me to feel like it's gonna be accurate. So finding one of those would be really nice, because that's where we're headed after this, and if we can't, we're gonna have to start messing with dealing with navigation on other continents and getting far away from our base, dealing with navigation on our boat, or even possibly the idea of losing our boat, which is it's not a fun concept in my brain at all. Like I talked about at the beginning, but we'll see it throughout the playthrough. Getting on a boat and traveling is so much different. You have to bring the stuff to repair all your weapons, all your tools, enough arrows for multiple bows like worth of like durability, because you can repair it and you might be there for a really long time, enough food for multiple in-game days or even tens of in-game days, and plenty of navigation tools to help yourself get back that you need to either build or prepare to have in some way. So getting on a boat really early into the progression is not something I'd like to do. If I can run to Elder, it'd be really sick, but again, getting lost in any case isn't good, and if boating there smarter, then I will. But either way, I need to get some sort of direction towards Elder, like I said, hopefully fairly close to base, and that's one of our other things that we're going to be looking for as we get into the Black Forest. But first, we're probably going to run a couple inventory sets of this metal back, and then put it all in a chest. Hopefully we'll get some cores, and if not, we'll worry about how we're going to get to the next biomes over, what we're going to do about all that, and how all this is going to work. And then we're also kind of going to explore the area around our base, find all of the resources and things that we can, maybe if there's any mountains, kind of just chart out in our mind the area around our base. That way we know where we can go for each individual thing that we may need. Going back for our second run of metal, I have found one of the most terrifying yet most helpful things that I have found in this entire playthrough so far. I have found a troll, and while this can probably help me get a decent amount of metal, it is also going to provide me our first decent set of armor, our first decent pieces of armor, which is honestly the best. Like, that's the best peace of mind I can get right now in the Black Forest, would be not just having this stupid tunic on. So we're going to kill this guy. We may get it to mine some metal for us if I feel like I'm not going to get absolutely killed, but if I do feel like I'm going to get killed by it, I'm sure there'll be more trolls to help us mine, and I'd honestly rather be safe than sorry, so we may just kill it. But either way, we're going to have armor after this, which is going to help us a lot in this playthrough, and it's going to help me just feel so much better in the Black Forest, because I won't just be constantly worried about getting killed through this, like I said, this stupid tunic. On top of this though, we are exploring a little bit, and I have found a couple things, but I have not found a single dungeon yet, which is a problem, because I have no ability to smelt the metal that I'm bringing back. So even if I have a troll help me get 2,000 metal, it's not going to be helpful at all. So we may have to worry about that soon, because I really do not want to raft anywhere, and I have no ability to build a boat because I can't smelt the metal, so we have no ability for a carve, and like I said, I don't want to take a raft. So hopefully we can find at least a couple cores. We may have to run quite far though. We do seem to have a troll cave over there. Maybe we'll find another troll outside, but for the time being, I'm just going to keep walking around looking for Elder, looking for more metal. But now I'm kind of at the point where I have enough metal, and all I really need to get is the cores to actually smelt it. We have another troll outside of this troll cave, which is going to put us at even more armor when we get back to base, but we still have not found anything. I mean, I haven't moved very far. We're still just at the same troll cave. If there is a troll inside of here, I may try and take it, but I'm fairly new, which is going to sound ridiculous after 1,000 hours of the game, but it's true, at dealing with the dodge roll kind of stuff. I get how it works now. I'm just not that good at timing certain mobs' attacks. It's mostly the later game mobs, but still, again, any little mess up at all, any misclick could kill me. Even like any finger slip could kill me if I dodge wrong during the right attack. So we may mess around with one that could possibly be in the cave, but for now, we got 2 down, and I'm not too mad about that, because on 2x, that's 20 troll hides, so we have pretty much the set for everything except for the cave. We may head back to base and build that. We are still highly on the lookout for a dungeon like we were before. Let's go in here real quick though and see if there's anything in here for us to kill. Also, something that I've noticed, if you run straight into the cave, sometimes they spawn on top of you rather than spawning before you actually can, like, I don't know, they don't spawn, they're not always spawned. They spawn when you get in the cave. We do have one, so be careful not to just run straight into them. We're gonna try and kill this one. Like I said, I'm fairly new to the dodge roll thing. I didn't really try it till last modded series. I used to just sit here with spear and kind of throw, which is what I might do for this one, but I might do a combination of dodge rolling. So we're gonna be careful with it. We're gonna try and do everything that we can, and and hopefully I don't die to a troll. But again, this is a fairly low risk scenario, just as long as I don't mess anything up. All right, we're getting this guy pretty low. We got our dodge rolls down. We are doing perfectly fine. We're gonna get this down and get our next set of, or pretty much our complete set of troll hide if we can get some bones for it. Oh my god. Okay. All right, we need to get the fuck out of here. Maybe overconfidence is not the play here. On good note, there is skeletal remains outside this cave, which is pretty good, but holy shit, was that way too close. We just almost experienced the first death of the series. That would have been really early, dude. I was really hoping to at least make it past the first 5 bosses before I died. Give me at least past Bonemass, but oh my god, we need to be more careful than that. We need to be less cocky than that. And as I mentioned before we went into that cave, any little mess up, that was just a run out of stamina. That's all that happened. I ran out of stamina. I couldn't roll again. That's all that happened. But any little misstep, any not paying attention like that is absolutely something that will get us killed. So we are going to go back in there and kill it after we heal up a little bit, but that is just the first like good show of be very careful, because this is every little mess up is much more serious than I even could have thought before that just happened. That was way too close. That was very scary. Okay, it is the next day. We are back at base. I still have not found any dungeons yet for cores, and I cannot smelt any of our metal, but I'm going to build a little bit bigger of a base because I'm going to go to expand the workbench here in a minute to make our troll hide, as well as maybe even upgrade it if I can, or when I go to upgrade it in the future. And we're going to need the workbench upgrade. Soon we'll have the forge. We'll need room for smelters. So we're going to build this a little bit bigger. But I think I'm going to go with like a Viking long style kind of house because I don't know. It just makes sense. I said I didn't want to build something tall and stupid, so that makes the most sense to me. And also I can just kind of expand it more towards the water as we go. And I don't know how big it'll get. It'll probably stay fairly small because this is the starter base, but it's always really cool to see the starter base turn into the main base. So maybe we will stay here, but we're going to get the base like built up a little bit bigger. We're going to continue the trek for the dungeons for now, but also we're going to get our troll hide built. But I'm not opposed to getting the base built up a little bit, which we're going to do. We'll get a better crafting area made to kind of prepare for what's about to come for when we do find everything that we need. And then we'll start looking at going to the other islands and stuff, because I still haven't found anything about Elder. But like I said, I'm not opposed to building a really good starter base, because this is our only lifeline if we die, is this base right here, because it's close to the altar. So for the time being, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on it. I'll be back probably when we make our troll hide, and then we're going to start, and then hopefully we can find a dungeon. I've explored a lot of Black Forest and haven't found any yet, but I haven't gone the other direction yet, so I'm going to look at doing that after I get this built. But for now, I'm going to get this built and then I'll be back. All right, I'm doing a little bit more base building than I thought I was going to. The house has been expanded, but I think I'm going to make a nice little actual like storage area for now. They won't have signs yet because they don't have coal yet, but unless I want to sit here and burn deer meat for signs, which is a little stupid in my opinion, but I could. But we're gonna get a decent amount of chests set up, and then like I said, we'll have storage, we'll have facilities. I may not even build the whole thing out yet, but just to have the idea of the base layout for now is gonna be a good idea. And I think this is gonna be a little bit more permanent than I thought, but we're spending a little bit more time on it than I thought. We're gonna get the storage built up, or at least the layout for the base. We need to build our troll hide still, but I'm just gonna kind of deforest and build for a little bit because I'm not too worried about it. The only thing I need to make sure I'm doing early game at least, and I probably should build my troll hide before building just for this exact reason, is I am still really worried about like a tree falling on me and killing me. So I still need to be eating my best food that I can, which at this point isn't very good. It's just deer meat, but dying from a tree falling on me tears would actually come out of my eyes. So I can't do that. I need to make sure that I keep myself alive here, which like I said at the beginning, like I need to make sure that I always have the best food on, just because something stupid like that could kill me. So we're going to sit here and deforest for a little bit, build up hopefully a decent little storage area, build our troll hide, and then we'll get back to progression. But I'm not too worried right now because like I said, this base is a really big lifeline for us, and it's probably one of the most important parts of this playthrough. I have gone a little overboard, at least for the time being, for storage, and I'm not going to fill it all with chests right now because we have to make our troll hide. I'm a little bit sporadic when it comes to doing this stuff. We may just go off and start exploring halfway through building, but we have at least a spot laid out for storage now, even if we don't build it. And honestly, before I finish putting all the chests in, I'd like to be able to make signs to put on the outside, so that way we'll be able to identify where everything's going to go and stop, and before we just start shoving random shit in all the chests. So I may go out and explore. Like I said, it's gonna be a little sporadic right here, but as long as I keep myself alive, as long as we keep progressing in the right direction, I really don't care which thing I'm working on at the current moment. But we're gonna get our troll hide built. I'm gonna see if I can upgrade it as well, and then I think I'll decide. I may fix the base up some more. I may head out and do some more stuff, some different stuff. But for now, now we're still on fix the base, get everything organized into some chests like we're setting up now, and then get these smelters and stuff going. We have enough room. The base has been expanded to support a bit of a bigger crafting area, and we should be on our way towards the Bronze Age here very shortly, but I'm going to do a couple more things. But now we have our troll hide, so heading into the Black Forest is going to be much less dangerous than it was, and I should have a little bit less fear of dying. Alright, well, first update of the journey. We did find a small Black Forest, but nothing in it, but we have found a mountain not that far from our base, and it actually looks like a decent size, which means that when we get to the Silver Age, getting silver is going to be very close, and we can walk it back to our base. Other than that, though, I've literally walked like halfway around the island, found many Black Forests, and this is the first dungeon that I have found the entire time. Now, it looks like there's a few nearby. I've found more trolls that I haven't killed. I found a bunch of skeletons, a bunch of Grey Dwarfs. I literally have found everything I wanted, except for an Elder location and a dungeon. Now, I did make a stag breaker before I left base as well for dealing with dungeons specifically. Big groups of skeletons, the blunt damage from it, it'll be great. So this is exactly what we need it for. But I've literally made it almost halfway around the mountain. I feel like I could be getting, if I kept going the same way I've been going, I feel like I'd almost be back at Altar from not the short way, from walking all the way around in a circle around the island. But this is a pretty big island. It's comforting to know that we have a lot of stuff on our starter island, but to know that dungeons are this far away from me, I really need to just get as much stuff as I can and make one trip here, because I do not want to have to keep walking this far for cores. If I can get enough cores for maybe 2 whole sets of smelters and maybe a ward or something like that, maybe some extra ones, I would be happy. But until then, I really just need to sit out here for as long as I can and find as much as I can, because I do not want to make this walk again if I don't have to. The only upside that I can say I have is I have a decent amount of blueberries from walking. I have some golden mushrooms from some of the troll caves. I have a couple okay things, but nothing too crazy yet. But we're getting kind of set up for food and stuff as we walk, and we can finally dip in here with our stag breaker and hopefully find some cores in our first couple burial chambers. All right, we got a couple things from this first one. No Elder location, but we did get some stuff for the trader, a ton of bones, and we've pretty much just been decimating it with the stag breaker the entire time, as well as we got 4 cores from our first one, which is not nearly enough cores, but we do have another one just over this hill over here, which is going to make us set up for quite a bit more cores, hopefully, and hopefully an Elder location. Now, I'll talk about if we don't get one in a second, why I think that might be. It's a little theory that I have, but other than that, we're going to look for just some more cores first. Again, the stag breaker is absolutely decimating everything in here, though, so I'm not too worried about death. I'm just more annoyed at 1, how far I am from base to find this, and 2, the amount of stuff I'm finding is not that great. We did get some more cores in this one. We got like 6 more, which puts us at enough for, we got a lot more, which is sets us at up for enough for an entire smelter set, and hopefully we'll actually get enough to get 2 at the moment, but I still have not found an Elder location. Now, to be fair, I've only been in 2 dungeons, but I found a lot of the rooms that the Elder location runestone would be in, and that leaves me with a theory that I've had for a long time and a pattern that I've kind of noticed, but I don't have any way to prove it, nor do I know if it's even true, so do not take this as fact. But I think there's a chance that, I feel like at least, that I only find the stones, or that I have a higher chance of finding the like registration for the location of each boss the closer you get to the boss. Now, obviously, yes, you can find it anywhere. I found plenty of Motor and Yagluth runes like halfway across the map. The Queen rune far as shit away. But I feel like, and tell me if you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. Absolutely tell me if I'm wrong. I'm almost 100% sure that I'm wrong. I feel like it could just be a little bit of superstition and me feeling like I'm unlucky right now. But I feel like I always get to Elder, and there's like 5 things around it with the location, like multiple dungeons with like 10 stones inside of it. Yeah, it's right next to Elder. And then the ones that are far away don't have any. So I feel like that could be what's happening, which if I'm right at all, it could tell me that Elder's fairly far away. That's what I'm trying to say here. I have not found one yet. We did get enough cores to smelt our stuff though. Not enough to make like a huge smelting area, but for now we can head back to base, and I don't know, hopefully like I said, we'll find an Elder location. But if we don't, I have an idea of where I want to go. I want to head deeper into the Black Forest of where we've gone, but because we now have the stuff to smelt, we're going to go back to base, set up a smelting area, and we're going to progress. I think I'm going to build a bronze mace. We'll upgrade our troll hide if we can. We'll make a better crafting area, and I'm going to start getting very, very built up for the Black Forest. I know I mentioned it earlier, but the absolute best armor, the absolute best weapons is what we need. If I can get a level 4 bronze mace, which I don't know if that's possible with the upgrades or not, but if I can get that, if I can get fully upgraded troll hide, if I can get a fully upgraded finewood bow, fire arrows, or flint head arrows, or even bronze head arrows before fighting Elder, that is the kind of track that I'm on. I'm on the track of very slow progression, but very strong fights. That is the best way for me to ensure my safety in every biome, as well as in every boss fight, and for every exploration, is to make sure to take my time, get as absolutely geared up as I can, and take it on. So we're going to go back to base, build a whole bunch of different bronze weapons, the axe, probably a mace, upgrade our bow, build a whole bunch of different stuff, build some stuff for the base, like a fermenter and stuff like that if we need it now. And we'll keep progressing. We'll build a boat, but it's gonna take a lot, but hopefully we'll have enough copper and tin around us. Hopefully it's not anything like going to get cores, and like I said, we're gonna get ourselves pretty heavily geared up because that's the goal for every single biome. All right, we are back at base. The storage area is coming along quite nicely. We are starting to smelt our metal that we had stored up in our base, and we're getting everything moved from these couple chests into a more organized section as we kind of put the chests up. On top of this though, we did go get quite a bit more metal while waiting for wood to turn into coal, and I do now have coal, which means I can actually organize the storage area, and in doing so, I'm going to show something that somebody told me a long time ago. Now, most of you probably know this, but I had no clue that this was an option in the game until somebody told me in a comment a long time ago. So to whoever that was, thank you very much. And I do want to let you guys know that every time you leave a comment of something that is like cool or a fact and you think I might not care, or even if I don't respond to it, I will always heart it. That means I've read it. I always read it and I always want to use it. It just sometimes these series are so far in the future pre-recorded that you won't see me use it for multiple months on end. That doesn't mean I didn't read it or that I don't even remember it. I remember almost all of them. I actually used a lot of them this series, but one of the coolest ones that I've seen is the fact that you can write different colors on signs using a little like formula. If you want it, probably just look it up because, you know, there's a bunch of different ways to do it with hex codes and different colors and stuff like that, and I think you can add like bold and italics and all that kind of stuff to it, but you can mess with the text in a way that makes you be able to make white writing on it, which I didn't showcase super well here, but I will when I build the entire thing out. And then yeah, I just want to tell you guys that though, that like, number one, this is a kind of a cool thing that if you didn't know, now you do, and I would look it up, how do you change Valheim, look up how to change Valheim sign colors, because it's very helpful. The reason I'm doing it is because someone in the reverse series said to make my signs more visible in the dark, which I can color them white, which is freaking awesome, and it helps a lot, but you can change them to any color. You can do a lot of different things with them, so if you're interested in that, I would definitely recommend looking it up. But I also just wanted to point out that when you guys leave comments, I do read all of them, every single one of them. I always will read every single one of them. And also, like I said, even if I don't respond to them, I've read it. If I leave a little heart by it, I've read it. But a lot of the stuff you guys leave are super helpful tips. I just don't get the chance to use them until super far down the line series, and this is one of them where I will use it quite a bit. So wanted to let you guys know that. But we're gonna keep getting copper and tin, setting up this storage area, just kind of waiting for it all to smelt, and then once we start actually building weapons, I will probably come back here but for now it's coming along pretty nicely, so we'll be back when we're actually building stuff with it. All right, after a ton of time just hanging out at the base, I've made the storage area a little bit bigger. I'll show you that when it's done. It's pretty much polished up though. It's just putting more signs on it and figuring out what storage spaces I actually need and how much space I need for each thing, and then we'll be ready to actually organize our entire base and make sure that we don't have a bunch of just random chests full of random shit. But I am at almost enough bronze to build our bronze axe. All I gotta do is get a little bit of wood and we will have it, and then we'll build some fine wood. We'll probably build a boat, because running back and forth, the copper, I know the Black Forest is right next to our base, but the actual copper in the Black Forest is not that close, so we will have to probably build a boat and just go see if I can get like a boatload, which on a carve is not that much, but get like 120 copper and then put some tin on my body and bring it back. That should be enough for at least the weapons we want to make. And the basics, we may have to get more to upgrade them and to make more base stuff, but for now that should be enough. So let's get the bronze axe made. Let's figure out if I want to build the boat first, and then if I decide to build the boat, we'll probably take it on a little journey up the stream, and while we're waiting for the metal to smelt, we'll go get a bunch more, and hopefully that will be enough to where we can just AFK at our base or sit there at our base and build up for a little bit while we wait for everything to smelt, and then we'll have enough bronze to make pretty much anything that we want. We have our bronze axe. We've been getting fine wood. We've been getting so much fine wood around our base, so much just wood for this. It just makes everything so much faster, and I want to say, whoever left the comment to turn the signs white, you are my favorite person. It is very nice to have these white. I've seen it multiple times. I know it's daytime right now, at night where I literally can't see anything on my screen, but I can see the signs and what they say for storage, which is really nice. So we'll probably get fires in here and stuff at some point, but for the time being, it's really nice and it just looks better. So I got that going, but I think we're smelting up more of the bronze. I've opted to run a couple loads back because I think before I build the boat, I might end up building the mace, because I just want to have better protection in the Black Forest. And also I'm almost done mining my copper node, which means I'm gonna have to find a new one anyways when I bring the boat to get that much. So I'm not too worried about it right now, but we have the pretty much entire storage space set up. All of those random chests are almost empty, and once they are empty, I will be very happy, because like I said, I have a big problem with just shoving a bunch of random stuff in a bunch of chests and then not being able to find anything. So spending like an hour, 2 hours smashing that problem while we're just waiting at base for our stuff to smelt is probably one of the best things that I can do, because it'll keep the series going a lot quicker than you guys may think it might. So on top of that, like I said, we have a bunch of fine wood. We have a couple other things. So we may actually start upgrading our fine wood bow even further if we can. And then, yeah, we'll have fine wood. We can set up some furniture for comfort. We can set up a couple little things, but for now, we're just going to keep trucking in the direction we're going, keep getting as much metal as we can. And if I do anything super exciting, I will let you guys know about it. But for now, it's just going to be some boring grinding for a bit. All right, I am still waiting for everything to smelt up, but I have made a bronze mace, and I am starting to make a decent little expansion to the base because I am so bored just sitting here waiting. Something that I've been doing a lot is just been getting, I've just been sitting here getting wood. I've been running stuff back and forth from the metal spot, like tin and copper, but I've been spent a lot of time just at base, just hanging out. And I want to get as much done as I possibly can in this 250 days on the hardcore world. So I honestly need to get going on something. It doesn't have to be super progression based. Like I said, I'm building the base up right now, but something I have done is I've just been sitting outside with arrows, killing every bird, boar, deer, and neck that I've seen, and even grayling. And now I have the mace, so I can run around and do that even more effectively. But I've gathered so much meat, hide, and feathers from doing so that I will honestly be set for a decent amount of the series on that stuff. But like I said, for now, we're just kind of building the base up. I think what I'm going to do is build a bedroom in here and then build a couple of fine wood things, because I have, like, I can make a little bit of furniture for comfort. I can make a slightly better comfort area because I have all the fine wood that I've just been getting from getting wood for the base and for charcoal. So I'm kind of just going to build not like a fun space, but like something that's not super productive for the time being, just because I have the extra time. And like I said, I should be doing something while I'm sitting here. Also, though, I did mention at the beginning, one of my biggest rules for this entire series is to make sure at all times that I have my rested buff or at any time possible. And that's not something that I normally prioritize. I also normally don't really build a comfort room, but it is extremely important. So because I need it for as long as I can, that kind of like sets how long I can be away from base and all that. So we're gonna make the first little expansion to our Viking longhouse here. I think this will be the only expansion that goes backwards. The other ones will either be rooms out to the side, a widening of it, or make it longer towards the water, because eventually the end of it can be a dock. So we'll expand this back, we'll make a comfort room, and then we're just gonna still hang out and wait. But like I said, this comfort room will give us the ability to make a lot better decisions with our rested buff, go a little bit further from base, a little bit safer. And I mean, like I said, it's not the most productive thing ever, but it's gonna be somewhat helpful to us. So I'm gonna get this built up, come back when that's done, and then hopefully, like I said, we built the bronze mace. Hopefully we'll build some other more bronze stuff, because a lot of our stuff is getting smelted up now. We've been sitting here for quite a while, and hopefully we can start getting stuff upgraded, because I'm about to the point where I want to start going to look for Elder, and I don't know what else other than getting this metal to smelt other than finding the location itself. All right, so the base looks quite a bit better now on the inside. We have a decently long rested buff for early game. We got 14 minutes. We got comfort 7. We got our inside cooking area. Things are going better now. I do have the nails for the carve, though I'm not gonna build it just yet. It'll probably be one of the next things that you guys see, but I'm gonna wait out for just a second, because before I really go anywhere, and before I go get a bigger load of metal even, I want to upgrade my mace. I would like to get maybe some more troll hide, which I can do that while I'm getting more metal, but I kind of just want to prepare, like I said, for any journey that we go away from the base, we need to prepare as well as we can. So I want to make some food. I want to upgrade some of my stuff. I want to get my inventory organized so I don't take anything with me that I don't need to, and then maybe we'll go on our first little boat journey. But for now, I'm going to keep expanding the base a little bit. We do still have more metal to smelt. We'll keep expanding. We'll make our comfort room better. We'll set up the base a little bit more, but we are getting close to being able to go on our first journey. So we're going to gear up for that, wait for some more stuff to melt, and then I think we're going to head out. Whether it's a journey for Elder or metal, I don't know yet, but we are going to go on a journey very soon. All right, metal is still smelting. Things are still being processed, but we made a ton of food. We made it like outside food cooking area for when it's not raining, and then the fire's inside, obviously. We made the comfort room better with some like seats and stuff, but most importantly, we have the stuff for the carve. So we're going to head up. I think we're just going to go for a metal run. I know I've been like just sitting here at base smelting metal for multiple days on end now, but I mean, it's just what I need. Like I said, I'm not going to build the bronze armor, but the other bronze stuff is fairly expensive. Bronze is one of the longest metals to process, because you need to smelt the tin, smelt the copper, make it into bronze. It's a pain in the ass. It's not anything like iron or silver where you can just smelt it and make stuff with it. So we're going to get a little bit more. We have 4 slots to use, and we'll kind of fill it up with copper and tin and then bring it back. That should be all the copper and tin we need for a while. If we get honey, we may even set up our fermenters so we can make some poison meads. That way when we do go to the swamp, we'll just have them ready. But for now, we're going to head up to this. We're going to head up to go find another metal node up this shore. Hopefully we find one, and maybe we'll find an elder stone. I'm not super hopeful about it because I still haven't found one yet, but maybe on the outside of a building or something while we're sailing, we'll see it. So we're going to head up, get as much metal as we can, and then we'll head back to base with our first little journey of stuff. But even for this small journey, I made sure we were absolutely geared to the brim with as much stuff as I could have. I know at least as geared as you can be in the Black Forest, so just want to let you guys know I'm keeping those rules as tightly as I can, because I do not want to die to something stupid like I mentioned at the beginning. We are parked up not too far from base. We have found a decent copper node not very far from our other copper node, actually just up the hill a little bit from it. We got a bunch of tin on the shore, and we got it all on the boat, and we are headed back. It was a pretty successful journey, but it was getting night and my rested was out, so I had to head back. It's going to be another decently long period of just sitting here waiting for stuff to smelt. We have so much tin, it's a little ridiculous, but I mean, we're going to need it. We're going to need a butcher's knife. We're going to need the cauldron. We're going to need the mead kettle. We're going to need fermenters. We're going to need to upgrade our weapons. We're going to need as much stuff as we possibly can. So I'm not that worried about it, and there's no sense, like, we don't have too much metal, so I'm not worried about it at all. But for now, we're going to be just kind of making little base upgrades, hanging out around the base, getting random resources from stuff close by, and smelting as much of this as we possibly can. And then ultimately here soon we're going to start gearing up for Elder. I would like better troll hide and maybe some better weapons before we go, but Finewood Bow is tier 4 now because we made the third workbench upgrade, which gave us the ability to do so. And yeah, we're just going to sit here and hang out for a little bit and just keep upgrading stuff as we go. If anything really exciting happens, I'll give an update, but for now I don't need to make you guys watch metal smelt. I just got back with another boatload of metal, not actually a whole thing of metal, but actually mostly stone for base building purposes, but we got 30 more copper as well. And while we're waiting for the new copper to smelt, I have made a cultivator as well as a little spot for a farm outside, and we have carrot seeds, which again, not something, I mean, everyone makes a farm in Valheim, but I normally don't put a ton of effort into it. I also have a bunch of tree seeds I can replant around the base because I've pretty much deforested everything in a 10-mile radius. So I'm going to head out to the little farm that I've made back here. It's nothing crazy, but for now it works. We'll get this cultivated up. We'll throw some carrots down. We'll have some better recipes for some better food, and we're getting pretty close to the point where I can worry about Elder. We have some last minute metal smelting. I have a bronze buckler now, which is pretty good, so I'm not too worried about like mobs in the Black Forest, as well as even some basic ones from the swamp really aren't going to be able to do too much to me now, especially if I get the fully upgraded troll hide. So I'm feeling a little bit more confident. Now again, I don't want overconfidence. I don't want to almost die to a troll again like I almost did earlier, but I'm feeling okay. So we're going to get this stuff planted. We're going to make some better food. We're going to get some more stuff processed, some more metal get cooking. I'm sure there'll be more things like the cultivator that aren't necessarily weapon progression, but are game progression, so we'll have a few more things like that, I'm sure. We made the mead kettle as well, so we'll have a bunch of stuff like that. We still don't have any bees though for honey, which kind of sucks, so a lot of our recipes will be limited until then. I'm also gonna, like I said, plant a bunch of the trees around the base because everything's been deforested, and I have some acorns as well as some birch trees, so having those around the base will be awesome for firewood when we need them. And even though I don't need it right now, by the time I do need it, they'll be grown, so that'll be nice. We're gonna replant those. We'll plant our carrots, wait for them to grow up, and then like I said, we'll just sit here and upgrade some more stuff. But felt like that was a decent little progression section that we had there for a second, so hopefully we don't have to get another boatload of metal. For now, hopefully what we have is enough. All right, it is time for our first actual journey. We have a bunch of food, a bunch of arrows, a bunch of upgraded gear. Stuff's growing back at base, stuff's smelting back at base, but it's time that we finally leave. Now we have this giant mountain in the distance, which I have theories for that later, but most of these mountains have pretty big black forest at the bottom, so hopefully we will be able to find at least a hint towards where Elder's at, as well as I would not mind some more cores because I've literally spent, I think, 3 or 4 hours with stuff smelting so far. I mean, since at least the series started, and most of that has been smelting time around the base, so I forget how slow they are compared to the modded ones. Our modded ones are so cracked and so fast at smelting stuff, so that's been a lot of the time. I'd like to build a better smelting area if I do get the cores, but ultimately we're out here looking for Elder. Hopefully we find it quickly, but this is going to be our first boss hunt, our first time leaving home, and our first encounter with a lot of the actual challenges of this series. Sure, I've gotten a little lost in the woods around my base a few times, wondering which direction to go, but this is the first time where we could get truly screwed by the idea of having no map and no portals. So unless anything exciting happens, we're going to keep moving, but hopefully I'll be back when we found a dungeon or the Elder location register and we can get a little point in the direction that we need to go. I don't know how that's going to work if it's in a dungeon, but I assume it still works. So like I said, we're going to dip into this Black Forest and see what we can find, but hopefully it's not too eventful in the form of being bad. Because I'm landing on a new island, I feel like it'd be a really good idea to take the time to build an arrow back to base. It may help me a little bit now just to remember exactly where to go in the case that it's foggy or something and I can't see the island, but I think that there's a chance, right, that at some point I maybe, if I do this on every island I land on, point back to base or point somewhere like with a compass that tells me all the different directions for different things, and maybe even have a code for how many islands out it is or how far it is, at least a general code for that at some point I'll be horrifically lost and find it and it will help me. So I have the idea that that could happen. It may never, but if it doesn't, it still didn't hurt to make them. It's still kind of funny that they're all around the world if I do make them everywhere that I go. So I think because we're leaving the base, because we're leaving our island, I need to make these. So I'm gonna make this, and then hopefully that helps us at some point. But otherwise, we just landed, so I do hear some skeletons fighting some great dwarfs a little bit into the woods. So it sounds like we do have a dungeon, and hopefully we have an elder spawner, or at least an elder stone to show us where the spawner's at. All right, well, in our first dungeon, we did get an absolute ton of cores, which means as soon as we get back to base, that new smelting area that doesn't take hours to smelt a couple metal is going to be up. However, on top of that, in our first dungeon, we found even more cores and our first elder stone. So let's hit this and see where it points us to. Again, I don't really know how this works and if it works in dungeons, but I'm just gonna try and take the direction that it's facing me. Hope that this is oriented with the outside of the dungeon, which I think it should be, and then head out that way, and hopefully I can just run and find the elder spawner, or at least another dungeon in that general direction, and find, again, another little pointer that points me either in the same direction or back towards this way. Maybe it means I ran past it, but I don't know. This is gonna be difficult. And also, I am realizing as I get further from shore how easy it is to get lost in the Black Forest. Without a map, these extremely tall trees make it very hard to explore the Black Forest, so it's gonna be a little difficult here, but it shouldn't be the worst thing ever. We should, like I said, we should either find Elder or maybe we don't, but I'm gonna go in the direction that I think it's telling me to go, and I think really the best thing I need to find, if I can find one that's outside, I'll feel much more comfortable using it, but for now, since all I have is the inside ones, and that's the only way I know how to use them, we're gonna use it like that, and hopefully I find it. But from this point right now, it's kind of looking like it may be on even another island over, which it's possible for Elder, but man, I really hope it's not that far away. The only other thing that I can hope we can find in this little Meadows section over here is maybe some beehives, because I want this journey to at least be worth something. I mean, we already got the smelters, but if it can be worth more, that would be sick. So I found a few more dungeons. I found like way too many cores for my own good. I'm literally running out of inventory space just because of it. But at this point in time, I found a couple elder stones. They all seem to be facing me the same way, which is cool, but it seems to be on the next island over. So I'm gonna head to the shoreline. I'm gonna build an arrow, one side pointing back towards my base. I'll probably put a little fence or something at the bottom so I know that that's my base, and then I'll put an arrow pointing to Elder. Maybe I don't have coal, so I don't really have a sign, but I'll try and make a symbol or like a key that I know to use when I see it. Hopefully that works and doesn't confuse me even more. But hopefully, like I said, hopefully these are pointing me the right direction. I don't have a great feeling because it looks like that island is so much further, but for now we're going to take these cores back to base, use them to smelt all of our metal up even faster to make us even more prepared, and then maybe I will head towards the Elder. But like I said, I'm a little skeptical. I don't feel like it should be that far away. I don't feel like it should be going that directly far. Like it's going, whatever direction I'm facing, it's going directly that way away from Altar. So I feel like I feel like we're almost to the point where we could be at Swamp or Bonemass, not nearly where Elder would be at. So we're going to go there. We're gonna run around for a bit, but I like I said, I don't have a great feeling about it, so we're gonna go get geared up a little more before we do that, and then we're gonna head out there and see what we find. I'm attempting to build a little map at my base. I don't know how this is gonna go, but I'm gonna try and use this to keep track of where I'm at, these poles being mountains, these things being islands. I think it's a cool concept. I just think I'm gonna be so bad at it that it's not even gonna help me, but for now, I don't know, build a little thing like this. Maybe I'll make it better, maybe I'll destroy it in the future, but we've got everything back to base. We're not gonna make the smelting area right now, I don't think. I think we're just gonna have to deal with going for the direction that it says Elder's in, and hopefully one's out there, because if not, I'm going to be very far away from base, likely very lost, and if I have nothing to show for it, I'll be kind of sad. Well, I'm heading from the direction that I saw the arrow on the island. I'm on the other side of the island now, and I was right, there is definitely swamp, so quite a big one at that. This just doesn't, like I said, I'm not saying swamp can't be around Elder, just normally Elder I don't feel like is this far from Altar. I know it can get pretty far, but man, this is like Bonemass distance. This is like decently far away from Altar, so I'm gonna check it out. There is a decent amount of Black Forest, it looks like, behind this swamp, I think, but kind of like on a thin layer between the swamp and the mountain. So I'll park up here, I'll see what I can do. I may even dip into the swamp a little bit, but I kind of said I wouldn't do that for my safety, so I don't think I will. I definitely probably shouldn't, but if I need to get stuff off of me that's chasing after me, I might. But otherwise, like, man, like I said, I don't feel super great about this because it should not be this far away, but this is where they're pointing me at, so this is where I'm going, and hopefully it is one. Hopefully, I'm gonna try and keep my hopes up, but for now, maybe we see some cool stuff in the swamp that we can at least remember is there. Maybe we can't go do it now, but say we do find Bonemass or something, it's not going to be detrimental to us. It'd be quite helpful. So we're gonna get to this island. We'll build some more arrows on this island, so if we ever get lost and we find our way here, then we'll be able to go back. And for now, like I said, we're just gonna hit this island. We're gonna explore a little bit more, and if I find anything interesting, which is hopefully Elder, we'll be back. But if not, I'm gonna keep looting dungeons, hitting Elder stones, and trying to find my way in this world. Alright, I've been on this island for 45 minutes. I've hit so many dungeons that I literally stopped picking up cores because I don't want them anymore. I just want the Elder location. I'm getting a little bit frustrated, but I know this is going to be probably the easiest boss to find aside from the first one. I can't imagine what finding Queen's gonna be like. I don't even want to think about that. But for now, like, it's just quite frustrating. It's kind of sending me back towards the other island. I can't really tell where it's sending me. Now, I know I'm like saying that this is far from Altar. Elder can be really far from Altar. I just don't believe that this is the closest one to Altar. So I'm gonna sail over. It's trying to point me this other side of the island, around the other side of the swamp, which is pointing me in a different direction now. So hopefully I can do it. Like I said, though, I don't think, there's no way this is the closest one to Altar. And maybe the closest one is on the other side, and I went to the mountain and found my first stone. Maybe that's why, but I still have yet to find an outside one. And if I do, and it points me in an even different direction, I might lose my mind. But for now, we're gonna go over here. Like I said, hopefully we don't find anything too bad. Hopefully we don't die to anything, and hopefully we find Elder, because like I said, it's getting to me just a little bit now that I can't find it yet. We got a whole fucking different problem now. Oh my god, I am not prepared for this. Our boat is partially damaged. It's very damaged at this point. I want to get it close to land so I can get the scales, but I'm getting a little too close. It's also nighttime. I don't need to be in the Black Forest at night. Oh my god, my boat. Please let me get it to land. Oh, I was trying to keep it low. I just need to kill it. It's gonna break my boat. Hopefully these great dwarfs don't throw anything at my boat. Oh my god, dude, it's nighttime. I'm running around. Serpent's about to kill us. I hope that was close enough to get its scales. There's a troll. Of course there is. There's shamans for the troll. I can't even kill it. This is where it was pointing me though. I'm here. I need to try and get back and fix my boat. Hopefully hopefully Elder's over here. Hopefully I can pick up those scales. There's a lot of hopes here. I got a lot of hopes. Hopefully they don't get crushed. Mainly though, I hope my boat doesn't get destroyed and that the nails sink too far for me to grab, because if so, I'm gonna be over here for quite a while. I do have enough cores to resmelt some metal, but it's not the goal right now. The goal is to find elders. I don't know, but this is not the best situation ever, but hopefully we can turn it into the best situation ever. Hopefully we can get somewhere a little bit safer than where we are right now, get our boat fixed if it's not broken already, pick up the serpent stuff, and then I don't know, like I said, hopefully we find elder. But that just became very far down on my priority list, because everything I love just got endangered quite quickly. All right, our boat is okay. We got 10 of the serpent seals. There was still a lot, and I was trying to raise the ground up to grab them, but it just wasn't worth it. I got enough for the shield if I ever want to build it, which I don't even know if I will, because I'm more of a buckler guy. But other than that, I did not find elder. It's still pointing this direction. This is yet again another island out. I'm a 4th island out now from Altar. I'm like halfway to the edge of the map at this point, if not further, and I still have not found anything for elder. Again, this is what the game is saying is the closest, which I don't believe, but I'm also yet to find an outside one, so I don't have any better source. So I'm gonna go to this island. I'm gonna keep building arrows on all these islands, so I'm at least doing something while I'm exploring this. But unless I find anything good, I'm not coming back. Or unless we almost die again, because that serpent was a whole different thing. But other than that, if we end up okay and we don't find elder, you probably won't see much of it, because it's just gonna be wandering around the Black Forest lost for a bit. Just an update, I am in swampy mountains, so far from my boat. It's spinning me what I feel like in circles, which some people would say, oh, that's good, you're closing in on it. No, I'm not. It's spinning me in the kind of circles that don't make sense, that's pointing me back ways I've already been, ways that I know the elder spawner isn't. This is breaking my spirit a little bit, but I mean, I'm getting a lot of map exploration. I'm gonna know where a ton of fucking biomes are after this. I've seen everything up to plains at this point, and I know where a couple of each of those are, so I don't know, man. I'm dumbfounded. If this is how finding the first boss is going, like I said, I can't imagine finding Bonemass and Queen. Motor and Yag aren't going to be that hard, but like finding Bonemass and Queen are going to be hell if this is how bad the first one is. I'm losing my mind at this point in time, but we're going to keep going. We are going to find it. I know we're going to find it. I just don't know how long it's going to take, and that's the part that scares me. I just found my first outside one. Please, which way do I go? No, that's the way I came. Dude, come on. I have no clue where this thing's at. That's almost pointing at the home island, dude. I don't even know. I'm about to go back home and like try and go the other way from Altar or something, because I'm losing my mind. Even the outside ones are telling me lies. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back. I don't even know where my boat's at this point. I'm completely lost. I don't even know where I'm at anymore. We are back at base. I don't even want to talk about the amount of time that it's been, because I got lost. I've visited about 8 islands. I've ran across many islands, and I have a different plan for how I want to approach this. We're gonna go over it here in a second. Just be patient. But I need to drop off some of this. I found a decent amount of stuff. I mean, I have serpents, troll hide, a little bit of metal, some more cores if I picked them on the boat. I mean, I didn't pick up all of them, but it's fine. I need to be back at base for a second, because like I said, I'm getting actually pretty frustrated at it, and I can't stop imagining how hard, like, this makes the playthrough feel like, oh, it's gonna be unplayable for me. I just don't know. I feel like I'm doing something wrong, and I don't know what it is. But I did get some bees, which is cool. We'll have the stuff to make some poison meads if we wanted. We harvested our carrots, which is cool, but I don't, like I said, I just don't know what is wrong with me being able to find this. It is so insanely hard. So I have a different little plan we're gonna follow. I may see if anybody on Reddit has tips for it. Like I said, I'm gonna try and figure out most of the stuff on my own, but I'm, not learning from other people's mistakes would be my own mistake. So I don't want to look up too much stuff, but any little tips I can find that may help me may be something that I need, because I've spent, let's see. I've been in the game for about 13 hours. When we left the island to look for Elder, we were at 4 hours of time. So I've spent like 9 hours looking for Elder over the course of 2 real-life days. I cannot do this anymore. I gotta at least get some tips from people. On the upside, we have a great rested buff now. We have plenty of time. But I'm gonna sit back at base, kind of recoup for a second, get some of our supplies built back up, upgrade our troll hide because we have a bunch more now, and then I do have a plan we're gonna be approaching. So we're gonna think about that. But other than that, like I said, this is taking the heart out of me just a little bit for this playthrough, but I'm going to continue forward because I know I can do this if I just, like I said, get some tips, learn a little bit about the playthrough, learn a different style of Valheim, and we're going to get through this. So I'm going to get recouped, and then we're going to expose the new plan to find Elder. Okay, we are heading up the coast of our own island, and this time I am armed with Reddit knowledge, which I trust more than my own brain in this scenario, but I don't know necessarily how perfect it is. So I had an idea, but I looked it up just to see. So the dungeons, I don't know why. You'd have to explain to me in detail why the dungeons are not loaded facing the same way as the entrances. I don't know. I get that you teleport into like a sub-level, but why the directions aren't like kept, I feel like would take more programming and like problems that could cause more problems in the game, and also screws no map people more than like it would be to just fix it and make them face the right way. But it's not my problem. So, well, it is my problem at this point in time, but it won't be for long. So what I did think of though is building pieces, and I looked it up on Reddit, and this is people were saying the exact thing that I was thinking, which is building pieces do stay oriented the same way. So I need to go into a dungeon, get the direction that it's telling me, and orient it in the way that the Elder is, and then when I come out, the building piece should be facing the right way, even if the dungeon was oriented wrong. So what I'm going to do with that means I'm going to have to go find a couple more. However, I did this at the last biome, at the last island a couple of times, and it was pointing all the same way, but so was my character, so I thought maybe I was wrong, because like I said, I had this thought, I just didn't like know if it was true or not, and it was pointing me back towards the starter island, but like, I don't know, whatever this direction is a little bit. So we're gonna go up the beach quite far until I find something that seems like it might be the area Elder is. This is a really big black forest from what I'm seeing though, and yeah, we're armed with that now, so we'll be up here exploring dungeons, seeing what we can find, and hopefully it results in an Elder. Okay, I've been walking for another 2 hours, but it's pointing, oh wait, what the fuck? No way. Wait, where did it go? That has to be the trader, right? Oh my god, I don't know where I'm at. I've been walking for like 2.5 hours, but it is all pointing me in the right direction now. It's all pointing me in the same direction, and it's all been black forest, so I feel like I am making progress. Well, holy crap, dude, we don't have anything. We didn't bring any trader stuff, so I can't buy anything. But I also don't know where I'm at, but like, I can't even look at the world tree. The world tree is something I've been thinking of for direction too, but again, I don't quite feel like I know how to use it. I've been using the wooden dragon ornament to show me like which way which way to go, but also, man, now I just want to find my way out so I know where the trader's at least find something nearby. Maybe I can get down to the nearest ocean, put something down, but for now, we have been about 2 hours out, but we've been finding inside and outside stones all facing us the same way, which is quite a bit more promising, so we're gonna keep moving in this direction. And honestly, I have enough stuff with me to go for a few more in-game days without any like rest or food or anything like that, and assuming that all works out, I may be able to actually, like, if I find an Elder, I can probably just fight it now and then make the journey all the way back to my boat. I have no clue where my boat is at this point in time, but like, I have faith in myself to just wander around the island and find it. I feel like if I get lost enough, I'll end up back in the same place, which is, pretty good. So if not, I'll keep finding cool stuff like the trader. So I don't know, man. I'm pretty lost. I'm actually extremely lost, but hopefully it ends up well. All right, I am many of hours later, about 2 more hours. I've actually been back to base once. I built something outside the trader on the beach, so that way I would be able to tell where it was, at least generally. And all the things I realized were pointing back on the other side of my base from where I was at, which means I went down shore the wrong way. But again, they were being consistent, and I believe the distance I am from Altar a lot more than I did before. So we're at a point where it's kind of telling us to go into the ocean, but I hope if I just follow this coastline that maybe my directions are just a little bit off from where I was running at, and hopefully it's on this coastline. But if not, we may have to move islands. But again, I'm much more confident with our direction and distance from Altar, so I'm feeling pretty hopeful at this point in time that we're getting very close. I just slept in a structure for the night, got my rested buff, and I have everything, and I am here, It's been, I don't even know how long. I don't even want to know how long. If every boss is like this is, we're not getting that far in 250 days, but we'll see. But for now, we're here, and we spent a lot of the playthrough on finding this thing. But honestly, we got our campfires, we got our arrows, we have everything we need, and rather than complain about how long it took us to get here, we're gonna kill this thing and move forward. I don't know where the boat's at. We'll figure that out after, but for now, let's get this thing down. Campfires under it, just like we did for Ike. It's doing a ton of damage right off rip, and as long as nothing too bad interrupts us, this should not be the worst fight in existence. And as long as I play it smart and don't get myself killed, this could be a decently happy ending for what has been a lot of hours and many of, I think, like 2 or 3 real life days for me. So hopefully we can find our boat. Hopefully we can kill this thing without any problems, but we've got so much gear at this point in time that it should not be a problem. And so let's get this done and let's get back to the boat. Literally almost nothing has walked up on us. Finally the game decided to give us a break. We are here. We still got plenty of arrows, plenty of health, plenty of food. We're doing okay, and Elder is down. I could not feel better right now. That was a huge struggle, but it's almost anything in life. Getting over a huge struggle, it makes you feel pretty good. So we got our swamp key, we got our Elder trophy. I'm gonna be honest, I walked in circles for a long time, a very long time, but I did eventually make it back to the boat. It took about another hour to make it back to the boat, but really out of this, I did learn a couple lessons from this series so far. So one thing about the directional thing inside the dungeons, that's gonna help for almost every boss up to this point, or up to the end of the game. So that's great to know. We need that. But aside from that, finding Elder was the most lost I felt the entire up to this point in the playthrough, at least. So that was the most lost I felt, and it was the most progress I made. And so I honestly may need to get somewhat informationally lost, be smart, like I said, bring as much stuff as I can to help myself survive and try and keep track of everything. But maybe I just got to get lost to find everything. Maybe when it comes to finding Bonemass, if I can't find it, I should go find a swamp and get lost in it and see if I can find it. Because number one, if you're getting lost, it's big enough to be finding stuff in, and two, like I said, I found Trader and Elder by getting lost, so it cannot be the worst thing ever. As long as I do it smart in a way that I could maybe make it back to my boat or in my base, then it might be the move. But for now, we're back on our boat. Again, doesn't matter how long it took, and we're moving back to base. We'll go put this in base. I don't know if we'll put it on the altar yet because we don't really need the power up, and then we'll move forward from here. But that feels both terrible at how long it took to get there and great at the fact that we conquered it. So let's get back to base, plan out our next moves, and move on, because we spent way too much time doing that, and we are not doing that with every single boss, but we did learn a ton of stuff in the process, so I could be happy with that. We are now sitting at day 32, which means we wasted, I'm not gonna say wasted, I learned a lot of stuff, but we spent a lot of time getting lost on Elder. When we left, we were about 4 hours into the playthrough, and right now we're about 16, which gives you an idea of about how long it took me to do and find Elder. About 10 to 12 hours, depending on how much I slept through the nights. So that was definitely, like I said, a big usage of time. That was a little bit of a mistake on some parts, but we did find it, and now we are headed to the swamp because we need to catch back up on our plan. I have a certain amount of days I want to beat each boss in, and I'm not on track to meet it right now, so I need to get caught up and get to Bonemass as quickly as I can. I don't think Bonemass is going to be easy to kill, but I have potion meads to be crafting. I have a fermenter made up, so we should honestly be able to make a bunch of this stuff really quickly. I know where a bunch of swamps are. I marked out a whole bunch. In my head, I mapped out a whole bunch of swamp crypts that are all on the coast, so I should be able to pull up with a boat, grab a couple of them, run back our first set of iron, and then make the better boat and run back a much bigger set of iron. So that's kind of going to be the plan. Gonna get the meads going, gonna get some, like I said, I'm probably gonna have to refuel. I don't have that much food or anything, so I'll refuel, I'll get everything ready, and then for another journey, and then I think we're gonna head straight to the swamp, because like I said, we need to catch up on time here a little bit, because we're a little bit behind from that journey. We are back out on the water. I'm actually going back to towards where I found Trader, because I saw some swamp over there, and that's not where the biggest one was, but honestly, like I said, I need a small one for this first little bit. But I did find something really useful. We got ourselves a Leviathan, which is pretty good. I may end up using the knife. I really want to stick with the mace, but even if I don't make the knife, I'll be able to make the abyssal harpoon for taming stuff later, and for a couple other little small uses. So finding this, for whether I use it for the knife or not, is going to be pretty freaking good, and there's no reason not to go ahead and grab it. And that gives us, like I said, it gives us a decent option to have an early swamp weapon when we get over there. But I think the mace upgraded should be plenty, along with the bucklers. So we're gonna head up past the mountain that's across from our base on the right side of it, where I think there's a swamp that's a part of that island. And then if there isn't very many crypts, or we don't find a very good swamp, I can go around the left side of the island across from our base, and I should be able to find I should be able to head to the much bigger swamps that you guys saw me next to when I was getting lost trying to find Elder before I found out about the nice little trick with the building stuff. So we have our food, we have everything for this journey. We're not that far from base yet, but we're about to be. So we're gonna head out, try and keep our direction so we don't get lost, and try and get as much iron as possible from the nearest swamp that we can so we can make our bigger boat and start becoming a lot more efficient in this playthrough. We have made landfall on the first swamp. We are just across from Trader on the other side of that mountain from our base. Not even on the really on the other side of it, like on the right back side of it. So I do have to be kind of careful here. This is an opportunity for death pretty easily because I'm heading into a new biome, a fairly dangerous one compared to, like, I don't know, what I've been through so far at least. And I'm not underprepared, but I'm just at that transition period where I don't have anything from this biome yet, and I haven't made the knife yet, so I really don't have much. All I have is my mace. I'm gonna run through here, try and stay as safe and as definitely out of the water because I don't have my poison meads yet. Try and stay out of the water. Try and stay away from blobs. Kill anything before it kills me. Gather a bunch of the really basic resources like the leech blood and the ancient bark to get all my recipes and just all the basic stuff that I need. And then I'm going to be looking for the swamp crypt while I'm running around, trying to find as many, like I said, as many little different things as I can. And then I'll make an actual plan for which ones I'm going to clear, how much stuff I'm going to bring back, and what things I need for this first little trip from the swamp, and then what things I can have wait till later. So we're going to do a little bit of exploration, run around this swamp, see if I find anything exciting, but otherwise the main goal is survive. All right, I have got a little base and bed set up over here so I can sleep over here, get my rested buff back, which will help me maintain my rolls as well as keep myself safe in general. On top of that, I went across this swamp and to the right and found pretty much nothing. I found like an abomination and some stuff, but I don't really plan on making any of the root gear, so I'm going to try and head up here to the left, see what I can find, but I did not find anything yet. It was a decent sized swamp. I found like a couple little meadows and stuff on the other side. I found a Draugr village or two, which is cool from the Meadows section, but like I didn't find anything useful. I didn't find anything that I can use. I don't think I got any chains. I didn't get anything. So we're gonna head over to this left side, like I said, see what I can find. We're gonna just stay on the same thing. We're gonna look for turnip seeds too. I forgot that I'm looking for those, which is one of the most important things that I could find in the biome. So we're gonna need that. But we need a sunken crypt so badly. On the good news though, the amount of weaponry that we seem to have, as well as our armor and food, is keeping us pretty well matched with the Draugrs. We are doing actually, like, if I didn't know better, I would think that I was in the gear that I was supposed to be in the swamp. So I don't feel too scared now. I can kind of run a little bit harder, do a little bit less fighting, kind of just run past everything because I know I can survive a couple hits and that I can kill stuff pretty quickly. But yeah, on top of that, I haven't found anything. So we're gonna keep looking. We're gonna find, like I said, we're gonna look for seeds and other progression points, and other than that, we're just gonna try and keep ourselves alive. But I'm a little bit more confident now, and that I can kind of just run through the swamp. The other thing that I have noticed though, the swamp is even harder to navigate than the Black Forest. The constant gray, the trees that look the same everywhere, the water that's everywhere that makes it just so you can't really run in a straight line at all, makes it a lot harder to navigate. So I can't imagine what finding Bonemass is gonna be like. Hopefully we just walk across it and can remember where it's at, kind of like we did with the Trader. But other than that, like, we could be screwed as far as finding Bonemass goes. So that's another thing I want to mention. It is hard. The no map is very hard. This is not what I thought was going to be the hardest part of this series, but it definitely is so far. I have been running for about 10 or 20 minutes now, and it's actually been fairly successful. I have our first sunken crypt up here. I've gotten a little bit of guck just for the recipes, a bunch of entrails for food, and I've gotten a couple of turnip seeds, as well as a bunch more bees and honey for our recipes, and so that we can make a better bee farm at base. I really do want to stay away from these blobs though. Like I said, I don't have my poison meads yet. There's a lot of stuff outside of this one, and this one's actually pretty far from the boat, so I need to be really careful out here. But if I can get a decent amount of iron from here, if I can survive the inside of this fairly well, I should be good to get a decent amount of iron. Like I said, we want to fill up that 120 that we can possibly get in our boat. Oh my god, there's a blob. Please do not poison me. But okay, all right, sorry, we're good. So we're gonna clear this. We're gonna get as much iron as we can. The goal is 120 or maybe 90 because we have the chitin in our boat too, but we can probably carry that on our character. So the goal is to get about 100, 120, and then take that all back to base. We can build a little basic set with it. We can build our boat with it, and then I'll be much more prepared to go get a much bigger sum of iron, maybe even enough to compensate for what I'll need to get for even the plains. So whatever we can get when we get that bigger boat is what we'll have to do. But for now, this is the only sunken crypt I found in the entire swamp, and I've made it to both ends of it on both sides. So there really is no, like, this is it. This, whatever iron's in here is what we're taking back to base. We also have chains and some ancient bark, so we're gonna get all the recipes that we need. We have our seeds. This one swamp is gonna give us everything we need for basic progression. The only thing now that I could maybe get that would help us out a little bit more would be a Bonemass stone, but as I said earlier, I don't know how finding that's gonna go. So we're gonna going to take it if we find it, but I don't know how useful it's going to be right now. Other than that, we're just going to mine for a bit. We'll come back with an update for each little load, and other than that, hopefully nothing too exciting happens, because I really don't want to die. I've gotten pretty close to some of these blobs. I really do not want that to be the end of my playthrough, because just a reminder, one mess up, one death sets me all the way back to altar with a pretty much new character. All the iron and stuff that I've worked for up to this point will be completely gone, and I'll be back to pretty much a flint spear. So we do not want that to happen. Every decision has to be calculated, and yeah, like I said, I cannot fuck this up. I have to be very careful with every single move that I have. I can also, it looks like I can take 18 iron back every single run, which means if I want to fill up the boat, I would have to make about 8 runs, and it's not that close of a run. I know you guys get the nice little cut up version, but it's past the Draugr village, swim across the river, and it's probably like a 5 to 10 minute run every single time I want to go get it there and back, I would say. So if we can get it consolidated into a chest, we can probably do it in 2 in-game days, get all the iron back to here. But I'm going to say that before we go to the next swamp with a much bigger boat and stuff like that, if there's not ones directly on the shore, which I have a couple, but you never know how good they're going to be, I definitely probably, even if that is the case, I probably want the belt. And I know where the trader's at, and I have a decent amount of trader stuff. If I can go back and find it, that would be really helpful. So we may consider doing that before our next swamp thing, but for now I'm going to have to take like 6 to 8, maybe even 10 trips to run this stuff back and forth. But I have a little base set up over here. I can sleep through the nights. I can have a chest set up to make it maybe a little easier for me to carry stuff back, and hopefully, like I said, hopefully it remains pretty much uneventful. But for now, I'm only going to cut back whenever we bring stuff back, and if anything eventful happens, because again, you guys don't need to watch me run for 45 minutes through the swamp. All right, we are back with, I think, like the 3rd or 4th load right now. I've slept through one night because I'm sure as hell not running this back through the nighttime in the swamp. That's one of my rules, is to stay out of biomes I'm progressing into at nighttime, and I definitely don't want that. But the boat is getting pretty close to full. I think I could probably take one more, but I honestly might not need it. I may just leave with what I have now. Nothing happened. Like, that one swamp crypt was fairly good. It didn't have a Bonemass stone, which is fine. I don't really need it right now because I'm not really there, and I have a feeling the other swamp will give us a little bit more of a hint towards that, because it's a bigger swamp with a lot more swamp crypts. But I think I'm going to head back with what I got. I have about 50 to 75 iron, and that's probably going to be enough to get our basic set up. We're not going to build the armor off that, but we can build maybe the cooking stations. We can build maybe a forge upgrade or 2. We can build our mace, which will be better than our bronze one, and then we can also build our better boat. Once we build that better boat, we'll go to a bigger swamp, and then I will be absolutely able to, especially if I have the belt, which I don't know if I'm going to go back there yet, but if I do, that'll be pretty sick. But I'll be able to carry a lot more iron back on that boat. If I filled that whole boat up, we're looking at like 1,000 iron, which is going to be enough for this. And again, I did mention this earlier, I may even try and get a little bit for the plains. That way when we get to the plains, we kind of have that set up, and any progression that we can do towards that will be good. So we're going to head back to base. We're going to get this stuff smelted up again. I'll cut back if anything exciting happens, but we're at a very chill point in the playthrough. This went from like being lost for hours and hours and a very frustrating playthrough to really calm. I haven't found anything too challenging in the swamp so far. It's just been a lot of running. It's just been a lot of collecting metal. Nothing too stressful has happened yet, so I'm not feeling too bad right now. Like I said, we'll cut back if we find anything, but for now, we're going to head back to base, get this stuff smelted up, and start making our iron gear, and start progressing deep into the swamp. And we are back at base. Pretty uneventful time, but I have a couple things now. I have turnip seeds to plant, I have iron to smelt, and I have an idea for something on the water. I need to build some sort of marker on the shore to be able to find my base. I know generally where it's at, but because I planted these trees all around the base, which grew, actually, we're actually going to get a ton of wood from these. We're going to harvest all these, replant all of them again, and hopefully we'll have a nice forest around our base and a decent amount of wood. But aside from that, we need to build a marker, because once these trees went up, it became kind of hard to find my base from any distance at all. So building like just something on the shore that I know is not natural that I built will make it a lot easier to find it. Obviously making the base bigger will be good, but I don't think building something on the shore is going to cause us any problems. It can just be part of our little marker system that we've been using for the entire time, since this base is a little pushed back into the woods now, since we've kind of planted an entire woods around it. Other than that though, I think I'm just going to start throwing this wood in for charcoal, run all of the iron up to our little metal chest, and then try and sleep as much as I can to just speed up the process. And then I will kind of budget the iron out once most of it's smelted and start making things with it. In the meantime of smelting all of this iron, I have gotten a lot of stone from mining the copper previously, and I've been putting it in a chest and also just mining out the spot for the base. On top of that, I really want to build the smelting area inside, because stuff keeps hitting it, and I just think it'd be more efficient if it was. So we're going to expand the longhouse quite a bit here. The idea is going to be to expand it 2 wider on each side, and then also make it quite a bit longer and make a big forge/smelting area inside. And then we may even work on the farm area a little bit, because I do want to have tames, which this will be the first time for me on a server in a long time that I'll actually have tames. But I do think they will help me in this, in just the way of food. They'll help protect the base in certain scenarios, maybe not the boar specifically, but if I get wolves or locks or something like that. And I don't know, they're just useful. So we're gonna get a lot of building stuff done while I sit here and wait for this, because I have, like I said, a lot of extra stone from just clearing the area around base. I have some more beehives I need to put down so I can get a ton of honey going for all of our meads that we're gonna want to make. But I mean, for now, little base expansion. We'll come back when it's done. I don't exactly know how it's gonna look yet, but you probably won't see too much of the building just because it won't be the most interesting thing that's ever existed. But then we'll have a comfort room, storage and crafting, and then a smelting and forge, and it'll be a pretty good spread out base with plenty of use and like room for decoration as well. So I think it'll look pretty cool. But for now, we're gonna keep building. I'll show you guys the steps of it as we build, but I'm not gonna show you me placing every piece, obviously. And then we're just gonna keep smelting up the iron. We have smelted up about half of it so far, so I still have a bit of time to go, but it may slow down for a minute because I am gonna have to pick these up and put them in here at some point. So yeah, we will have that. And then on top of that, I'm probably gonna need a lot of core wood because with this being wider, the A-frame shape is gonna be quite a bit taller. So we're also gonna have that to deal with. The only other thing I could see myself building is maybe a cooking area, but we'll get there if we get there. We're not there yet. All right, stuff is continuing to get kind of closed off here. I've decided to expand out to what is the smelting area and then expand or push back in, unexpand into the cooking area. So now we're also going to have a cooking area on top of all this stuff. This base is going to be coming together pretty good. I am a little worried about the height of this. Now, like I said, the longhouse purpose is so that I don't go up too high and kill myself, because that would suck. If I die from fall damage, I'm going to be upset. So that would kind of suck. But the only thing that I really have to do in order to make sure I don't do that is there is a max fall damage of 100. So as long as I have over 100 health, I can survive one fall. And then as long as I'm not impatient and go right back up after that, I should be fine. But I need to be really careful here. I need to make sure I have enough food in me at all times. I've been building for quite a while I've been sitting here smelting, and so it's hard for me to keep remembering to eat food, and it feels like a waste because I'm just building and not fighting anything, but I know deep down that's what's going to keep me alive here. So on top of that though, I will also have to figure out where the smoke for all this is going to go. Like I said, I have to get a whole bunch of core wood because I have to figure out how I'm going to support a roof on something this, like, as far as this wide part, and then I want to decorate parts of it as well, kind of flow it into the main base and make it all look good. So it's going to be a whole process, but most of the iron is smelted at this point. Obviously we have our stone cutter. That's how we're building this from our first couple bits of iron, and we're making progression. So we'll see what happens with that. But for the time being, I'm just going to be under construction. I'll probably spend the next couple hours building this out because, as I've mentioned many times in this series, if I die, I lose everything except this base. So this base needs to be good. So we're going to do everything we can to make it good. And then, like I said, I'll show you guys the progress as we get along. But this is what we have for right now, and I do think it's coming along quite nicely. All right, and we have been building for a little bit. It's getting kind of sketchy, and I'm probably doing more than I need to up here. But I mean, I want it to look nice as well as be cool. Just because it's a hardcore series doesn't mean I shouldn't put my all into building. If anything, it means that I'm probably going to spend a lot of time doing really good building. I'm not the best builder in Valheim, but I do try my absolute best, and sometimes my stuff does not look that good, but it is giant, which is kind of what this is going to be. But as long as I don't fall off this high, I have enough health to survive a fall. I should be okay, but I'm also going to, like, I don't like parkouring around these little beams, so as quickly as I can get roofs up, that would be nice, because it's starting to scare me a little bit. I do think the roof will be tall enough, though, to completely support the smoke leaving it. Even if it's a completely closed roof, it'll kind of dissipate before it gets down to me, so that's not really going to be a problem here. Should be able to run everything and be perfectly fine. But I am going to need a lot more core wood before I even start building the roofs of this. But I'm also going to want to expand the core wood beams down to the ground to make it look more like a longhouse. And then after that, we're going to start budgeting out our iron and using it. And on top of that, I may even use some of the iron for nails, not just for the boat, but for actually some of the comfort stuff inside of our comfort area too, so we can get higher and longer rested buffs. And then, yeah, so we'll worry about that when we get there. But for now, we're just going to keep going. This is what it looks like right now, though. We're getting close to the point where we can start building the roof, but I do want to add some decorative stuff with the core wood on the outside, so we do still have quite a bit of core wood to add to that. And then I'm going to have to figure out how to dissipate the smoke and stuff out of the cooking area as well. But things are coming along pretty nicely, and this much space in the base is honestly going to make everything so much more organized, so much, like, just better to be a part of, like, just better to be working in, and hopefully it will keep us sane for this series, because I'm getting extremely stressed with every little thing right now, every little tree fall, this single time that I almost fall off or that I do fall off the base. It's very stressful. Like I've said a few times in this playthrough, I'm very stressed out because this is my first playthrough on hardcore. This is my first playthrough with no map. This is my first playthrough with no portals, and my first playthrough in a long time with no metal and portals. So it's just an odd one. I'm having a lot of fun though. If you guys if you guys watched this far, thank you guys so much. I know there's a lot more of the video left, but I pray you stick around for it. And other than that though, like, thank you guys so much for watching and supporting the video up until now. But if you guys have thought about it at all, try this playthrough. Like, if you have experience in Valheim, this is one of the coolest ways to play the playthrough. It literally, this may just be the Midwestern in me not living close to a city, but like, it feels like as a kid you go out in the woods and you walk around and you kind of get a little lost, but it's fun because, like, you always kind of know your way back, but you don't quite know your way back. You got to use a little landmarks and stuff. It's fun. It gives you a little, like, that sense of being lost is something that some of us that have played Valheim a little bit too much need sometimes. So if you haven't played this, I would recommend playing something like this. But like I said, for now, we're gonna get the base built up. Hopefully stop stressing myself out over dying. And like I said, thank you guys for watching this far. Huge progress has been made on the base. The pretty much everything is up for the forge section. I have a little like standing spot up here. It's not gonna be usable because of the smoke, but the idea is that the smoke will travel up the outside and get trapped on top of those ceilings and not come back down and cause me problems. So hopefully that works and that I don't actually have to build a chimney, because this is pretty much a completely closed roof. For the time being though, all I have really left to do is work cooking area, and I think what I'm gonna do is, just because it's thinner but I want it to be the same height, I think I may just end up having the walls, the straight up and down walls, be taller on the edges, and then match up the top of that with the top of the other one, and also the core wood beams and stuff. So it should match pretty well. It should dissipate most of the smoke because I can leave some of those higher walls open for the smoke to leave through, and then we can set up our cauldron and stuff, our mead kettle, and we can start. I think our turnips should be done soon, and so we should be able to make our spice rack and stuff as well, meaning that we're gonna have access to better food, but having room for that over here is gonna be much nicer than just throwing it in the comfort room. So we'll be back when we get that stuff set up, but it's coming along very good. Everything is smelted that we needed it to be smelted. We have a bunch of extra coal for the next time we smelt stuff, and it's going good. I feel much better than I did when I was trying to find Elder. That gave me like almost no hope for this playthrough, and stuff like this makes me feel very good about it. So we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna plan the last little bit of this base for now at least, and get it all mapped out, get it all built, and then start working our way back towards progression, because we need to get that iron cooking. We need to get moving towards bone mass. We don't want to just sit here and build all day, but it's nice. It's a nice little thing. It'll help us out, but we need to get back on progression as soon as possible. Okay, we are pretty much done with the base for what it's going to be for now. We still can build a better farm, a better pen for animals, and a better space for our bees, but for right now, look at this base compared to what it was. We have so much room. It's so much safer for us to do things. None of our stuff is getting attacked. It looked pretty awesome on the inside and outside. I mean, it's just a big longhouse, but I like the banners. I like the core wood. I like everything about it, so I'm quite enjoying this. Like I said, this is one of the bigger things that I was planning to build. I didn't really want to build this big, but also I didn't smelt all my iron. I really thought I did, but I have the extra coal to smelt it, so at least I wasn't lying about that. And yeah, I really did think I smelted it, so we have this. But yeah, we're gonna probably move our forge into this room maybe, because it'll be closer to our metal. We may not do it right now, but we may in the future once we start getting more crafting stations. We have a nice little like section for our cooking to move together, and yeah, this looks really nice. I'm really happy with how this turned out looking. Kind of see all the way down to the end of the base there. I will probably make that entire end section that's wood. I will probably make the floor stone at some point, but I'm not that worried about it right now. So we're gonna get this iron smelted up, and it's time to start back on progression. We'll start making it into nails, start making it into weapons, start picking out which weapons we're gonna need. Obviously the mace being one of them, but anything else that we might want to build. But we have about 60 smelted right now. We're gonna get the stuff for the boat first, and then we'll be ready to build that bigger boat and start moving our way towards the swamp. It is weapon making time. Besides making the boat, I need this iron mace. I'll probably upgrade it. I also have the possibility for a buckler, as I have the stuff for that. I did make one decently sized mistake, not gonna lie. I was so worried about getting iron back that I did not save space for ancient bark, and I did not bring enough back to build the boat, but I have a way to fix that, so we'll worry about that in a minute. Pretty much we're gonna sail, when we do go to get iron, we're gonna sail there, get ancient bark, break our current boat, put the new long ship down, and then we can bring the nails and stuff from our old boat back on the new ship. So we'll have plenty of room to do that. We'll have plenty of room to still get a bunch of iron, but we do still kind of have to follow that odd little progression path for now, because I did forget the ancient bark, at least enough to make it. So on top of that though, we got good weapons. I am looking at making the armor. I don't know yet, because the fully upgraded troll hide is the same amount of armor as the basic iron set, and unless I plan on getting enough iron to make the entire iron scale mail set all the way upgraded, as well as the plains one, which I don't really want to do, I'd rather just save it for the plains one, I will honestly probably just stick with the troll hide. I mean, if I can stay alive with it, which Bonemass is actually one of the easier fights once you get his hit pattern down. It's one of the easiest ones to not get hit during, and it's one of the easiest ones that you can do really quickly, as long as you don't mess it up. So I'm not that worried about Bonemass. I think if I get a really strong mace and a decent buckler, as well as get my troll hide all the way upgraded as far as it goes, I think I'll be okay with that. So most of the iron we get is going to go towards that stuff, and maybe even like upgrading our pickaxe and stuff, and building future things rather than worrying about the armor, because I just don't see a reason for it at this point in time. But I'm going to get everything ready for a journey, because we are heading back to the swamp as soon as I get a couple things cooked up, and as soon as I get a couple things organized. Alright, before we leave, I've gotten a couple things that I need to do, and it's honestly going to be a second before we go to the swamp, and I'll explain why for a few reasons in just a second. The main one is that, well, I did spend a while making the stone floors extend all the way back. I moved our garden a little bit, expanded it a little bit, and made a taming pen, because while it's not the craziest thing in the world, I did find a 1-star boar. I also, in this current play session, obviously you guys are going to see way more than this, but I can only play for about an hour longer. This means that I really don't have time to go to the swamp. But what I do have time to do is tame a 1-star boar that I found not not very far away. I already have the taming pen for it. I have the stuff to tame it, so why not go ahead and get it, because I talked about wanting animals on this map, on this playthrough, which is something I've never really had before. So we're going to sit back, we're going to relax. Hopefully we'll get this 1-star boar up. Hopefully we'll get it a breeding friend, and we'll have a bunch of 1-star boars that we can breed. That'll give us a ton of extra food and hide for anything that we could possibly need for it, and set us up pretty good to keep ourselves alive. But that's what I can do with the time that I have left on, so we're not going to the swamp just yet, but we're getting pretty close. And after about way too damn long of me sitting around just watching YouTube waiting for this thing to tame, it was finally tamed. So now we have ourselves a 1-star boar. That was going to be it for this current play session, but like I said, obviously you guys are going to see more than that. So we have a 1-star boar. Hopefully when we get on tomorrow, I will be able to get a friend for it, build a little bit of a better pen, and start breeding them as much as I possibly can for all the food and hide that I can possibly need. It's not a 2-star, but you know, I can't wait till I find the perfect one. I got to start making progress now. Also, when I get back on, we're going to be going to Swamp tomorrow, so we'll get everything ready. We'll make that boat like I said I would, and then we'll start making massive progress, because once we do that, and once we smelt that iron up and upgrade our stuff, it's pretty much time for Bonemass. From waiting all of that time though, I did get enough stuff to build a spice rack, which means we get access to better food and a much better survival chance when we do go to the swamp tomorrow. Alright, it is the next day, and I'm right back on, but I do have quite an interesting scenario that I can follow here. I have the ability to get another boar. There was one literally right outside my pen. I aggroed it in, threw berries on the ground, closed it, and I mean, I could just sit here for another 30 minutes. It's not gonna bother me to AFK inside the base for 30 minutes. I can literally go shower or something and just let it tame, which I think I'm gonna do. However, while doing this, a Grey Dwarf Shaman came up and through that very tiny crack between the door and the wall, killed our 1-star, so we're pretty much back at square one. But because it died in the process of me taming this one, I might as well get this one completely finished, because I don't know, why not? Like I said, I can just AFK inside my base. I am very scared to AFK, but it's something I have to do. But yes, we lost our 1-star boar as soon as we got on today, which hurts a lot, but we're gonna try and get this other one up, protect it a little bit better, because apparently it needs that, and yeah, hopefully we can get a farm up, but that's not gonna happen right now, obviously, because, well, we have really no option to, considering that our boar is dead. I've started to build a big pen slash farm around the base, and I'm still having no luck. This boar is not really taming. I swear if I lost this one, or if I lost the good one for this one, I'm going to be even more upset about losing the good one, but not the end of the world. It wasn't going to do me that much good, and like I said, I have never really tamed stuff before, so obviously I'll be able to get through the playthrough without it, but it did make me a little sad. Making me more sad that this one doesn't even want to tame, so I don't know what's up with that. I'm making quite a bit of noise around it and building around it, but I cannot stand to just AFK after. That's all I did the last bit of last night. I really want to play, so if that means this one doesn't tame, there's plenty of regular boar all around. I'm not that worried about it. I'm just sad that I lost the 1-star, but we'll see. It may tame, it may not. We're going to build this up a little bit more while we wait, and we will get to the swamp eventually, I promise, but for now, I mean, we're just sitting we're farming stuff, we are planting stuff, we're fixing the base up, we're adding stuff to our comfort area. It is actually I am doing a lot of small stuff. It's just not stuff worth, like, highlighting in the video, so a lot of stuff is happening, a lot of little stuff, but we have to wait just a second on the swamp. We will be going there very soon, but like I said, we're gonna have to wait just a second, because we're gonna build this up. I want it to tame, I like to have boar, but if it's not gonna let me, then whatever. We'll just figure it out then. Alright, good news, our one in the middle pen is tamed. However, the second one that I trapped to try and get it a breeder friend, it's not having any of it, so that one's probably gonna get killed. We may just have one for a little bit, but we may build up this little pen area for it, because I do need to keep them safer. Obviously that shaman could hit it through the wall and aggro it through it, through the wall, so I do need to make a little bit of a better space if I'm gonna have them, and also to protect my crops and stuff. I'll need a better spot for the bees. I'll need a better spot. I know I'm gonna have to make it. It's just making me a little bit sad that, you know, like I said, we lost our good one, but we're gonna get the farm kind of cleaned up here real quick, and then it is time for the swamp. I cannot keep pushing it off any longer. It's almost day 60, and we have not killed Bonemass yet, so we need to get moving on it, and we are not even close to killing Bonemass, at least as far as my swamp progression, so as far as I'm concerned, we need to get going as soon as I can. Alright, I've been at the base for way too long. I have definitely spent way too long on this, but this is going to be the ultimate, like, taming, farming area for bees, animals, everything that I could possibly need. So we're almost done here. I mean, we are pretty much done. I'm gonna literally, as soon as I put these 2 walls, I have all the stuff to go to the swamp, so we're moving after this, but I did want to show you guys, this is what the little farm area looks like for now. So we may plant some stuff, but I don't even think I'm worried about that right now. I have all the food and all the things I need. We're ready to go to the swamp. So let's get these things placed. Let's make sure I don't have any holes in the wall. We only have 1 boar right now, but we'll get more later, and it is time to go to the swamp. We need more iron. We need to find Bonemass. We need to get going. Oh man, I never thought I would be this happy to say this, but we are done at the base. We are back on the boat, and we are headed to get a bunch of iron, as we have everything to build the long ship once we get there and get the ancient bark. I haven't really decided which one I'm going to yet, and I also may go to the trader first, but I am on the boat. I don't even care where I go, as long as it's not at base. I've been sitting there for way too long. I'm sure you guys are bored of it. I'm definitely bored of it, so let's get out here. I brought all the rubies, so I might as well go to the trader. I have literally all the rubies, all the stuff for that new boat, and all the coins that I possibly had. I may even buy some, like, Ymir flesh and stuff for Frostner, because I have so much. I do have a slight problem. I don't know where the trader's at. Now, I have a marked thing kind of at the shore, for that I could find closest to the trader, but I don't know where it's at from there, so that's gonna be a whole nother like getting lost scenario like Elder was. But aside from that, we can go back to the old swamp, we can go over to the new one, we can do whatever we want. Like I said, I'm just happy to be away from base. So we're gonna head, hopefully find trader. I did, like I said, make a little marker if I can even find that part of the shore. If not, I may just park up and run through the Black Forest for a little bit, but you guys will not have to endure that pain, just me. I do kind of remember the area though, so hopefully I'll be able to find it. And yeah, so we're gonna go do that. We'll buy the belt so that way we can transport iron more efficiently and other stuff more efficiently. We'll buy some stuff for maybe future weapons or maybe like a fishing pole and all that kind of stuff. But other than that, we're out of base. We're ready for the swamp, and we are gonna go find Bonemass and crush this dude, because we may only have 1 or 2 more trips out of the base before we do actually go to kill Bonemass. My confidence has been quickly crushed. I cannot even find the spot where the trader was, but I mean, I have everything to trade it. I'm just gonna run through the forest and hope I get as lucky as I did the first time in finding it. And yeah, other than that, I don't really have a way to find it, so we're just gonna run through the forest. Maybe I'll find Elder and that'll help me find trader. Maybe I'll just find the dungeons. I did leave a lot of stuff on the ground last time I was in here, so if I start seeing stuff all over the ground, I'll know I'm in the right area. But other than that, we're just gonna run for a bit, and hopefully we'll find it. If not, we'll just head to the swamp. I don't want to waste too much time here because we've already wasted. I mean, we haven't wasted a lot. We have a cool base. We have a lot of stuff that we've learned about this playthrough and how we need to play it. But there's been a lot of interesting stuff that's gonna be hard to get around. So we're gonna go try and find the trader. We're gonna try not to spend too much time doing it. And if I do find it, I should probably make a little bit of a better marker for it. But hopefully we never have to come back. So hopefully we'll find this guy so we can just move on to the swamp as quickly as possible. It's been about 30 minutes of running around this Black Forest, and somehow I could not find it while I was looking for it. I got into a fight with the troll, and somehow in running from the troll, trying to kite it so I could hit it with my bow, I ran straight to the trader. But like I said, I don't really have to find this place more than once, hopefully ever again. So hopefully we can buy all the stuff we need and never come back and never lose any of it. So we're gonna sell all this stuff, get the coins, you know, in case we find the other traders. We'll already have the stuff sold. It won't really matter, but it'll take up a little bit less space in our inventory. And yeah, we'll have our belt, we'll have everything that we need, and it'll be nice. And like I said, I think we're gonna buy also, let's actually look at what we're gonna buy. We're gonna buy the belt, 5 Ymir flesh for the Frostner. We don't need any to upgrade it, which is nice. We'll buy a fishing rod, I think, some fishing bait, and then I think we may even buy, what else do I want to buy? Okay, well, I'm excited about that. We'll buy the Thunderstone too. I don't really need any of the other stuff. I don't need the barrel hoops, the Diverger Circlet, or the Yule Hat, but I don't know, the Thunderstone in case I would feel like making one of the disintegrators for coal. I don't know that I will, but just in case I decide to. Other than that though, we're ready. I think we're good. I think this is all that we needed. Let's buy all this stuff. Let's get moving back to boat. Hopefully I can find boat now, but it only took us like 30 minutes. Not too bad. And it is time. I think we're going to go to the big swamp nearby, get as much iron as we possibly can, get our new boat down, and we should literally, like I said, come back with enough to, my goal is to come back with enough to where we don't even have to go there. We can go through ever again. We can go through mountains, we can go through plains, build full padded armor, full padded iron, and literally not have to go get more iron. That is the goal. So we're going to go get literally as much as we can. I don't know how much of it you guys will see, but I'll at least detail how many sunken crypts it took, which swamps we went to, and all that stuff. So let's get over there, done with the trader. Hopefully, assuming I can find my way back to boat, we will be on the way to the swamp. It literally took us less than 10 minutes to get back to the boat. I also found the marker that I left on the beach. It was just further down than I thought it was. So, I mean, honestly, not bad. That does give me a lot of hope. I mean, think, guys, it took me like 10 hours to find Elder with the stones that were telling me where it is. And now I found the trader, can keep going back to it, can kind of keep track of it. So we're getting better at navigating the world, leaving markers and doing things to keep track of everywhere that we're going without getting lost. Because I know where base is from here as well. I know where swamps are. I know literally everything that I need to know right now. So this is good. I like this. Now, I'm sure we'll get lost when we go to find Bonemass, when we start exploring further away from base, and when we do a lot of other things. But for now, I feel like I've at least caught a step up in the navigation of no map, which is a huge jump because this is my first playthrough in it. So let's go. And also on top of that, we have not died. We have not lost everything yet. The giant risk of the series has kind of been pushed down over the course of building and sailing around, but it's still very much possibly there. There's a few times when I fell off the boat and when I fell off my base and got a little scared. So it's very much still there. It's very much still real, and you know, it's a possibility that bad stuff happens, but I really just hope it doesn't. So for now, that is what I am gonna bank on. But we are at the swamp that we actually originally came to. I know I talked about going to the bigger one, but this one is actually much closer to Trader, so there's no reason not to stop back over here. I can at least get the ancient bark that I need for the boat, and there is still a bit more iron, quite a bit more iron inside of that sunken crypt, as well as I have a better pickaxe now, so I can get through it a lot faster. And I know I said I already went through the whole thing, but maybe I missed something, so I can go through the entire swamp again. I have a little bit better weapons now, so I'm a little bit more comfortable in the swamp. So I should be able to go through, look around, make sure there's no more sunken crypts. If there's not, we'll clear out that one completely. It still should be a decent amount more iron. We didn't even, I don't think, clear half of it. And then we can go to the bigger swamp if we're still really fiending for iron. But we may make another trip back to base or a stop back to base, as we're gonna literally pass by base to get to the other swamp, so there's no reason not to. We can at least unload the boat. We can get our trader stuff off. We can get any extra stuff that we don't need off, and then we can head back to one of the swamps, whichever one we pick, and start getting more iron. So that's kind of going to be the plan, but first let me kind of dip in here. I'm going to grab the ancient bark. We're going to make our other ship, and then we will be back and kind of make a plan for how much I'm going to get from here and how much I'm going to try and get from other swamps. Ancient bark has been acquired. If I also remember correctly, there is a decent amount more ancient bark inside of the sunken crypt, at least 100 more, which bringing that back to base is going to be a good idea for when we start to get into the silver stuff. So I'm definitely not against that either, but we got enough for this for now. I can't really sail back to the point where I needed to. Like, I can't really get back around to the sunken crypt like with a boat, so I'm still gonna have to run back and forth. But at the very least, I now at least have the belt, which is gonna be, I don't know, one of the best things that we can do to run. We'll be able to run like almost twice as much iron back, and it'll make this a lot quicker. So I think I'm just gonna clear that entire thing, or go until my pickaxe breaks, and then like I said, we'll head back to probably base, drop off all this troll hide, Ymir flesh, trader stuff, the fishing stuff, anything that's taking up room in the boat or my inventory, and then we can head back to the next swamp, which there is a lot of sunken crypts at all on shore where I should be able to just load them up into the boat. So we're gonna break this boat, head into the sunken crypt, see how much more stuff we can get, run it all back, and then we should be good to head back to base and start exploring other swamps. But I'm feeling pretty good about our progression so far. Again, we kind of hit like a really rough patch with Elder, and I'm feeling like we're breaking through that quite hard. And while we may hit another one with Bonemass for a little bit, it's feeling pretty good. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable with the no map and the no stuff. So I mean, you guys tell me how you think I'm doing, but I feel like I'm doing pretty good at this point in time. So let's get it going. There is actually so much more to this sunken crypt than I really could have thought there was going to be in here. I found like 5 more chest rooms, a lot more iron. I'm stockpiling it all in one chest. Still no Bonemass stone, but for the time being, I'm, not too worried about that because I got to get the stuff before I can kill it. But I'm getting a lot of iron even from these scrap piles too, just kind of stockpiling all of it. But this actually has a lot more than I thought it did. Now, do I think it's going to fill up that boat by itself? Absolutely not. I also did decide to run around this swamp a bit more, and there is no more sunken crypts anywhere in sight of any of the swamps. So it is likely we're going to have to go to another one at some point. But this one being bigger means that we may even stop when we go back to base. We may even smelt some of it and upgrade our mace and stuff, making us even safer in the swamp. Because one of my rules, if you guys remember from the beginning, is that I have to keep myself as safe as I possibly can. And by getting the best gear I absolutely can, that's the only way we're going to be able to do that at every point in time. So if we have to stop back at base for a little bit, we got to stop back at base. That's probably a good thing. We have a ton of iron though. Like I said, we're going to be able to get a decent amount of stuff. I have definitely decided on just keeping the troll hide. So all of this iron is going to go into either a storage chest for the planes or into upgrading these weapons and bucklers, as well as even maybe our pickaxe, so that way longer journeys are a little bit more feasible. And on top of the iron, we got a bunch more ancient bark and trader stuff, so if we want to go back there with that, we can. But I mean, this is pretty successful. Also, being able to run back 30 something iron at a time with the belt is insane, so we're going to be getting this back to the boat a lot faster than we were before. Well, sadly, the swamp crypt, the sunken crypt, ran out quite after I brought back that iron. I did get one more trip, which puts me at about 60 more, which is great. I'm not complaining about that because I also got 50 ancient bark, which, like I said, I could probably stockpile for either bonfires or use in silver weapons, so I'm not going to complain about either of those things. But that is pretty much all of our use from this swamp. We may come back here for Guck at some point, as it may be the closest one to our base, but I'm not necessarily sure about that. The other ones might be closer, especially like once I get the routing down to each of them. Sometimes they feel longer because I don't know where I'm going, but in reality it is actually close once you sail to it a few times. So this one might only feel closer because I've sailed to it multiple times, but other than that, like I think we're pretty much done with this swamp. There's 2 more across by the on the other side of the big mountain from our base, kind of where I was looking for Elder at originally. I ran past a decent amount of swamp, if you guys don't remember that, so we should be good. I know where there's a lot at. I mapped out, like I said, in my head where a bunch of the swamp crypts were, and kind of a path that I could take along the beach where I wouldn't even really have to go in anywhere. I could run it back to the boat really fast, and I could be super efficient with gathering iron. So we're going to go back to base, we're going to drop off some of this stuff, and we're going to head over there because that's the only logical next step. We are back at base. I definitely do need to stop and get all this stuff off my boat. I have a bunch of coins, a bunch of troll hide, a bunch of stuff like that. The troll hide actually extremely useful. I killed like 2 or 3 trolls in the process, or I had 2 or 3 trolls with the troll hide, so that's fairly useful, which means, oh man, I actually had 4 trolls with the troll hide. I don't know, when I was over there doing the trader, I went into a couple of troll caves and stuff because I had a little bit better armor, and I wasn't going to almost end my life like I did in the very beginning of the playthrough, so, I knew I was going to need it. So on top of that, I don't know if I showed you guys this, but I did end up moving the forge into here because it's just easier with where the metal's at. But we're going to stockpile all this metal. I don't know that I'm going to smelt all of it right now, or even any of it right now. I'll put the wood away so that way we have it, and then we're going to head out to the next swamp. If I do smelt it, I'm obviously going to upgrade my stuff first too, do, but I don't know. We'll see how much time we have. We'll see how much extra coal we have and stuff, but I want to get this all moved inside. All of our, like, we'll probably upgrade our troll hide and stuff. I want to figure out everything and get it all organized, and then I'll see how much time I want to spend here back at base, because I do want to get back out into that swamp as much. I could literally spend hours more here upgrading the base, messing with stuff, but we need to be out there. We need to be out in the swamp. We need to be making as much progress as we can, so I'm going to try my hardest to get myself back out there as quickly as I can, because that's what we need. All right, so we've been back at base for a little bit. I can't upgrade my troll hide because I don't have a high enough level workbench, and I promised myself I would not do this, but before I left, I made some frost meads, and so I've brought one with me. I'm going to dip up into the mountain for just a second. I'm going to try not to get killed by anything, and I'm going to try and get a little bit of obsidian. That, combined with the iron, will give me the ability to make a tool rack for our workbench and upgrade our troll hide all the way to max level using the hide that we just brought home. But like I said, I really promised myself I would stay out of biomes that I was not at all prepared for, and this is one of them. The finewood bow should keep me fairly safe, but there's no way that this armor is going to tank a single hit from anything, so I need to be so careful up here. All I need, though, is just a tiny bit of obsidian, and I will be okay. So hopefully nothing bad happens to me. I do hear a couple drakes, but I mean, hey, there's always the possibility that we, like, find a snow cave or something. Not that I'll go into it, but if we do, then, you know, that's fine. But like I said, hopefully nothing bad happens, but we need to get obsidian. We need it badly, and yeah, we need that because otherwise I'm going to feel like I have to build iron armor to be the safest I can be, and I really just don't want to do that. We have wolves over there, too. I'm scared. Unless I die, I probably... Oh my god, I'm going to shoot this thing. I just need to kill everything up here before it kills me. So it shouldn't be that big of a problem. And honestly, a little bit of wolf meat and a little bit of, like, you know, some freeze glands and stuff might not be the worst thing ever if I can pick them up, but I just need to be super, super careful. The finewood bow does seem to be absolutely decimating the wolves. I got the wolf pelt. I unlocked dragon bed, which is sick. And then I also got the head, which means I can build a cape. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm very scared about if this is worth the risk or not. So I'm going to head up the mountain. Hopefully nothing too bad happens, and I will try and get some obsidian to get back down safely. I have spotted my first obsidian, but I have also spotted a drake nest. I hear wolves next to me. If I get hit by a single one of these drake things, especially if there's a wolf next to me, this could be the end of me. But like I said before, this finewood bow is fairly strong. Oh my god. This finewood bow is fairly strong against these creatures. It's fully upgraded. It's not really that far off damage-wise of a Draugr and especially like a basic one, so I'm not that worried. But again, I have to be really careful. I also, for some reason, brought a whole bunch of shit that I did not need to bring up here with me. I brought, like, troll hide and a bunch of other crap. I think it's just because I was trying to upgrade at the time of leaving. But I do have obsidian right here. All I got to do is grab it. Hopefully, I mean, if there's a wolf or two, I can take it. As long as I don't get hit by a stone golem or anything, I should be okay to get back down the mountain. But mining stuff like this does make a lot of noise, so... Alright, we got our obsidian. We're going down. We'll be back at base and work our tool bench, and we'll upgrade our troll hide, and then we're back to the swamp. Sorry to interrupt with a little bit of shenanigans, but I definitely needed to come up here and do this because, like I said, if I didn't have the max troll hide, I'd feel like I would need to have the iron armor, and that's just not what I wanted. Oh, I definitely want to feel like I'm fully prepared with what I have. Also, this wolf is on my ass. I cannot get bit by this thing. Like I said, we're gonna get safe. We're down. We're pretty much down safe. It'll attack that stuff. We'll kill it. We'll leave. We'll be fine. And then we'll see you guys back at base when I make the troll hide stuff, and then we're gonna head back out to the new swamps. I am back at base. Troll hide is upgraded at least a bit more. The iron is smelting. So I'm gonna upgrade my mace and probably the buckler before we leave, and our pickaxe because it got kind of broken during that little short run that we just had, and it's definitely not gonna last a really long run to multiple swamps. So I need to get it upgraded as quickly as possible. I also just need the iron for the tool bench to finish upgrading my troll hide. I had some of it already get upgraded, but to actually finish and get all of it to tier 4, I need that. On a side note though, what I just did was a little stupid. It kind of did go against my rules, and I have to try and stay away from that behavior. I understand that in this situation, I probably was right to go up the mountain, but going into biomes that I'm not ready for, like if I were to step into the plains right now, it'd be so stupid. Like I would get killed, I'd lose all my stuff, there's no reason to do it. So I have to be really careful about the decisions I'm making because, like I said, any little thing, I have to remember this throughout the entire playthrough. Any little stupid thing that I do, it doesn't matter if I forget to put armor on, forget to drink a mead, forget to eat food, forget that I'm building and then I fall off something. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter how it happens. If I die, it's over for this character. So I have to make sure that that doesn't happen. So doing stupid stuff like that, while it may sometimes be necessary, I don't want to do it very often. So we're going to try and keep that far away from our options of what we're doing at the time. Aside from the stupid decisions though, we did get up there successfully. We got a bunch of stuff, good stuff to bring back down, and we're going to smelt up this iron and start, like I said, upgrading a couple things. And then, I mean, we'll be back in the swamp in no time. I'm pretty much ready. Like I said, we're just really not prepared for a really long journey. And the deeper and deeper we get into this playthrough, the more the journeys are going to feel like actual journeys. Like some of them are going to be multiple days. Some of them there may be like we leave leave for, say we leave for, like, if we go to that, like, when we go to the Ashlands, we're gonna leave for the Ashlands. We're probably not gonna come back until it's beat. We're gonna have to take everything that we need to establish an entire new settlement with us down there. So, I mean, there are gonna be some really crazy journeys, but part of that is gonna have being, even for journeys like this, is having the best upgraded tools, making sure that everything can sustain, and if I can't have the best upgraded tools, to bring something with us to repair them. Because I'm not going that far, I'm not gonna bring the forge yet, but having the upgraded pickaxe to level 2 or even 3 is going to be worth it, because it's going to allow me to be out there for a lot longer, get a lot more iron, and come back with a lot more per trip, and it's going to save us a lot of time, even if it costs us a little iron right now. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to get back on the boat, and we're going to head down to the next swamp. All right, we have new food crafted, a couple upgraded things, a bit more arrows to bring with us, and we even made a better comfort area, which is putting our comfort, I think when we're fully rested, it's at like 22 minutes, so we made the Raven Throne, we made some stuff with the iron nails that we could, so yeah, we're pretty well set up. Our comfort is a lot better than it was before, so now we'll last a lot longer. We can go further and land and still be rested, which is good. I mean, at that point we can put a campfire down and rejuvenate if we need to, but we're gonna head down here to the left. So previously we've been going, the trader is to the right of this big mountain in front of us, and it's kind of it's on our island, like the trader's on our island, and then when we go to the swamp that we were at, we go across from the trader to the island that the mountain is on, and it's on that back side of the mountain from where we're at right now. The new swamps are over here to the left side of this one. It kind of meets up, like these islands almost touch where the troll cave we almost died in is at, and the mountain, like where the mountain island connects, and then past that where there is 2 sets of swamps with a bunch of sunken crypts. So that is our goal, that is where we're going to aim, and they are both pretty big, so I have a good feeling that we could find Bonemass over there too, and finding that would absolutely make my day and the entire playthrough much easier, as it would allow us to progress so much faster than I think I'm going to be able to when it comes to finding Bonemass. Alright, we are whipping up to the first swamp, and while we land right next to this, I think there is a crypt literally right here that we can get into. I want to tell you guys a fun little story. Jake, who you guys have seen in some of the other series, is he is kind of playing, not with me, but like alongside me. We were streaming to each other, playing in Discord, and kind of just hanging out, because he also decided to play his first world with no map, restricted portals, and a little bit more of a death penalty than what we normally play with. So he's trying a harder thing than he normally does. He's not doing the same difficulty as me, but he's doing way better and way harder stuff than he normally does, because normally I just drag him into crazy ass modded playthroughs where if you die, you pretty much respawn with all of your equipped items and you don't lose any skills. So I'm proud of him for trying that out. It's fun, like having someone that I'm struggling with, even though we're struggling on different worlds with different things, is very fun. So he literally just started his world as I'm pulling up here, but he seems to be like he's going to be on it about as much as I'm on this one, which is a lot. We'll go over the schedule for how this series was filmed at the end of the video, but for now it's pretty cool to have him next to me. It's like I can, we can mess around. It makes me a little bit more like lighthearted, and honestly it makes me kind of like he's watching me, so it kind of makes me like think about my things before I do them. And so the schedule that I'm filming this on is like rough. It's a lot of hours a day. Now it's nothing like a job or anything like that, but it's like for playing a game, it's really hard to stay focused for that long and not make dumb decisions for that long. It's really hard to not make dumb decisions for 20 hours straight. It's very hard. So having him with me is like giving me, I know someone's watching me, and it makes me just think about what I'm doing a little bit more, and I feel like it could help me make better decisions in the playthrough, so that's pretty sick. However, we are pulling up on our first swamp crypt, so this is what we're looking at. We have a couple of them like this that are backed up right against the edge of the ocean, and any of these that have a lot of iron in them are going to be so easy to get the iron on the boat. I'm honestly pretty excited about this. So let's get in here, see what we can do, and just keep ourselves alive while we go through it. But aside from keeping ourselves alive, which is of course the main goal, we need to find as much iron as we possibly can, because like I said, at this point we're stockpiling for planes and building everything we possibly can. We need to have everything we possibly can for the swamp. On top of this, we are looking for Bonemass now. We are over here where I think it could be, and getting a direction would be really helpful, so hopefully we can find one of those stones. First bit of iron is coming back to the boat. We can carry more than 30, which is really nice. We're getting a bunch from mining as well as a bunch from chests, so this is actually going to be kind of a jackpot for iron. I was thinking about it, I really don't need that much more iron. I mean, I have an upgraded pickaxe, not all the way. I have a fairly upgraded base, again, not all the way. I don't have any of the forge upgrades, which is something that I will need some for, but I think it's only like 35 iron in total for that. I will need some like deeper in the future, but most of what I'm doing now is looking for Bonemass and stockpiling for the plains. I really don't need much more than what I have at base plus what I just picked up, and I already have a lot of the stuff that I would need. Like, I'm comfortable that if I had my poison beads on me right now with the food I have on right now, that I could kill Bonemass with it. So I'm really not that worried about, like, I mean, we're gonna get better stuff because, like I said, the more prepared the better, but I'm not gonna worry too much about it. And if I don't, like, I don't know, most of the iron we have now is stockpiling. I'm still gonna get a ton of it. I'm still gonna get as much as I possibly can because, like I said, it's gonna save us so much time when it comes to being in the plains, because we're already here. We're already ready to bring it back to base. We might as well bring as much as we can. But the main goal now is find Bonemass, get a little bit more iron, and then anything else can go to the stockpile. But we need Bonemass now, at least a direction, any direction. Then we can go in that direction and pick up more swamp crypts, more sunken crypts on the way there, and keep getting more directions as well as more iron, and kind of just make it a nice little positive cycle until we get all the way to Bonemass. Now, assuming we do find Bonemass, I don't have my poison meads on me. And I don't have like everything that I'd like to bring, because like I said, I feel confident that I could kill Bonemass, but I don't have everything that I wish I would. And if I was going for absolute maximum amount of safety, I don't have all of it right now. So I need to be a little safer than that. I will still go back to base if I find it, but knowing where it's at, making a marker on the shore, or making some way to find it, maybe just following the path back to base, would be really helpful right now. So hopefully we find that direction, and if not in this one, then in the next one, and we can kind of, like I said, just follow it in a little chain of swamp crypts, getting as many as we can and finding a bunch more locations until we finally come across Bonemass. Well, as you guys can probably tell by the massive amount of shit in our boat, it has been quite a successful swamp crypt, and it is not over because there's a Bonemass stone inside of here. I have not clicked it yet, but once I do, I will have the general location for where I need to be going, and well, at least the general direction. Now, I still don't know how much I trust these inside, and I would really like to find an outside one, but for now, it's not going to hurt me. And like I said, using the build pieces seemed to much more stabilize my results from doing it, at least to Elder, so I'm not too worried about it. On top of that, we have so much ancient bark. We got another 100. Like I said, we got our register to Bonemass. We'll face the right thing in the direction, so let's see which direction it's going to give us here. I think I'm going to use the dragon again. The dragon seems to be the best, like the most defining, like which way it's facing. Let's hit this, and we are facing that way. Okay, so hit it one more time. Make sure that it's not going to flip us anywhere else. I kind of feel like I touched my mouse. All right, we're good. So that is the direction that we need to go. We'll set our dragon in that direction. We'll start sailing in that direction, and we'll see where it takes us. But for now, like I said, we're going to just kind of head out. We're going to start going that direction once we find Bonemass. I mean, we have plenty of iron. We have literally enough iron for all of the swamp and part of the plains. I'm not really that much more worried about iron at this point, but I'm more worried about with finding Bonemass. So we're just going to kind of head to each area. We'll enter the swamp crypts. We'll gather more iron because there's no reason not to. But we're mainly looking for Bonemass stones at this point in time. We need to find this guy. And I have a feeling, based on, like I said, with previous experience, that the swamp is going to be a lot harder to navigate at night. It's going to be a lot harder to navigate in general. It's going to be so much like, it's more dangerous. It's more gray. Everything looks more the same than in the Black Forest. There's no way that finding Bonemass is going to be easy. On top of that, the Bonemass spawner is much smaller and blends in a little bit better with the other structures in the swamp, so it's going to be a little hard. After we get through swamp, though, mountains and plains should not be that hard to navigate. I'm not saying the bosses are going to be easy to find. I'm just saying that actually, by telling which direction I'm facing, should not be hard with those. So we're going to get this stuff. We're going to get everything loaded up. There's a bit more iron in here, and then we're going to start heading towards the direction of Bonemass. And like I said, hopefully we find it quickly, but I do kind of anticipate this being like another Elder situation, so hopefully it's not, but I'm prepared for the fact that it could be. Another crypt partially down, and we have even more iron, even more chains, and even more stuff, as well as another Bonemass location pointing us in what seems like at least the same general direction. They are a little bit different, and there's another thing that I'm going to worry about here in a minute, but for now, I've sailed actually kind of to the other side of the island, and I'm just kind of like, I'm just going to keep following where the dragons are taking me. Like I said, it doesn't matter if I do it right now. If I can just find it right now, we'll be good. And I'm going to spare you guys much more than I spared you guys on the Elder, because there's no reason for you guys to just watch me walk around the forest for 35 minutes for a second time. So I don't know. We're going to keep looking for stones. We're definitely, like I said, hopefully we'll find the general area or have an idea of where to go. But for now, we've gotten two. We're going to keep finding more, and we'll see where they take us. We are currently headed back to base. We got quite a bit more from that crypt, but I am slightly worried about something, and I think I'm almost going to have to pick an entirely new area for us to explore. So those stones were pointing me, the first one was pointing me, like, if I was going to go, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this, like, away from my base, away from altar, but in the general direction that Trader was, but like further away from the altar. Again, I don't really know directions, so I can't really give that well, and I don't know that you guys know directions. Like, you guys probably know how to do them in the world, but you guys aren't surviving in my world, so the directions don't mean much for where the islands are to you guys. So what I'm kind of like, one of them was pointing that way, the other one was pointing again, like still away from altar. I think it's north. So say one was pointing northwest and one was pointing northeast, is about what it felt like. That's the general gist of what I was getting. And something that I am worried about, they were in quite different places, but I was going towards Bonemass at least somewhat for them. So what I'm worried about is that there's going to be a point where I try and do that, where I try and follow the Bonemass stones, and I'm getting different pings for two different ones because I'm equally distant or close to equally distant from different ones. So there's a chance that the first crypt was closer to one Bonemass and the second one was closer to a different Bonemass because they were on different sides of the island. It's not that likely, but it's possible. So it's something I have to worry about. So for now, we're going to head back to base, and I think what I'm going to do is just prepare everything that I need to kill Bonemass and put it in the boat. I'll unload all the iron here. I'm not going to smelt it all right now. I don't think. I may, but we'll see. We'll see what I want to devote the night to. But if I do, it's going to be like an hour or two of smelting. But no matter what, we're going to get all this stuff ready for Bonemass. And we're going to get everything in the boat. Enough food, the mace upgraded all the way, our trollhide armor upgraded to the max, everything that we could possibly need, the poison meats, literally everything needed to fight Bonemass, and for like 10 days out on the water, which is going to be a ton of food and a ton of other stuff. A workbench, maybe even a forge if we need it. So we're gonna need a lot of stuff. And the reason is because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to be out there like just following. I'm gonna have to pick a path and go quite far away from Altar. I'm okay with the fact that I might get lost. I have kind of something that I want to test, and I don't want to get lost, but if I do, I'm okay testing it. And that is the tree. The world tree moves from east to west, and I can kind of get the idea of where my base is on the world tree, and that'll it's going to give me a little bit of practice for if I do get lost completely on my boat, but I have access to my boat, of practice of getting back using the world tree. So I'm okay using that. I kind of want to try and use that. I also want to be doing something productive at the same time, like trying to get Bonemass. So we're going to try and pick, I think we're going to go, okay, I'm thinking of like the direction. So if we're going south, if we're going north, we have the northeast one and we have the northwest one. The northeast one, east is kind of like where the trader is from our base, and east is kind of like where the other swamp is from our base. We're going to continue going further away from Altar, going northeast, and see what we can find. But again, I'm willing to admit that I may get lost. I may even lose my boat. I may have a whole bunch of things pop up. So I need to bring it. One, I need to get my boat completely empty in case I lose it. I need to have enough inventory space to carry everything on me to kill Bonemass, and I need to have everything on me to kill Bonemass and enough stuff to survive in case I get lost. So we're going to get all of that stuff ready. We may smelt up some of the iron. We have a ton of iron. Like, we literally filled the boat. This is going to be enough for all of the planes, literally everything, maybe even 2 plane sets if we ever needed it, which hopefully we don't, but if we did, it might be there for it. We're going to be able to make like literally everything we need. So that is nice. All the crafting stations, everything we could ever want is going to be made with this iron. We're going to carry it all in. Like I said, we're probably not going to process it right now, but if we do, it's going to take pretty much the rest of the night. And then we're going to, even if we do in the process, we're going to be preparing for that Bonemass thing. So I'm going to get ready for that, and we're going to go on an adventure where I'm kind of willing to admit that I may get lost, and that's okay, but we need to be ready for it. So let's go get ready for it. So it's not been that long. I mean, for you guys at least, it's been about 2 hours for me. I have fucked up a little bit. So I had a plan. Maybe I don't take I take the poison beans, I take a little bit of food, but I don't take everything I need to get lost, because I'm just going to stay on the boat and see if I can spot anything from shore. See if I can get maybe some more shore crypts, anything like that. So I decided to head out with minimal supplies, but enough to kill Bonemass if I needed it. First of all, we started off with another serpent, which is cool, but I mean, more food, but not that cool for our boat. However, I am lost. I tried to turn around and come back the way that I thought I was coming, and I have no clue where I'm at. That idea of just talking about the world tree, where I thought maybe I would be able to use it to get back to base, I guess I get to test that now. I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't want to waste a whole bunch of days doing this, but I don't get a choice. I have no clue where I'm at or where I've gone or how to get back to base. And I have not found Bonemass. At least I would be okay getting lost if I had somehow found Bonemass, but I just have not. So I will update you guys if anything really crazy happens, but you don't need to watch me just be lost for multiple hours on end again. I just figured I'd let you guys know that all of my... Oh, we have planes over here. Oh my god. I just figured I'd let you guys know that like all of the stuff I was just saying about how confident I was about my navigation skills is not going that great, because I have no fucking clue how to get anywhere. But most importantly, no matter how lost I get, I need to make smart decisions and keep myself alive. No matter what, I need to stay alive, because that is, if I die, it doesn't matter what's on the boat, it doesn't matter what's on my body, because all of it'll be gone. So we need to do our absolute best to keep ourselves alive. Hopefully we can find Bonemass, or hopefully we can at least find our way back to base at this point. I don't even, like, I care about finding Bonemass, but if we don't find it and we just get back to base, I'm okay with that. But otherwise, this could be a problem. This could be a huge problem if I cannot get back to base. We're gonna stop at this swamp, maybe try and sleep and look for some more swamp crypts, but for now this could be dangerous. We need to get back to base. There's plains over here, there's a whole bunch of bad stuff. We do have a swamp crypt, so hopefully we can get a direction, but this could be bad for us. So I'll update you guys if something happens, but hopefully, honestly, I'm gonna be hopeful that nothing happens. I'm gonna be hopeful that it stays fairly uneventful and that I just find my way back to base. It's been 2 more hours. You want to know how badly I fucked up? Can you guys tell what that is to the left? That's Elder. How? That means I have pretty much gone all the way around like a huge mass of a bunch of islands. I'm now on the other side of the island of where I live. To be fair, I did go the right direction, but I've been misled, not been able to really read the tree in which direction I'm supposed to be going. Like I said, it probably can be used really effectively. I'm just not that guy yet, but I want to become that guy, so this is good practice. I just didn't want to practice it right now. I found nothing for Bonemass. I literally found nothing. I found like a direction that was contradictory to the other 2 directions that I found, so clearly they're pointing at 3 different ones, or 2 different ones at the minimum, so I don't even know what to do about that. But we've been out here for almost 3 or 4 hours. It's been 3 or 4 hours since we left base with just the stuff to kill Bonemass. And again, I know I said I should bring the stuff for the ability to get lost, and I didn't. How long did I say I should be able to get lost for? 10 in-game days. It's been about 8, so I really probably should have. I am getting by with the amount of food that I have. I've been able to stop and cook some more, but seeing the elder spawner dumbfounded me. I was like, I thought I was getting close to base, and then I realized that. Now, to be fair, like I said, I am on the same island, which means I probably just have to follow this coastline all the way around. around until I find it. But the fact that I got that far off course, I want you guys to know I saw Mistlands. I saw Mistlands, I saw plains, I saw swamp, I saw everything. I saw everything I did not want to see. So, I mean, yeah, we are quite far away, but we are kind of on the right track now, as long as I don't know, beach my boat. So I don't know. We're we're on the right track. I'm just a little confused. And this is part of the no map. If you guys weren't convinced that I've never done a no map series before, or that I've never done no portals before, this is your proof. I have no clue what I'm doing. I am completely lost right now. But if we can get back to base, well, first of all, if we get back to base, I'm getting off for tonight. But if we get back to base, I'll be safe, and tomorrow I can deal with the Bonemass problem, because I'm losing my mind a little bit right now. I'm about as frustrated as the last time I saw this altar, and yeah, I don't know. I'm a little. It sucked a lot, but like I said, seeing Elder both sucked because I knew how lost I was, but I also knew that I was almost back to base. So we're gonna hopefully get back. I'm gonna get off for the night, kind of reset my brain a little bit, and then tomorrow we're gonna go for Bonemass, because I don't know, I really just don't feel like doing it tonight. I feel like if I do it tonight, I'm gonna do something stupid and mess it up. So we're gonna try and get back to base now. Oh my god, I think I see base in the distance. It's been even more hours. It's probably, I think it was 4 total. If I had to guess, 4 total. We got a little bit more iron. Like I said, we got contradictory Bonemass directions. I swore I was back at base like 10 different times because of Meadows, but luckily for me, I don't know if I need it now because the base is getting quite big, but I did build this little cross for us to be able to see, like, this is where base is at. That doesn't naturally, pick something that does not naturally occur in the game, something that sticks out quite a bit on the land. I may make it bigger at some point, but I don't even care. I'm back at base. I don't understand how this tree works or how I'm supposed to be following it for direction, but we're here. It got us back technically, so I'm not that mad at it, honestly, but that was not how I wanted that to go. I wanted to step out, see if I could find any little hint of Bonemass on the swamps that were around the ones that we had been at, and that is not what I got. I got lost as shit for multiple hours, so I do not want to do that again. Alright, it is the next day. I am feeling better mentally, not quite as defeated, still a little defeated that it happened, but we're alright. I'm making a bunch of food. We're gonna make this stuff to get lost again, just in case it happens, and I have an idea of where I want to go. I'm gonna go, I think, is northeast. It's on the other side, if you're looking out of my base into the water, the other side of the mountain that we have, like directly across from the mountain from us. We go on that back side of the mountain and keep sending it that way. I think that's where the closest Bonemass is, just based on like the swamp crypts that I found closest to base where they point me. That's where I think I gotta go. So I'm gonna get everything ready. We got our base upgraded to level 4 last night. I did sit and smelt some of the iron, not all of it. It's gonna be a hell of a thing to smelt all of it, but for now, like, we do have a little bit of it. So we're gonna get all the food made that we can, all the health food, all the stam food. We have our potions, we have everything on our boat. So we have, like I said, we got everything we need. We're gonna make a couple like boss specific items too, ones that I want to eat for the actual boss fight specifically, and then we're ready. I think we got everything. We're gonna go back out for Bonemass, and hopefully today works out better than yesterday. So I've gone the direction that I said I was going to. I've stopped at all of the swamps and made sure that the direction I'm going is, I'm not going past it. I have not seen a single Bonemass spawner. I mean, obviously you guys would see that more importantly than this plains, but I'm finding a lot of this like plains, mountains, swamp combo, and I feel like that tells me I'm getting far enough away from altar for Bonemass to be spawning. I don't know why in my experience, Eikthyr is the first boss, like furthest from altar, then elder, then normally motor is closer than Bonemass, and then you have like Bonemass and Yagluth at about the same. Bonemass is normally pretty far out from altar. So seeing plains out here and mountains and stuff mixed in with the swamp is actually giving me quite a bit of hope that I might be in the right spot. It is also giving me a little bit of fear that I may get killed out here, but I'm gonna find a spot to park the boat up, and I think I'm just gonna book it into this swamp, because this swamp also, I've sailed around it a little bit. It looks huge. I'm gonna sail around it a little bit more to try and find the safest stopping spot for me, possibly, that I possibly can, because I don't want to stop right on the edge of the plains, but it does look pretty massive in certain spots. So as long as it looks right, it's gonna be a big. Ideally we're looking for a big swamp far from spawn, which is about where we're at. So, and this is the direction that we were told Bonemass is in by some of the swamp crypts. So this is really our best spot. We have everything on us. We're gonna take pretty much everything off our boat. Like, again, there's a good chance I lose my boat here, especially if I start going all the way around the island and stuff. So we're gonna pick a spot. I mean, honestly, any spot's as good as any, as long as it's not in plains. We're gonna park the boat up, and I think we're gonna start running. All right, it is nighttime. I am engaging in extremely dangerous activities. I'm getting kind of whacked by these draugrs, but there's an outside stone up here, and if I can get it, it will tell me where I need to be going, and it'll be outside. I know, like I said, like, I know that the ones in the caves are technically supposed to be like accurate, but for me, I mean, a location's fine, but like, I just feel better. I can see the direction I'm running. I can compare it to the tree, the surrounding area. Where do I need to be running? So I can also set my dragon up so I don't lose track of it, but we got an outside one. We kind of risked our life for it a little bit. We got a little bit low on health there, but it is time. We're probably 30 minutes into running right now, and we're far from boat. I'm glad I got everything off the boat, or everything that I'm gonna need. I probably left some serpent meat and stuff on there, but I mean, for now, I got everything I need to kill Bonemass. How am I gonna gonna get back after I kill Bonemass if I can't find the boat? I don't know. That's not my problem right now. But it's gonna kind of be like an Elder situation. I really don't care how lost I get as long as I find what I'm looking for. So we're gonna keep running. This swamp seems giant. I literally can't see an end on any side at this point in time. So we're just gonna keep running. I'm gonna try and unlock a bunch of these just in case, like, for any reason I can hide inside of them, or maybe I can kind of remember where I've been. That way I can find my way back to my boat. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm not feeling good after seeing how difficult it is for me to navigate around the swamp. And also just having the dragon statue shows me every single time that I get a stone how difficult it is to travel in a single direction. Like, no matter how hard I try, it's so hard to go in a straight line. Having to jump around the water, the trees, the mobs, the spawners, everything like that, it makes it so hard to run in a straight line. So we're gonna try our best, and but like I said, we may just have to get lost to find what we're looking for. Okay, it's been about 45 minutes since the last update, so about an hour 15 in total, and in the distance over here, I finally see the red stone marking the back of Bonemass. I have ran in circles probably 4 or 5 times. I keep coming up on swamp crypts that I've already opened, which is not helping me. I really thought it would, but it's just showing me how confused I am. Every time I pull out the dragon statue, I swear, every time I pull out the find what dragon thing, I swear it's facing a different direction. It's just because of my inability to run in a straight line, but it's driving me insane. However, did find Bonemass. They're here. I'm probably gonna have to set up like a little base here because I need my rested buff and I need a couple other things. I need to heal up. I need to make sure that I can survive at night if it comes, or sleep before I do Bonemass. That way I don't get stuck at doing it at night. And I don't know. I honestly also might try and find a nearby crypt just to once again confirm that does indeed point at the right spot, because getting 3 different locations for Bonemass earlier today, it just confused the shit out of me and it made me not trust them that much again. So we're gonna see what I can do. But like I said, we're probably also gonna build a little base up here for now, or somewhere around here, and just get set up, get our rested buff, sleep through the night, and then we should be ready to do Bonemass. And then we're gonna conquer the problem of how to get back to our boat, because like I said, I couldn't even keep my bearing trying to just wander. I couldn't even wander correctly without getting lost. So trying to find something where I think I know where it's at and I really don't, that's gonna be much harder. That's gonna be a whole different task. So we're gonna have that. We're gonna be careful with that, but we gotta get through Bonemass before I start worried about that. So let's get everything set up, get ready to do Bonemass, and hopefully this won't be too bad of a fight. I am currently sitting on top of the Bonemass structure in a little house. My problem is my fire keeps going out. Oh my god, it's finally letting me sleep. It would keep flickering on and off just enough to slowly make me not as wet, but then still flicker back off, and then I couldn't sleep, so it was a problem. And there was also stuff around me that I had to keep killing, which was making me wet again because it's raining all the time. However, we're good. We got through the night. We have our rested buff. It's 10 minutes, and I honestly just need to use it as quickly as I can. So let's get down there. We went into the nearby crypts and got all of the stuff to summon. We didn't bring that, which is crazy of me to not bring the withered bones, but honestly, I think we're ready. We got our blood pudding. We have our poison meads. We have everything. We have all the food that we need. We're carrying a bit of iron on us, but I mean, it's not going to slow us down as long as we turn our auto pickup off, and let's get down there and do this. Also, not that it matters. I do not have blood pudding. I have like black soup or whatever I have. I do not have access to blood pudding yet, but we have all of our food. We're ready to go. We got our poison meat on. We got our rested buff, and there's no reason to sit around and wait. Now, this boss can be done in a handful of glitchy ways, but I want to try and do most of the boss's normal ways. Now, there are certain ones where I can think, like, especially the queen, there are certain ones where, like, you kind of don't get a choice sometimes. Sometimes the way that it happens, you just get screwed. But for Bonemass specifically, look how much damage we're doing. All I gotta do is target the ads. It's not gonna be very hard. We can just hit through all the poison. We can hit through all the different attacks, and we can roll for the swipes. That's really all that I have to do. The only really physical attack I have is these swipes. I can dodge roll past them, get a heavy hit in. All I gotta do is watch my stamina, and like I said, I can hit through all the poison. I can keep dodging these. If I have my stamina, or if he's in a position like this where he's poisoning, I can just keep whacking, and we already literally almost have him in half. So unless something goes horrifically wrong, I really don't see anything. Like, I don't see anything that could possibly ruin this fight. I think an abomination could walk up right now, and by the time it gets over here, this guy's gonna be dead. So keep whacking him, and we're gonna get this guy down as quickly as we can. And it is literally like a minute or two later. You guys can look at my rested potion. This entire fight only lasted 4 minutes, and not that really anybody asked, but I didn't even get hit once. I don't even think I got hit a single time other than by the poison. I don't think a single one of the swipes hit me. That was about as perfectly as it could have gone. We'll have a problem to address here in a second, but yeah, literally 4 minutes of fighting. Not even 4 minutes of fighting, like 3.5. Not even 3. I literally took like 3 minutes of fighting. I was about 7 minutes of poison potion, and I applied the poison potion before I spawned him in. So yeah, we'll go to a solid 3 minutes to kill Bonemass. That was probably the easiest fight we'll have for the entire game. That was easier than Ike, honestly. Way easier than Elder. So that's what coming to a fight fully prepared, that's what it'll get you. But we do have a different problem now. So I don't know where I am. I don't know how to get back to base. I'm gonna run, but I'm not that confident that I'm gonna find the boat. But like I said, I do have a bunch of unlocked crypts. I do remember that there were a ton of the spawners around it, and then some planes around it. So hopefully I can find it, but I'm not that hopeful. I ran for like an hour and a half, like not quite an hour and a half, maybe like an hour to an hour and a half. But it is just, I ran for a long time, and running back that exact same direction, I just ran completely aimlessly. So running completely aimlessly and getting the chance that I run perfectly back to where I was is pretty low. Assuming that I can't find the boat, which we'll see in a minute. I mean, you guys will see in a minute. I'll see in a few hours. Assuming that we can't find the boat, though, I'm going to have to come up with a completely different plan. But as I said, and as I said before, sometimes you got to get lost to get done what you're trying to get done. I got completely lost, and that's how I found Bonemass, and that's how I beat Bonemass, and that's how we're getting out of probably my least favorite biome in the game. So I can't be too mad at getting lost. So, you know, we may have to get even more lost. Maybe that's how we find our way back. I'm getting significantly more lost, though, because I hear death skeetos and I see plains villages, so I definitely cannot be dicking around with that. I don't know. We're going to walk around for a while, see what we can find, and hopefully we find boat. But if not, I'm going to be thinking of a different plan while trying to get back, because like I said, the chance of me walking the entire path for about an hour is low. Me walking exactly the same way I got here for the next hour is extremely low. So I'm going to try, but if I don't find it, we'll come up with another plan. Well, it has been quite a long time. I have ran, I don't even know how long. It's been multiple day and night cycles, so at least an hour. And I've ran back to Bonemass multiple times. I found crypts that have been opened multiple times. Fun fact though, they were different ones that I had opened. Like on the way here, I have no clue where the boat was. And it's been raining constantly. In the swamp, you really can't see anything, so I have no ability to like find like the tree, use the tree to find where my boat is at. I have no clue. Now the plan is going to be, I did find some black forest. I have iron on me, so if I can go get some cores and some stone, as well as a couple other things, I can probably make another boat. It's going to be a long process. I'm going to have to make a forge, a kiln. I'm going to have to make a smelter, a kiln, make a forge, then smelt the iron, make the iron into nails, kill some deer, chop down some ancient trees, as well as try and find some fine wood in the plains, and then I can maybe sail back to base if all of that goes well. And yeah, but I don't know. I've gotten so lost. I've ran to the same places like 10 times. I don't know. There's got to be like some branch of the swamp that I'm not taking whenever I see it, but I don't know what it is or where it is. So we're going to work our way into the Black Forest and just try and figure it out that way, because that seems like the more effective way after running around for an hour and not making any progress. And it has been about 30 minutes. It actually took me way less time than I thought it was going to, but once I got into the Black Forest, it's pretty easy for me to take on everything here. There's a couple dungeons nearby with plenty of cores for me to use, a copper node, a nice building for me to build it in, a nice place for me to sleep, and we're getting it along. We're just kind of sitting here smelting everything that we need. We got the forge. We're just, I don't know, we'll see. I just got to make everything and put everything. I just get some stuff just got destroyed, but I just got to put everything back, start using it. We'll make the forge, we'll make everything, we'll make the nails, we'll kill deer while we're waiting, and we'll get everything to make this boat so that we can go back. But this is not how I was planning to get back, but it's really the only option I got. And good news, I can see the Yggdrasil tree again, which means that once I do get out of here, if I can use the skills that I kind of used yesterday, I should be able to get back to base. Okay, after being lost in the boat yesterday, lost in the swamp for a few hours, finding Bonemass, getting lost again, and then getting lost in this Black Forest, and living here for a little bit, we have a boat and we have a direction to go. I don't know which side of the island I'm on, and I've debated trying to go around and find my boat, but I don't care. I don't think it's worth it. I don't know where it's at. I've already tried looking for it on foot, so I obviously don't know where it's at or which direction it would be in. So the only thing I can do is just head back to base. But we have our Bonemass trophy, we have our wishbone, and we have everything that we needed to move on. And honestly, from here, I could see it getting a lot easier. Now, I know obviously like the boss fights and stuff are going to get harder, the mobs are going to get harder, but being able to navigate is not going to be a problem anymore. I can sit there and mine silver all damn day over getting lost in these Black Forests and swamps. So hopefully this is our last encounter with getting that lost in something, at least probably until we get to the Mistlands, but then I'll probably be able to see that happening in the Mistlands. But for now, hopefully that's our last encounter for a while of getting lost, and we can go back to base, we can figure out where we're going to go with the wishbone, we can get the Bonemass trophy mounted, because that is probably my favorite power-up in the game, and yeah, hopefully the ride back to base is fairly uneventful. And we are rolling back up to base. At least we're getting kind of close right now. It really wasn't that bad, and so yesterday I had to teach Jake how to use the tree for navigation, because he got lost in his world. As I mentioned, he's doing no map. He does have portals, but he got completely lost. And I think I'm just more of a person that learns from teaching other people, which is an odd thing because you would think you have to know about it, but not really. So me explaining it to him made it make more sense to me, and honestly, the tree is not that bad. It's kind of good direction. Definitely is not a map, but I don't know, it's pretty good. So I've been able to find my way back to base. I kind of marked, like, again, like in my mind, marked out where I know where a bunch of stuff is now. I know where there's plains and fueling villages. I kind of saw, like, I kind of peeked, like, where are there tar pits, which ones have which plans. I did not find a Yagluth stone. I was willing to run into the plains if I did, but I did not find one. And so yeah, we got back pretty uneventfully. We got to mark out a bunch of information in our head, and we're gonna get back to base. Like I said, we're gonna mount the trophies, and then try and find a spot for that wishbone. I think I can probably take the wishbone up onto the mountain next to our base that we went and got obsidian at earlier, just because if there is silver up there, which it was bigger than I thought it was originally, so there probably will be silver up there, I can probably just run it back to base, or just park my boat at the bottom of the mountain, or do a combination of have both and get a ton of it back really quickly, which is going to be so much nicer, so much easier not to get lost because I'll be near my base, which I'm a bit more familiar with, and it's not very far, and I'll honestly just be a lot more comfortable. That will make the mountains go by so fast. Now, we still have to do things like find motor, but motor should not be very hard to find. You know, you get the stone, look for big mountain. Is there a stone or is there a spawner? Like, it's not going to be that hard to find motor in my opinion, so we'll see how that goes. But for now, like I said, we'll get the head mountain mounted, and then we'll go figure out if there's any silver up in that mountain next to our base. I think I am going to hold off like the silver and stuff till tomorrow, but I did decide to go ahead and bring the heads over. I brought my elder one because I hadn't brought it over yet, and then I brought the Bonemass one for the purpose of the mountains and honestly most other biomes. Unless I'm sailing, I will probably have Bonemass on for the rest of the playthrough just because I love it so much. It can protect you in so many different scenarios and make you so much stronger, be able to deal with crowds and things that would normally stagger you. So I mean, it can save you in a lot of scenarios, so we're going to keep that on for now, but I think we're going to wait till tomorrow to go ahead and hop in, which again for you guys will just be a second, but for me I might be in a whole different mindset by then, so we'll see. Maybe I'll base build, maybe I'll get silver, but either way we're kind of ready for whatever we want to do. Alright, I am back on for the next day, and honestly there are only a couple things I need to do before the mountain. I've already made my frost meats. I have my iron pick. Honestly, the only things I got to do, I got to kind of replenish my food sources a little bit and make sure that I have the top tier food. Make sure that I bring the frost meats with me, and then kind of clear my inventory out so I can bring back as much silver as possible. I also have a couple, like, I don't know, I will probably need more arrows because of the drakes, and I'd like to fight the wolves with arrows too. So honestly, any more of those that I can have would be helpful. But I don't know, we're not doing too bad. I'm also going to start smelting the iron that I brought back, which could take a while. I don't know that I'm going to do that. I don't know. It's going to be hard because I'm going to have all the silver plus all the iron. I don't have that much metal storage at my base. Like, I kind of delegated all the storage to like 2 chests per like section of things. And I have more than a chest full of iron, or about a chest full of iron. So getting a bunch of silver is going to leave no room for any of our bronze and other stuff like nails. So we kind of need to start getting this stuff smelted and the silver used up once we get it. I'm also kind of excited though because we'll get access to better food here very soon, which is just, again, it's more health. It's more help to us. And the only thing that we really have as far as rules right now is to make sure that we do not go up on the mountain at nighttime, and that we have our rested buff when we go up there, and we should be able to pretty much stay alive if we follow those 2 rules. So let's get ready to go up there. Like I said, we have most of our stuff, but we'll get a few things. We may throw some of our iron into smelt in the meantime, but I don't know, we're gonna start getting everything processed. We'll go start worrying about silver, and hopefully, like I said, hopefully it's fairly uneventful, like I've said, for the rest of the playthrough. I know that doesn't make the craziest video ever, but I also do not want to get reset because this playthrough is already supposed to take 100 hours, and 100 to 120 hours, and I would not like it to take any longer than that. So we'll see. But yeah, for the time being, we're gonna harvest our crops, make some food, and then we're gonna get ready to go to the mountain biome. All right, I did kind of cave. I am at the point of just smelting all the iron, but because I'm gonna be here, I'm processing a bunch of food. I'm literally like sitting here. I'm harvesting stuff. I'm making all of the crops and stuff. I'm replanting some as seeds, making some into usable food. I'm processing all of our wood into coal, all of our coal with the metal to make the iron ingots. So we're literally making, like, we're kind of just taking all the stuff that we need and all the raw resources we have and processing them into what we need. So it's not bad, but because I'm going to be at base for a while, and like, again, for you guys, it's going to be just a second before we're at the mountain, but for me, it's going to be quite a while. Man, first of all, look at the base. It looks good. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted, but it looks nice. But since we're going to be sitting at base AFK, we're not really AFK, but just kind of wandering around waiting for stuff to happen for a while, decided on the idea that I should maybe grab a few more boars. So I put 2 more in this pen outside. It's on the corner where the other boar is at right now, so I should be able to, like, just kind of break the corner and slide them in once it's time for them to be in there with it, once it's tamed. And then we can start breeding up boar, having a bunch of extra meat, because like our minced meat dishes and our sausages and stuff, we're going to need a lot of boar meat, so that honestly might be the best play for us. So we're going to get those set up. We're going to get those taming while we're just kind of waiting, and we're just going to sit at base and process stuff for a little bit. And then once we're done with that, I mean, we're pretty much ready to go to the mountains. Like I said, I just wanted to get the base kind of like everything processed, everything made into what it's supposed to be. That way I don't get too caught up with doing that while I'm actually in the mountains. I can kind of keep my little things separate. I am back. I'm kind of finishing everything up right now. This iron chest looks insane. I literally have like 1 more like repetition of iron to go. I've probably gone through like 1,000 coal, but that's okay. I also just swear I heard baby pigs being born, which means I'll push those guys into the pen. We made some of the bigger cooking stations and cooked our serpent meat, which is really good, but it's time. I think it's time we go to the mountains. So we're gonna get these guys pushed in, kind of clear this little taming pen that I left for them, and then once they're in there and breeding with the other one, we'll have plenty of boar going, we'll have plenty of iron, we'll have plenty of things growing, and it'll be like plenty of crops growing, and it'll be time for us to time for us to go to the mountain. So I have everything ready. I just need to get these guys pushed in real quick. Well, there it is. There's the mountain we almost died on to get obsidian. We have our wishbone equipped. I'm fairly sure that this mace should be able to take care of us up here for a while. We got arrows and stuff for our bow, and it's time to get up there. Hopefully the silver is close to this edge, but if it's not, we'll be all right. We're gonna head up there and find our first bit of silver. Hopefully not too many stone golems or other problems. Maybe some frost caves too if we find them, but really all we need is silver. And then once we get it, I will tell you guys, damn, for sure the first thing we're building, even maybe before the Draugr Fang, is definitely a frost node, because I finally bought the stuff for it. I've never used it, and I feel like it'll be pretty sick. So we're gonna get up here, hopefully find some silver, and hopefully not get killed by anything, because I don't know, this is the point where you can lose everything. When you start progressing into a new biome, it's the point where it can happen. But we're not gonna hope for that. We're just gonna hope for some silver, some success, and a fairly chill run back to base once we get it. All right, we have a pinging. We are up here with some silver, but we also are up here with a stone golem. I saw something in a TikTok the other day, or a YouTube short, that I'm kind of terrified to try out. I'm sure it's fairly true. I just don't know like what I need to make it true. But because I have my Bonemass on, I might try it. I've heard that you can parry stone golems with a mace and like kind of stun lock them if you have a iron mace and a iron buckler. So I may try that here in a second. I just don't want to die to a TikTok. But oh man, we also have another one. Okay, so we have a second silver vein up here, which means that yeah, we have 2 sets of silver now. Hopefully we can mine these fairly efficiently. Hopefully we won't get bothered by too much stuff. But I kind of want to try this little like stun lock thing out on the stone golem. So we have bone mass out. We need to get rid of it, so we might as well try it. Okay, well I haven't gotten it to stun lock yet. I'm kind of scared that maybe you can only do it with the drill hands, but the mace does a lot more damage than I thought it might. And I know, like I said, I have the bone mass buff, so I don't take very much damage to physical damage. And rolling out of the way and using the mace is working fairly good. I may try and parry it, but I don't know. I've taken a few hits already. I don't want to take too many, but I definitely really want to try with the drill hands, because those I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like those would be the absolute best to try it with. These stone golems are kind of hard to like time their hits, so that's kind of terrifying when fighting them. But like I said, I needed to get rid of this thing. So and the stone and the iron mace does a lot more damage than I was really expecting it to the stone golem, so that's really nice. We'll get some crystal from it. We did not get a trophy from it, which kind of sucks, but we kind of now have a clear area to mine silver, so hopefully it'll stay that way. All right, we are getting through a decent amount of silver. We're just gonna mine out around the veins and then break the middle of it and get it all done. And it's been pretty quiet so far. We have almost all of it mined out. We're gonna save all the stone and all the silver in this chest, so that way we can bring the stone back down for building as well if I really want to, if I feel like it's worth running all the way back here for it. And then yeah, we'll just run it back down like one piece at a time. We may bring the boat over. It's actually really close to the water, so if we get a lot of it at some point we might, but for this first vein it's on the side closest to my base, so there's no reason not to just go ahead and run it back. But it is getting nighttime. My pickaxe is broken and I need to go back to base and repair it, get a little bit more food, and then I'll come back and finish mining that silver vein, get it all in the chest. And I have a second one as well up by where I killed the rock golem at, so assuming that I still have some pickaxe strength, I may go start mining out that one as well before I run back all of it. That way I can just be as efficient as possible. But it's going pretty well so far. I think I've literally only had one drake come attack me, no wolves. It's been pretty easy. There hasn't been too much bothering me, which for mining is normally not how it goes. So hopefully it'll continue to stay that way. But for now, like I said, we're gonna go back to base. We're gonna go get some more stuff, and then we're gonna head straight back up here, because there's not much else that we need to be doing right now other than getting silver. We are back up on the mountain, and the stone golem seems to have respawned, which means that I'm gonna try this stun lock thing again. I don't know if it's really gonna work. Okay, I missed it on that one, but the idea is to get it parried and then sit there and just keep heavy attacking it, and as long as you don't hesitate to do it, you will get a complete stun lock on it. Now this is with a fully upgraded mace, so let's see if it works. One, come on. Oh my god. Okay, restun. Yeah, it works. I don't know how you could have enough stamina to do that. You'd have to have so much, but it does work. That is insane. Iron mace, iron buckler, decent amount of armor and food, I guess. It gives you, yeah, you can parry it, can kill it pretty easily. That's pretty nice. Okay, so we got that guy killed. We're gonna go up and finish mining the silver, but I know I was talking about testing that, so I just wanted to try and see if you could actually stun lock a stone golem with an iron mace, and you can, so that's pretty sick. Most of the vein has been mined at this point. I can carry about, I think 20, yeah, I can carry 22 at a time down, so I'm gonna start carrying it in just sets of 22. We still have a little bit more to mine out, but most of it is gone. We can go down. I want to just start carrying it down and getting the armor, because that is gonna be one of the ways to keep myself a lot more safe up here. If I have the armor, if I have a Draugr Fang, if I have any silver weapons, the chance of me living is gonna be a lot better. So as little time as I can spend up here with troll hide and iron, probably the better. So I'm gonna get down there, start getting the silver stuff made up. I'm just gonna run a couple of the sets back to base. We got some Drake trophies and stuff too, so hopefully I will be able to make a helmet. Hopefully I'll get enough for the helmet as well on the way down, and then we should be good. We should be fine to make our silver set, and hopefully, like I said, that keeps us a lot safer. So we're gonna go start getting that stuff made, because that's like I said, that's gonna be the only thing that promises us a little bit more safety up here. Well, we're at the point that we are no longer gonna need frost meats. We're getting the first little bit of the silver. We're getting our recipes finally, cooking up some of the wolf meat that I have, and kind of just organizing organizing everything from the mountain right now, and we have the ability to build the wolf fur cape, which is going to keep us much warmer up there. We don't need to use frost meads anymore, which is good. I can kind of keep them down here just in case, or maybe for the future, if for any reason. But for right now, I have this, and that's good. So I don't have to keep making frost meads anymore. So we're going to use this. We're probably going to make either a weapon or another piece of armor. I don't know if we'll have quite enough silver because this was 4, and we had brought 22 down, and I think we need 20 for everything. So we may have to go back up and get more. But a lot of right now is just going to be running back and forth and smelting as much of it as I can. I'm just going to have to like run up, grab some, run back down. I'll only probably be back if I'm really crafting anything or if anything really exciting happens. But for the time being, I'm just going to hang out and run the silver I've already mined back and forth and start to craft some stuff with it. A lot of silver has been brought back, and I think it's finally time that I start making stuff with it. Most of it's been smelted. We still have some that's sitting inside of the smelters and some that's inside the chest, but most of what I've brought back has been smelted so far. But one of the first things we're going to be able to make is we're going to be able to make the butcher's block for our cauldron, which will make us be able to craft more stuff. But I also have, this is the biggest thing that I've been waiting to build. I have the stuff for the Frostner, and I actually have the flesh from, the trader. So this is sick. I did not know that I was going to have this or use this playthrough because I really don't normally use it. I don't think I've ever actually used it just because of, you can't really rely on it for your playthrough if you need the trader and you can't find it. So I was not relying on using this, but this is sick. I'm excited about using it. We'll take this up to the mountain with us. Like I said, we'll be able to craft our cauldron upgrade as well, and then we'll have better food. We can make ice cream and stuff. So we're getting a lot of stuff done. It'll be a little bit safer, but I think this is going to be it for my play session. So I will be back on tomorrow to do a lot more of this stuff because I feel like the progression's going really fast now. If we can get any sense of direction of where motor is, honestly, tomorrow I'm going to be able to kill it. So we're going pretty quickly. I'm feeling really good about our progression right now. It's not very easy to get lost. The only times I've gotten lost in the mountains is running back down through the meadows, and I've ended back up at Eikthyr a few times, but even from there I know how to get home. Just went the wrong way a little bit. But the mountain has been my favorite for no map so far. It's not very hard to keep track of. You can kind of throw the silver down the mountain, so you really don't need a portal, and it's the first biome that we've had actually attached to the island of where our base is at, so we can just run back everything that we need, and I don't know, it just feels good. It's nice. I'm loving the mountain so far, so hopefully it keeps going well, but like I said, we'll have to see tomorrow. It is the next day, and we are back, and I have a bunch of the silver smelted. I still have some to bring down, and I still have some more to smelt, but we can start getting the wolf hide stuff made, and that's going to keep us so much more protected up there on the mountains. I'll feel so much safer with the amount of armor. I will be a little bit slower, but I honestly don't care. And honestly, so far, really the mountains has not been that bad. I haven't felt like I was actually really going to die at any point yet. Obviously, you guys have seen, there's been a lot of points throughout the playthrough, at least a couple small ones so far, and I promise you they get more plentiful as we go on, where I truly think that could be the end. That could be the end of this character, and I could die. And that really hasn't happened on the mountain so far yet. I'm sure it will, but if for it not happening in the beginning section, and now I have my better armor, it makes me feel a little bit more confident in it. I do want to upgrade this stuff all the way. Literally tier 4. I want to get my Frostner to tier 4, Silver Shield tier 4, and then get our Draugr Fang tier level 4. I want to get everything upgraded as far as we can. And we have 2 silver nodes, and that might not be enough to do it, but I'm sure there's more up there. That's, like I said, that's a lot bigger of a mountain than I thought it would be next to my base, on right next to Eikthyr, so I'm kind of happy about that. That being said, though, we need to head back up. We still have a bunch more to bring down. I still have a bunch more to smelt, and the work is not over, but I am significantly safer in doing so now. So hopefully none of those moments of almost dying will happen, but right now I feel like they are a lot less likely. A few runs later, and we are ready to make the Draugr Fang. I gotta grab a little bit more silver, but it's already all smelted up, and I think we are gonna need more guck, and maybe, no, we're not gonna need more ancient bark. We're just gonna need more guck to get it upgraded. We do not have enough to get it, I don't even think, to 2, but that means we'll probably be making a small trip back to the swamps sometime, but on the way there, we might stop at that mountain across the water from us and see if it has any indicator of where motor might be. We have kind of the stuff to survive a little mountain trip now if we really need it. I will say, while I'm making this stuff, this is the last biome, I think, for the entire playthrough that I will not have to build a base at. When we go to Plains, I have to build a base. I don't have to live there for very long, but I'll have to live there for a few days and hang out over there for a few days while I get it built, and I'll have to build a place for the plants. Mistlands, it's so far out that I think it's going to be more efficient for me to just make an entire new base there or near one, and then Ashlands is going to have its entire own base too. So everything is everything is going to have to, like, this is our last biome with no base. This is our last biome where we do not have to go build an entire base at it. So we can take these explorations. These are going to be our last light explorations that we really have to go on, but I think we're ready for our first mountain exploration, so we're going to go get more guck. I don't know that I'm going to do it right now, but we're probably going to have to do it soon, so that way we can upgrade the Draugr Fang all the way. If we travel to the swamp, we're going to go ahead and check out that mountain, but for the time being, we're not going to do that quite yet. We're going to go finish taking the silver down. I may bring the boat over there because it is kind of slow for me to run this back and forth. It's been like 2 or 3 hours of me just running back and forth. So that including yesterday and today. And I'm not really tired of it. It's not hard. I think there's more efficient ways. So I may try and bring our boat down there and see if we can get it done a little bit quicker like that. And we are even deeper. We have even more runs done now. A lot of we have mined out most of the silver up there. I think I could take the boat and get like maybe the last 5 trips in it. But right now I have my shield, which is sick. I am about to make my Drake helmet, not 5 of them. Let's just make 1 of them. And then we will, I mean, that's our full silver set. We can start upgrading it. We can start upgrading the Draugr Fang. We can start upgrading the Frostner. Like all of our silver is going to go straight to upgrades. Now I don't know that there's much else that we need silver for other than these upgrades. So we're about to get really high armor compared to what we have had. Yes, our character's a little bit slower, but that's okay. We're about to do a lot more damage than we did do. And this silver progression, like I said, it's been so peaceful. It's been so easy. We literally run up, kill a wolf and a drake, maybe a stone golem if we have to, but now we know how to stun lock them. The stun lock works with the Frostner too, just not quite as well. And then we run all the way back down the mountain, drop the silver off, and while it's smelting, we run up and get more. Like, it's not hard. Like, we have 2 of them completely mined out, or 2 of them pretty much mined out. I have a 3rd one marked out that we can start mining if we bring the boat over there. And then I just have all the silver in chests. I'm just running it back and forth. And then, like I said, there really has been no interrupts to it at all. It's just been run back. By the time I get back, the old one's done smelting. Grab some wood to smelt the new one. Like, it's been super easy. It's been really peaceful. I'm enjoying it, and I'm not dying, which is great. For no map, no death, no portals, this is going surprisingly well at this point in time. I know we've had a lot of points in the series where we're completely lost, we don't know what we're doing, or I'm extremely frustrated. I'm not gonna say what we're doing. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm extremely frustrated, and yeah, we're not there right now. So we're gonna get the boat, we're gonna mess around with some of our stuff, and then we're gonna try and get out there and get some more done, because right now, if we could just keep the momentum that we have, Motor may die today. We are headed to the big mountain now. This is right across the water from our base, and I'm not even coming over here because I need Guck or because I want to find Motor. I am simply coming over here because I need onion seeds. I have yet to find any onion seeds, and I've just farmed out like 600 turnip seeds and like 600 carrot seeds from our farm, and I replanted all of them, and I need the onion seeds because most of the, like, our butcher's block really is not that good unless we have the onion seeds. We can make the ice cream, which is sick. We have the upgraded cauldron, but most of the recipes come with onions, so we're gonna have to get some. And on top of that, like I've talked about many a times, we need to have the absolute best things available to us to keep ourselves from dying at any point in time, and part of that is going to be food. So we're gonna go up here. Like I said, I have a feeling that Motor's up here. I've been telling Jake, like, even pointing at a certain part of the mountain that I think Motor would be on, just because of like how I feel like Motor Mountain's got a certain look to it when you fight it normally. So yeah, we have that. I've told Jake about that, so we're gonna look for Motor up here as well. We may look for some frost caves up here as well. This kind of will be like a whole journey. I brought the shit for like a really long couple nights up here. I don't want to be up here at night. I'd like to ideally be in a cave at night or sleeping, but either way, I can probably survive night. I could probably survive up here, and if we find a frost cave, we can survive at that. We could just mess around. We're gonna try and get a bunch of the stuff that we haven't gotten from our mountain from over here. So hopefully, I don't know, there will probably be some excitement. There will probably be some close death. We'll probably find some pretty cool stuff. So I'm gonna get up the mountain, see what I find, and then update you guys when I actually find something good. We have our first frost cave. Now, I worry about this because it's night, and if I have to exit here because I'm running from something, there is likely gonna be stuff outside as well. So I'm a little worried about that, but we're gonna get in here. I can get onion seeds from in here as well. We can pick up some more obsidian from in here, but other than that, like, we don't really need the Fenris hair. We don't really need a whole bunch of stuff. The best thing we could probably get from in here is onion seeds and maybe a motor stone, the direction of Motor, but I'd rather find an outside one or just find the stone in general. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna complain if I find one, but that's what we're looking for at this point in time. I also may want to find, I don't know. We have a couple things that we could try and find, but we just gotta kind of explore and see what this one has to offer us. Just looking for those couple first things. That cave was not too bad. I got some onion seeds from it, and I found a tetrapond, which I don't know if I'll really use, but I mean, they're cool. They're kind of rare, so I found one of those. But I am kind of getting messed up at night now. I need to get these wolves. I have like 5 chasing me. I need to get them down to this stone golem so the stone golem can kill them. And then I have, I think, another ice cave that I can go to up the mountain a little bit. So we will go explore that one too. But for the time being, I don't know. There's a couple things that we can look at. There's a couple places we still need to explore on this mountain, but I got the onion seeds, so I'm not that mad if I go back down right now. I haven't found Motor yet. I'm not really coming over here to find Motor. I just needed the onion seeds for the food. So I may honestly head back down. I'll decide if I want to go to the swamp or not to go get Guck. I may, just because I'm already out here a little bit, but even if I don't, this is still a successful trip. So I'm just going to try and survive this nighttime hell that I'm experiencing, and then hopefully once we make it to morning, we can get down back on the boat and head wherever we're going to go. Yeah, we decided to come back to base. I did go through another cave, found a couple more onion seeds, but I didn't get much more. I got some Fenris hair and stuff, which I'm not really going to use, but we have it. We have some of the claws. The claws are honestly the things I'm going to need the most, just because I like the decorative little things I like the little, like, decorative lighting things you can make with them, so that's cool. We have that, but we're going to plant these onions up. I think our next, like, planting season, I'm going to do onion seeds, and then After that, I'll plant this entire field of onions, and that should give us enough for a lot of different things. We should have stuff for salads when we get to Mistlands. We'll have stuff for onion soup here, so we'll have pretty much all the stamina food that we need for the rest of the game based off like this 1 or 2 onion harvest. So we're gonna go to bed, speed these up. I still have some stuff that I can run back from the first mountain we were on, but we have our onion seeds now, and that gives me a little bit more progression to work towards. So while we wait for those to grow, we're gonna go ahead and bring the rest of the silver down, keep smelting it, and keep upgrading everything. And then at some point we still have to go get Guck for the bow, but I'm not worried about that right now because I want our armor fully upgraded. I just got done mining out my entire second silver vein, which means I have, another 100 iron or another 100 silver to bring back down, which is, it's not going to be quite enough to upgrade everything, but it's, we have 110. We're getting pretty close. I have a third one still marked out that I haven't mined yet, and we'll probably bring the boat over for some of this one and that entire third one if I can mine it out, but we need to go repair our pickaxe. And since we'll have to run back to get the boat anyways, I might as well bring back as much silver with me as I can. I'll probably run a couple trips and then also bring the boat over for a couple trips. We'll just see. Whatever I feel like is going to be the most effective and also like I can get the most done, because if I have to keep running back to base to repair the pickaxe while I'm mining, I might as well just be bringing the silver back like that. But if I have everything mined out and I just need to bring it all back, I'll probably bring the boat. So I'm going to figure out what'll be the most efficient. I might mine that third one, but we have so much silver. This one's like 150 silver from this one vein, so I'm going to see how much of it I can run back. We'll probably bring the boat at some point, and then hopefully once we get this node and part of the other node back, we'll have everything to upgrade that we need for pretty much the entire mountain biome. I've just been following the same progression path that I was before. I have tier 4 upgraded chest, 3 leggings, 3 for our helmet, and then we still have to upgrade the Frostner and the Draugr, and that was a lot of our silver. It definitely was not all of it because all of it's not smelted or even brought down yet, but that was a lot of the silver, and since we already have it mined, we're going to bring all of it down. We still got to upgrade the shield too, so we're still going to need like 150 more, but our armor's fully upgraded, almost. We're getting pretty close. We'll get to the point where we're at like almost 50 armor, or maybe even more. Holy crap, we're at like, oh my god, we're at 75. We're going to get close to 80 armor with this set, so we're going to keep getting silver, keep bringing it down, keep smelting it. But I just want to update you guys that like our character's fairly tough now. I'm not going to be, I feel really confident about motor. Once we get some arrows made and we get the Draugr upgraded, it's going to be pretty easy, I think, to take it on. I am caving after spending way too long running back and forth. I've smelted up a bunch of the silver, but we still have about 100 in that second one and a whole third one to mine, so I definitely am just going to bring the boat over. The main reason I didn't do it for the first one was because that first one was closer to the side of the base on the mountain rather than the side of the ocean, but this one is on the like side of the ocean and base, like right next to base, where I can just literally run it down the mountain. It's a really steep mountain where I'll be able to just like, I could almost roll it down the mountain if I wanted to, and these 2 silver veins are much closer to the edge over here, so I'm gonna get all of the stuff out of the first chest. I'm gonna start mining that third one, and yeah, we should be able to run it all back in one thing now, because I'm just kind of tired of running. It's been multiple hours, and while it was working with smelting, and so pretty much I was putting in enough, I would get wood when I got back, put in enough for some coal, smelt what I was doing, and then run out, and then by the time I got back there was more coal to smelt what I had just brought back. I'd get more wood, and I'd just kind of keep repeating that cycle. I've gotten, because each kiln makes 5 extra coal though, I've gotten so much extra coal from doing this with the iron and the silver that I am now probably just have enough to smelt the rest of the silver entirely, meaning that I really don't need to be down there doing that process anymore. I can just boat it all back, smelt it all up, and we'll be ready to upgrade everything to the absolute max that we need to, and the last thing we're left with is to go kill motor. So we're going to get all of this stuff down. We still need to find motor, which we haven't done, but we're going to work on it, and then I'm going to try and I still need to go get Guck as well, but like this is going to be all the silver we need for the entire playthrough once we get it all back on the boat. This is the last trip down the mountain. We had some close calls. It was night for a little bit, and we had to sit here and make a little camp, but I mean, it wasn't anything too close. It was just a couple wolves attacking me when I really wasn't I didn't have my rested buff, and I really was not ready to fight, but kept our food. We have our buffs, so we were able to be just fine. So what I do have is I have all the silver. It's about 120 from up there on the mountain. I started to mine out the third one a little bit, and then I just realized I don't think I'm even going to need it. Like, all I have left to upgrade is Frostner, Shield, Draugr, and I don't think that's going to take more than 100. And I think that Frostner might actually already be tier 2, and I still have like 65 at base, 65, I may even have another 100 at base, so I don't think it's going to take more than 200 silver. If we do, we'll bring the boat back, but for now I really think this is going to be plenty, so I'm not even going to spend the time to do that, because I don't even know, there's not like iron where you can use it in later biomes in the game. There's really no use for silver after the mountain biome. There's like maybe 1 or 2 things that you use it for the rest of the playthrough, but it doesn't have any decorative buildings, it doesn't have any strength buildings, it doesn't really have anything, so I think that's probably all we're going to need. We're going to head back to base, get this stuff smelted up, and then I think probably our next move is going to be to go get Guck, because I need this Draugr upgraded, and that's really the only thing stopping me after I get this silver back. I spent some time upgrading our Frostner a little bit, our shield, I think they're both at like 2 or 3 now, and then our armor is pretty much fully upgraded. I think I need to do the wolf cape one more time, but we're doing pretty well on everything, so all we need now is the Guck. We have the ancient bark, we have the deer hide, and we have the silver. We just need the Guck, so we're going to stop here. I think I can't remember what, but I feel like there's another thing or two that I need guck for, so I may just sit here for a while and get a bunch of it, but for the time being, this is pretty much all that we have to do left. Other than this, I might be just food and modder. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, there's got to be a few more things that I'm missing, and I'm sure as I get back to base, I'll want to mess with them a little bit more, but for now, the onions are grown, so we have that for food. I'm waiting for those to... I'm going to wait for those. This set of onions got planted as seeds. Those will grow into onion seeds, and then I'll plant all of those, and we'll pretty much have a couple hundred seeds that I can just keep replanting, with maybe planting every 10 sets of onions I have to do another set of seeds. So it's not... that's going to be pretty easy. We're going to have a lot of food after that happens. I may just have to spend a couple days sitting back at base and waiting for all of that to happen, but other than that, I feel pretty good. Like I said, the snow has been kind of uneventful, and I feel bad for you guys because, like, content-wise, it's not the most entertaining thing ever, but sometimes people just want to watch some chill Valheim content, and I feel like this is what it is. Like, this has been the most chill it's been. Nothing really crazy has happened. I have a feeling that's going to change when we go to the plains, because the plains is big, the plains is scary, death mosquitoes are extremely stressful, so I'm sure it's going to change, but for the time being, it's been pretty chill, and I can appreciate that for right now at least, and at least as long as the game will let me. But yeah, we're gonna get this guck, clear out some more, any more swamp stuff I might need. I might get some more blood bags and stuff in case I need them for, like, recipes, and then I think all we need is this guck. I think we're gonna be ready for modder after this. When I get back to base, and I find out what I'm not realizing I have to do, I'll come back and tell you guys, but other than that, I think we're pretty much ready for modder. Draugr is ready to be upgraded the first time. Everything else is getting about where I need it. The Frostner's fully upgraded. The shield's at 2, but I don't know if I'll fully upgrade it. All I'm really worried about now is the Frostner, but I need to wait for all of the silver that I brought back on the boat to smelt, and that's just kind of a waiting game. In the meantime, I did realize that there was a frost cave up on the mountain next to where we were getting silver at, and we haven't explored any over here yet, so maybe, just maybe, we'll find a modder stone, and I'll be able to actually get a single direction for us to go in for now. But this is going to be probably the easiest boss to find. Yagluth is going to be about the same as it normally is. It's just going to be a giant hand sticking out of the ground, and normally the stones aren't that common, so that's going to be fairly easy too. But modders that are going to be like, get a stone, look in that general direction, and just go that general direction until you see a mountain, get another stone. It'll either be on that mountain or it won't. Like, it's not... the biomes stand out so much that it's so much easier to find where there are big biomes at and all that kind of stuff, so I'm fairly confident in our ability to find it, but getting a stone here while we're waiting for everything to smelt would be nice, so I really want to keep trying to do that. But like I said, I haven't been up here. I just noticed this was up here when I was getting the silver, so I don't know. We'll just have to look around and see, and maybe we'll grab some other stuff while I'm in here to build our base with. Maybe I'll build a Fenris set for an armor stand or something. I don't know. Whatever I can get from here, I'll take. Maybe some more onion seeds or something, but for the time being, this doesn't look like too big of one, so I'm just going to explore it real quick, and I'll let you guys know if I find anything. Sadly, it was another failed ice cave, which kind of sucks. Still no modder stone. I found a couple stone structures, still no modder stone, so it just, I don't know. We're just going to have to explore a little bit, starting with that big mountain across from us again, probably in a little bit. I did decide, even though I really don't need the silver, I'm going to at least mark this one by digging it in the ground first. That way, if I ever need it, or if I have my belt on while I'm up here, I can remember that it's up here without having to have my wishbone on. So that'll keep our wishbone safe from getting lost if we do die in any scenario. And if we, again, like if we have any death, we need to prepare for it. So the plan is to at least, like I said, leave that so I know where it's at. So even if I lose my wishbone or if I don't have it on for some reason, I can remember that it's up here if I ever need more silver, but I don't think I'm going to. So that's not too bad. But yeah, I didn't find modders there. So I think we're going to have to head across to that giant mountain in the distance. That's like right across from our base that we've been able to see this whole time. Last time we went over there, I just got onion seeds. I ran into 2 caves. I really didn't explore it. And that little side on the right is where I want to go next. I just feel like that's a little bit more, it's kind of like flat up there, and there's not a lot of flat spots in the mountains, and I kind of feel like that could be what we're going to be looking for when it comes to modder. But before we go over there, I found a 1-star boar on the way down the mountain. So I'm going to take this back to base. I still have the pen set up, and we lost our other 1-star boar, so if I can get this one trapped and get it taming, I'm going to take like 30 minutes to just hang out at base and not do anything, and then I'll get it tamed up. That way we can breed it with our other ones. We'll have a bunch of 1-star boar, and then we can kill the ones that aren't 1-star boar. We'll have a bunch of 1-star boar as our farm. We'll have a much more efficient like meat system and hide system rather than just having one at a time. So if we can get this trapped, we will, and if not, we'll go for modder. Either way, it's kind of a win-win. So I'm going to get back to base. Hopefully this guy keeps following me without too many problems, and hopefully we can get it taming. It's been about an hour of me AFKing at the base. AFKing is really scary because I don't want to lose my character or something dumb, but I just had to go do some IRL stuff, and I just kind of left my character going so my plants could grow, boar could tame, and I figured if I was in my house, I'd be safe. So let's go check on him. I could see he's still taming over there, and then let's also check on the boar that we have. I've kind of just threw some berries in here, so I don't know how many of them have really bred out, but yeah, okay, so it looks like the 1-star is still taming. It's over there to the right. We have a lot of boar in here. Holy crap, dude. Oh my god. Okay, well, we've got plenty of boar for that 1-star to breed with and possibly make more 1-stars, and then we can slaughter all of them for meat, except for a couple of them, so that's sick. We may tame wolves at some point too. I just don't know if I'm gonna need the wolf meat that much because, I don't know, the mountain is very odd, and like, the stuff is not really really use later. Like boar meat can be used pretty deep into the game. Lox meat used pretty deep into the game. Like all that stuff is used pretty deep into the game, but for whatever reason, I feel like the mountain stuff is not as included with the rest of the game, which is perfectly fine. Each biome should have its own little thing. I am going to go back up since that boar is not tamed, and I kind of want to stay close to base until it is. I know I kind of have to be in range, but I'm going to hop back on the boat. I think I'm going to go back and get that rest of that silver. I don't know that I'm going to need it, but I am running kind of low, and everything's not fully upgraded just yet, and so I could fully upgrade my shield. I could fully upgrade my bow a little bit more. So because I have room to do a little bit more, and I'm not completely full on silver right now, I'm going to go get that other node since I went ahead and marked it. And if we have extra here back at base, there's no way that that's going to hurt us, so I might as well go get it. And then hopefully when we get back, the boar will be close to taming. I know we're supposed to stay close to it for it to tame, but I don't know. I've been AFK for like I said, almost an hour, so I might as well I want to go do something else for a little bit, and then when I get back, I'll sit here and AFK till he's back. And I'll also update you guys on how much silver we got, but mostly it's just for the Draugr at this point. I am back down a shit ton of silver later, and we cleared out all the other holes for any extra or like residue silver we had left in the chest that we couldn't carry. It got a little hairy there at the end because I have no rested buff. I'm wet and I don't have that many arrows left, so there was a couple points where like stone golems and stuff, if stone golems and wolves did not fight, I would have been screwed up there, but because they were hurting each other and distracting each other, it got a little less stressful. It was okay, but it was, I don't know, there was some points where I was getting chased by wolves, had no stam, had no arrows. It was kind of a problem, so we got to be a little bit more careful than that, but we didn't have too many close calls. If we had a really close call, I obviously would have shown you guys, but nothing too much, just a little bit of stress. But we got like way too much silver to even worry about ever needing more now. Even if I died, I could remake a decent set out of this stuff, so I'm not too worried about that. We're pretty good on silver. I can probably put my wishbone away because I won't really need it past this point, I don't think. And I don't know, we're doing pretty good. I mean, hopefully the boar's tamed back at base. We'll get this back. I'm gonna kind of make sure I have everything that I think I need, but final preparations for Motor are here, and all we gotta do is, I think we're kind of gonna do what we did with Bonemass and Elder. I'm gonna put together the stuff for a couple expeditions, a couple days on expedition at least, for each one. I'll put them in a chest, so I'll put a bunch of food and stuff in a chest, and then I'll take what I need for about 10 days of survival with me. I'll go out, I'll look on mountains, I'll see if I find it. If I don't, I'll come back to base. I'll kind of mark in my head which directions I already went, and I'll just keep going and following the stones until I get out there, and I will bring enough stuff with me to kill Modder, which will be, like, that's kind of the plan. I think that's how we're going to have to do all the bosses, at least up until now. So the way that we did Bonemass, the way that we did Elder, we may have to get lost a little bit, but hopefully not nearly as bad as Bonemass and Elder. We may have to get lost a little bit. We may have to try a couple things. We may be out there for a while, but we'll bring enough stuff to be prepared for it, and hopefully we'll get Modder down very soon. But I'm going to go back to base, I'm going to make some final preparations, and we're going to get ready to head out on that journey. While I'm sitting here for the next hour or two smelting up all of that silver, there is something that I'm going to try and mess around with. I'm going to sit here and try and upgrade the farm and the base a little bit, or just keep working on it. So I killed a bunch of the boar. We have the 1-star tamed. I'm going to move it in there in a minute. I have all of the onion seeds from the onions that were, or from like the flowers that you guys probably saw in the last farm clip. So I planted all the onions as seeds. Now we're planting the seeds as onions. Once these grow, I will have so many onions, I'll probably have to make a chest for them at that point, and I'll have so many leftover seeds that it's not even going to be a problem. Food is not going to be a problem. We'll have plenty of food for Modder. We have plenty of meat. We have plenty of food. We'll make the wolf meat. We'll probably cook up some of the serpent meat. I'll have onion soup or probably something around that, something good for stamina, maybe some ice cream. I'm making obsidian arrows while I'm sitting here at base, and I replanted all the trees around the base because obviously we did quite a lot of deforesting when, 1, making the base, and 2, smelting all of that metal. All of that iron and all that silver took most of the trees around our base to turn into charcoal for us to even smelt even close to all of that. So I even had to start extending all the way out into the Black Forest where I was getting copper at. So I'm definitely going to have to replant some trees, which I did. We'll have to wait for those to regrow, and I may have to replant more after that. I kind of want to see how many there are, but kind of just going to sit here and wait for the night. It's getting close to when I'm getting pretty tired playing, so I'll probably have to beat Modder tomorrow, but I'm really close. I just want to come back with a fresh mind. I don't want to be super tired when I do it, because that's how I'm going to make dumb decisions. Being really tired and on by myself is just not a good idea, so I'm going to try and stop myself from making dumb decisions. I'm also going to plant the rest of these open onions as seeds, and then we're just going to kind of wait. I'm going to wait for the boar to breed, I'm going to wait for these to grow, and I'm going to wait for the metal to smelt. So we'll be back after we're done waiting and when we're pretty much ready for Modder. Alright, waiting for everything last night to process was a beautiful idea. We have 10 serpent stew, cooked serpent meat, sausages, the minced meat stuff. We're going to make some ice cream, some muck shakes. We're going to make all the food we can. We've got about 300 arrows, 280 of them obsidian, which is going to be great. We have fully upgraded Draugr, fully upgraded Frostner. I ended up using a lot of our extra extra silver rather than saving it for a crystal battle axe. Not really for the mountains, but for later biomes. It's pretty good in the Mistlands, and it's not too bad in the plains if you're fighting really big groups of things, which the Frostner's not that great for, so I will use that definitely to my advantage. But I went ahead and used most of the silver on that. So we have a level 3 crystal battle axe as well, fully upgraded armor. We've got 81 armor. It's just, we are well set up. This is going to be great. I got to make some onion soup as well. I got to wait for these guys to grow, but once I get all my food made, we're headed over to Modder. Everything is made, food is made. We are ready for like a 100-day expedition right now. I have so much stuff that I am ready to use. So we're going to go over to this first mountain. Hopefully we can find something, but I'm pretty sure this is where we're going to be at. I mean, normally, like I said, Modder's normally closer than Bonemass, and Bonemass really wasn't that far from us. And this mountain has a really big flat spot on top, which is on the side of it. So I just really feel like that's not a normal thing. So we're going to go up here. We're going to look for it. I don't have dragon eggs, but I'm on 2x rates. So honestly, all I need to find is 2 dragon eggs around wherever the boss ends up being at. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. I'm not even going to worry about trying to run them up the mountain. I'll just find them up there if like wherever it ends up at. So we're going to head up here. We're going to look for either a stone or the boss. We may look for some more frost caves, but realistically, I want a stone on the outside. Every time that I've found a stone on the outside of a building, it's led to me finding the boss. So not that means the other ones aren't accurate. It's just easier for me to look. It's just easier for me to follow it when I actually like am out there and can see which way it's facing in the world as well. So we're gonna head up this mountain, see what we can find, and hopefully we find a stone or the boss. Not even all the way up to the top of the flat spot yet, and we do have a building hanging off the side. These are always the ones that have the modern stone, so hopefully we get lucky with this one. Yes. All right. Which direction are we looking at? This is, I'm trying to look. This is towards the middle, like kind of towards the flat spot, but if it's not up here, it's going to be out back past Bonemass where there was another mountain at. I remember that one out there. So if it's not up here, we're going to have to head back out towards Bonemass because that's the general direction that, oh, all right. Well, it is not facing that direction. Wow, that stone was almost useless. I mean, it wasn't useless. It told us where to go, but that was quick. All right. We do not have the eggs. So that's going to be the next order of business. We're going to clear everything around it. I'm going to kill all the stone golems and stuff, even if it involves using my buff. I need to get everything out of here as much as possible. I'm not that worried about saving my buff because most of its damage is frost damage. So we're going to get a base set up here so I can get my rested buff, kill that stone golem down there to the left. I don't think there's any more around. Kill any drakes or wolves, get the egg set up on the altar, and then we'll get our rested buff and come down here, and hopefully this will be an easy fight. Probably won't be as easy or as quick as Bonemass, but hopefully we can only aim for it to be that successful. So we're going to get everything up here, and hopefully nothing too exciting happens before the fight. Get this stuff cleared, and then we'll be ready. We're ready for Modder. We got it. We have plenty of stuff because we just got here. All right, I am losing my mind a little bit. I have some of the eggs down there. I know where the last one is. I just got to put it in, but dude, this is the 3rd rock golem I've had to fight, and I'm trying not to use my buff right now because, well, I actually don't even have access to my buff right now. So I used it for the first one. I cannot use it for the second one. Can't use it for this 3rd one. I'm trying not to die, which I'm kind of actually low health, but like, I don't know. Like, there's been so many up here. All I'm trying to do is build a little base for us to get our rested buff in and sleep, so we have to make sure that we don't have this, like, we don't go through the fight at night. But dude, I'm losing my mind. Why is there 3 rock golems around the Modder spawner? We're gonna get this set up. We're gonna get this thing killed, get our little base set up here so we can get our rested buff, and then I know where the last egg is, so we'll put it in. But I just figured I'd update you guys with how frustrating this has been. I've literally been killing these things for like 20 minutes now. I don't even know what to do. Hopefully there's no more down there because I may just have to fight it with some rock golems around if there's gonna be. All right, guys, it is daytime now. We just slept. We got everything cleared. We've eaten all of our food. We have our rested buff. We have all of the eggs in, and we still, this is the biggest thing I was worried about, have plenty of arrows to kill it. I was worried that we were going to use all of our arrows trying to kill stuff off around it, or if we did have a longer journey, but I mean, we ended up not, so we have enough arrows. We have everything we need. Our bow still has enough durability. Let's get this thing started, and hopefully we get lucky. Hopefully this is a decently easy fight, and hopefully no more rock golems show up, but yeah, I'm excited. 4th boss. This will mark our halfway point in the entire game. It's about, I think it's day 105 right now, so we still have a lot of time. This will be our halfway point for bosses. Obviously the last 3 biomes are going to be hard, but after this is where a lot of the series starts to get very stressful, a little bit more exciting for you guys, but much more difficult for me, and where the chance of death gets a lot higher. So far, okay, it looks like we're doing really good damage so far. I'm not too worried about it. Still nothing around the area. The biggest thing I'm going to have to watch out for here is when Modder lands. When Modder lands, I'm going to have the ability to get frost breath, and then if there is something around, it will be able to hit me, or if I'm too close to Modder, it will be able to just whack me. Honestly, I just need to stay out. Oh, that was way too close. I just need to stay out of like the breath range and just stay. I just need to keep this thing at range. I just need to keep this thing at range. Not too worried about anything. I need to keep my auto pickup off so I don't pick up stones and get over encumbered. And then, like I said, the only other goal I have is kill this thing before nighttime comes back again. But I have 21 minutes to kill it. We're doing a lot of damage really quickly, and I think it's probably gonna be pretty easy as long as nothing too bad happens to us. All right, we're a little bit deeper into the fight now, getting close to halfway point, and Modder has been landed for most of the fight, leaving us with pretty much a really good all right, that was our first hit, but we've had pretty good opportunities to do a lot of damage. The hit only did like 20 damage, like 25 damage. That was okay, maybe closer to 30. We're gonna count it for 30, just when I'm keeping in mind of how much health I have left. So we can get hit a decent amount of times by the ice breath. I just don't want to, because like I said, we get hit by it, Modder swipes us, rock golem comes up behind us, something bad will happen if we get hit by it. So as much as we can stay away from it, I would like to, but we haven't gotten hit yet outside of that. And honestly, that frost breath, as close as it's getting, it's probably the most dangerous thing to our health at this point in time. But realistically, not trying to hype up the danger too much, because I think you guys and I understand that right now I have my rested buff, my bone mass buff that I put on. I have I have everything I need. Like, I well prepared for this fight, and that honestly just makes it so that like I don't really have to worry too much about it. So I mean, we're gonna keep sitting here, we're gonna keep DPSing with our arrows. I may get hit a few more times, but as long as nothing too exciting happens, okay, that one did a little more damage. As long as nothing too crazy happens, I'm really not that worried about it. This is gonna be not as easy as Bonemass, not as crazy as Bonemass, but honestly, this is probably gonna be the out of this boss and the other 3 we have remaining, this is definitely gonna be the easiest fight. So it's just gonna get harder from here. This is gonna be our last fight that I feel really confident that I'm not gonna die during, and so I'm gonna try and enjoy this little section of no stress before I get into the last part of the game here. So we're gonna keep damaging it. I'll come back when exciting stuff happens, but otherwise we're just gonna keep DPSing with arrows. Modder is so close to down, but we've taken a few hits here. We're getting healed back up. I have a rock golem on me, and my rested buff is pretty much out. The Draugr is actually a lot more damage than I thought it was gonna be. We've used a lot of arrows on this thing so far. Yeah, no rested buff, and this rock golem could actually be really bad for us, because we're not going to heal nearly as fast. If the ice breath hits me here and then the ice golem hits me, it is going to be bad. We just need one more shot, please. Oh my god. Okay, I keep running out of stam. That is the worst thing about rested. I am out of stam. I can't shoot. Oh my god, I'm gonna get hit. Okay, all right, calm the fuck down. This is where bad decisions are made in stress. We got motor down. Fuck this stone golem. We're out of here. We're gonna grab the Modder stuff and just start running down the mountain. I don't need to kill it. I just need to turn my auto pickup back on and grab this stuff. We got Modder. We're halfway done. We're halfway through the biomes. Let's get this stuff taken back to the altar, get our artisan table made, and let's start going to the plains, baby, because that fight, it got more stressful at the end than I thought it was going to, but realistically, otherwise, we pretty much kept all of our health up and everything, so that was pretty good. We are back at base. We're gonna get the artisan table down, and then we have enough stuff to make, I'm pretty sure, the spinning wheel and the better smelter, all of that stuff. We can make a few of them, honestly, if we need to, and I may section out the base a little bit differently here. We may actually expand the base. I'm trying to think, because we're gonna need room for a lot of this stuff. We may need to make certain sections of it bigger, so we may expand it a little bit, but for the time being, the plan is that we'll at least make the artisan table, and then I don't even know if I'll make the spinning table, the spinning wheels and stuff yet, but I don't really know where they're gonna go, so that might be a base expansion tomorrow. For the time being, though, we have so much stuff to make anything that we need, so anything that we're gonna need for this biome, any of the ovens, anything like that, we're gonna be good with, but I don't think I'm gonna make them until we get to the point that we actually need them. Until we have black metal, I'm not gonna make the forge. Until we have linen or flax, I'm not gonna make the spinning wheel, so we'll probably go put this head on the altar, and then otherwise, it's probably gonna be a base expansion and waiting till we actually get those resources before I do anything with it. It is the next day. I'm not gonna put the motor head at base yet. It might not be a bad idea for sailing, but I'm going to the plains for the first time, and I feel like the bone mass buff is gonna serve us a little bit better there, so I'm gonna just keep that on for now, and we'll kind of like do what we did with Elder. We'll bring the head down later, eventually, when we actually start to need it, but for the time being, it's in a chest at base. We are gonna head out and go to the plains. I haven't set up anything. I'll probably need to do a building expansion, but I'm really not worried about it right now. Right now, the main thing that I want to do is get out there, get a little base set up, and get some of the crops growing, as well as get a little bit of black metal. That's gonna be the way that we get this done the quickest, because that's gonna take a couple days to grow, and we're gonna need to run multiple cycles of it, and having a base set up there is gonna be probably the best thing we can do. So I have the stuff for a workbench, a stone cutter, and a little bit of stone on me, but I'm sure there'll be some stone there as well. I have a good idea of where the plains is at. I'm gonna kind of go back to where Bonemass was. Maybe we'll find our boat over there, honestly. I don't know, but I want to do something. Pretty much the closest plains that I can find a base is all I need for where I want to like actually build it at, and then other than that, we'll have to look for one. I know there was a decent amount of them, of like the villages next to Bonemass, so somewhere around there is where we want to be at. I probably don't need that many villages, just enough to get the first couple bits of plants, but other than that, the only thing we're looking for is maybe a tar pit, but I'd honestly like to have better gear before I mess with that. So for now, I'm taking a bunch of the extra arrows from motor. I made a few more. We're gonna go just try and get a base set up, maybe get a couple of resources and get some stuff planted, and then that way when I'm on later today, because I can't be on that long right now, I will be able to, I can can build up this base while the plants are growing. By the time I bring them back, as well as the black metal, and I can go there and raid the villages as well, then I'll have all of the stuff set up to process it, and then we can sit at base kind of like we did with the silver, wait for it all to process, and that will put us like almost halfway through the plains. If we have all of the crops, a bunch of the gear built, then all we'll need to worry about is what we want to upgrade and all the stuff that we have to make going forward after that. We have landed at a plains, and we have been building up for quite a while now. Nothing really exciting has happened. I kind of just threw down the stone cutter, killed literally a fueling and then a death skeeto, and that's been it so far. It's been pretty chill so far. So I have a bed set up over here. I have some chests for resources and stuff that I want to save here, and then I'm just going to put down the stone cutter and build a wall all the way up around it, and hopefully I can do that before anything too much starts spawning around here and before anything can get into it. On top of that though is like half black forest and half plain, so if I really wanted to build an entire farm over here I could, but all I got to do is make sure that when I plant the plain stuff that I'm careful of not like letting it, I can't plant it deep into the black forest because it will stop growing, so I got to make sure I'm actually planting it in the plains when I do. But this will make us pretty much a wall all the way out to the water where we can park our boat, grab our stuff. We'll leave the chests here for crops that we can replant next time, and then also like some, just like maybe a little bit of food or something in case we're running low on our journeys and we can stop here. But other than that, this is just going to be like a little waypoint base. This is going to be the first base of many that we're going to have to build outside of our home biome and outside of our home base. This one is probably going to be the easiest because this one doesn't actually have to be functional. But when we start talking about something like going to the Mistlands or the Ashlands specifically, we have to build a fully self-sufficient base that we have to be okay never going, like we have to be okay never coming back from it. So maybe in the Mistlands, you know, maybe we can go back to it or go back to our old one if we need it. But when we do go to the Ashlands, and maybe, I don't think this series will carry all the way to the deep north. I mean, I know it won't like this episode, but this is going to be a series if I haven't talked about it yet. So if you guys have watched this long, I'm sure you'll be interested in the fact that it's a series. It'll probably be a 4-part series, but if the deep north comes out by then, we'll probably have to do the same thing for there. We'll have to build fully self-sufficient bases that need no help from the outside. The Mistlands base doesn't have to quite be like that. And the reason is just because of simply how far away it is from everything else and what I'll know, and the chance of getting lost going there and back will be high. So, and to negate getting lost and stuff, that's going to be the best thing we can do. But we're going to sit over here. We've got cloudberries. We've got some resources from the stuff running around. We've got a swamp nearby in case we want to grab more iron. I actually think some of those swamp crypts over there look like they're unlocked, which means I actually may have ran past this point when I was doing Bonemass, so that's kind of sick. But we have this big rock right here we'll harvest all of our stone from. We'll get the walls put up, and then we'll start to go. I see a village over there and maybe even a tar pit, so we can go start getting stuff to plant it, and then we can head back to base. Like I said, I'm not going to be here too long right now. I'm not really going to do, I may do one of the villages, but I'm not going to run around over here and do every single village right now. I'm just going to get some of the crops, and once I have all the crops, I'll plant them and dip, because I'm not really worried about that till we have the plants growing, because black metal and stuff and totems really isn't going to do much for us unless we have flax and barley in a ton of surplus at our base, because that's what we need to process everything into actual usable things. Alright, base at least has a wall around it now, and I'm not too worried about like everything breaking in. Death skeetos are going to fly over it no matter what, and the spear feelings can't even see over a 1 high wall, so I'm really not too worried about it for now. I'll probably make it taller at some point, but for now, we have the stuff to go over here and start messing with this fueling village. This is pretty close to our base. You guys can see the swamp right there. As long as I'm careful here, we got our Bonemass buff on, so as long as I don't get hit by the berserker, I should be pretty safe. The feelings are actually a bit weaker than I remember. A lot of my like perceptions are messed up because the only thing I've played recently is the reverse series and the modded series, and so that's been a little insane. Also, those have been kind of delayed while I've been making this, but they'll be back soon. But yeah, this is it makes it feel like, it makes the game feel a little easier playing all that stuff all the time. So I mean, these are definitely a risk to my survival, but at the time being, they're really not too bad, and as long as I play it smart, I have plenty of arrows to just play it from a distance, especially for the berserker, and then our Frostner does work on the fuelings. We have our Bonemass buff on, so they don't do that much damage. We're doing pretty good. We'll be alright. As long as I don't pin myself in, like I said, a stupid situation, we should be perfectly fine here. And we have our crystal battle axe to actually use for these crowds, like I said I was going to. So I don't know. I feel very prepared right now. I feel not too scared, and as long as I don't let that overconfidence get to my head too hard, I should be okay. So we're gonna get as much black metal as I can, start grabbing crops out of that village, and I think I see a totem in there as well that we can grab, and hopefully I don't die. Hopefully nothing bad happens. This is the point though in the playthrough where dying or close death calls get a little bit more likely. So it's another new biome, it's another new thing. I should not be out here at night, and I should not let the overconfidence get to me. So I'm gonna try and play it safe, get through this village, and see what I can find inside. First village is pretty much cleared. There really was not that many things in here. This is a pretty small village. We do have a fueling totem and a couple more running around out there trying to beat draugrs up, but honestly, the bow being fully upgraded with the crystal battle axe and Frostner, this village stood no chance. There was only one berserker and one shaman, so I'm not, I mean, we'll probably have problems a little bit more with the bigger ones, especially if we did them right now with our current progression level, but this one was easy. This one was not bad. As long as like I said, don't come out here at night, I feel really good about the plains, actually. This is the like least scared I felt of anything. Even the stuff that hits me without my Bonemass buff is not that bad for damage. So I haven't been hit by a berserker yet or a shaman. fine, but other than those things, I really should not be scared of anything. The tar monsters, on the other hand, could be scary. I have not come across a tar pit. I see 2 of them in the distance, but those could be bad. Those are bad at any point in a playthrough. Those things do damage, they stun you, they make you slower, they poison you, they do everything bad to you. Those things will fuck you up, so staying away from that is probably our best chance. But for now, we're gonna collect all the black metal around this thing, around this village, throw it in some of the chests, and then I will probably just run it back. Kind of like I was doing the silver, we'll run it all back to the boat, get it all back in the boat, and then we have some plants. We have just a few that we gotta harvest as well. I think we got barley at this one, and we may go look for flax. Yeah, we do have some barley. We may go look for flax, but if we don't, we can at least plant the barley for now and head back. But I think I want the flax too. We'll see. For now, though, I'm gonna grab all the stuff from this village, get it gathered up, see what I still need to get, and then we may continue into the plains, or we may head back to base. So let me see what we got, and then I'll make a decision on that. I've still got a few more runs to make, but I wanted to show you guys what the finished little garden looks like for now, so that way I don't know, you guys will have an idea. We planted some of the barley, some of it I did plant into the black forest like an idiot, and I haven't picked all of it that's over there yet. This is just what was in that chest, but I wanted to kind of see how far back I could plant. I may have to make this bigger once I get flax, but I mean, for now it's working fine. We'll be able to plant a decent amount, and then I don't know, I'm debating if I'm gonna stay here and wait for it to grow at least the first time and then replant it and head back, or if I'm just gonna head back, build the facilities in the base like I said I was going to, and then come back to get it later. I don't know which. I'm gonna think about which one's gonna be more efficient, but I think I am gonna go out and get more flax because I don't see a reason to head back to base without it. That's one of the main things that I'm gonna need from this entire trip. But another thing that I'm gonna need is Locke's pelt and Locke's meat, so I'm gonna go ahead and kill these ones over here. I'm a little scared about them, but hopefully bow and arrow can take care of them. Again, I'm a little I'm a little sketched out by some of the mobs in this biome because it's new to us on this playthrough, but also I've been playing modded and some other crazy shit where stuff is way stronger than it is in the normal game, so I'm a little bit like sketched out around some of it. I'm a little jumpy around some of this stuff, so we're gonna get these killed and we'll grab some more resources, and then I think we're gonna head out. I saw another tar pit as well as I think another village quite a bit further away, so I'll probably sleep, re-get my rested buff, make it daytime, and then we can head out over there because like I said, there's really no point to going back to base without flax. An unfortunate event has occurred. I have to dip soon and go do some real life stuff, so I'm gonna head back to base. I know I could technically stay here, but I'm also kind of low on food, and I was only using extra arrows from modder, so I don't have very many, but when we get back, we're gonna probably just come all the way back here. We have so many needles for arrows when we come back. We have a little bit of barley so I can start my fire resistance meads, and yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm almost out of arrows. A lot of my stuff like my pickaxe and bow are getting not super close to broken, but they're getting damaged, and like I said, I gotta get off, and I don't really want to log back onto the plains, so I'm gonna head back to base. I'll make some more arrows. I'll make a little bit more stuff for an expedition into the plains, and then maybe when we come back here, our barley will be ready to replant. I think I'll probably expand that base out a little bit and then plant the flax there, but like I said, for now, I gotta get off and go do some IRL stuff. So let's go ahead and get back to base, log off, and then we'll see what I decide on doing when I get back on. Alright, I am back on, and since I'm at base, and barley's going to grow out there anyways for now, and either way, I'm gonna be stuck building. I'm gonna be building a bigger farm out there, or I'm gonna be building this base up to support all the stuff I'm about to make. So I figured since I'm here, why not go ahead and make this, give the barley a chance to grow. By the time we get back down there, I can replant another section of it and hopefully get flax to plant beside it, and then we can wait for that stuff to grow. And like I said, we'll be decently far into the plains depending on how much flax and barley we decide to plant and how many cycles we decide to let it run before processing some of it. I may be able to get like almost all of the stuff I need in 1 or 2 trips back to that base. So I mean, it's not going to be too horrible, but we're going to need to do a lot of ahead planning here at base, get as much stuff as I can, get as much space as I can. I think we're going to expand both the cooking area, the smelting area. I kind of want to expand the storage area or make some smarter storage around certain areas. So maybe I'll move the storage for metal around the forges and stuff, and then move the storage for like at least all the food ingredients around the food area, and then we can keep all of like the extra metal, the gear, the seeds, the trophies, all the other shit, all the other random crafting stuff and other things that we got to keep over in our current crafting area. That'll kind of help spread out crafting. Like I said, we definitely need a bigger cooking area. We need a lot of different things, so I'm kind of ready to expand this base, get some facilities going. We need space for the spinning wheels as well, and I honestly may just leave some space in it for our black forge and all of that stuff. I know I'm planning to make a Mistlands base, but assuming I find a really weird scenario where the Mistlands is close by or somewhat accessible, like maybe it's not close by, but it's like just within the river, maybe I can just like have a really easy way to get back and forth between it. I may build the Mistlands stuff here, so I'm gonna just kind of set up to where I can do that. I'm sure there's no reason not to build some Mistlands stuff here, so I mean, I'm gonna make room for it, and if I need it, I need it, and if I don't, we have a cool ass base, so either way, it's gonna be fine. So we're gonna expand, like I said, the cooking area out first, then probably make it a little longer. We may have to dig this little runestone into the ground a little bit. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, but yeah, we're gonna get this thing expanded. It's not gonna be too exciting. It's gonna kind of just be extension of what it already looks like, but I mean, it's a Viking longhouse. It's going to be sick, and the only thing I got to make sure is that I eat enough food and that I don't fall off. So I'm going to try and keep myself alive and not make any dumb decisions while building. Try and get us built into a somewhat organized base, because right now the organization's kind of falling apart on the inside in some places, and I'd like to get it fixed. So let's get some of this done, and then I'll bring you guys back and show you what I'm working on. Okay, this is the final size of everything we're going to build. I buried the stone under the floors, so we don't have the rune stone in the way anymore. It was kind of cool to have next to our base, but I'm not too worried about it. I kind of wish those were breakable, but that's fine for now. For the time being, I think I'm going to take the boat and grab some core wood, because I'm tired of running back and forth to it, and I'm going to just stockpile the extra wood for when I need to build it up. Because the next part of this, the way that I normally build is floor or stone parts, core wood parts, wood parts. That's normally the best way to build it. That's the best way to that's the best way to figure out your support, because you're building it in the order of what has the most support, and then I don't know, it's the best way for me to build. So I'm going to need a bunch of core wood, and that I'll build up, and then after that I'll have a bunch of regular wood to kind of finish out the exterior with. So we're just going to continue the entire thing out from exactly how it looks now. We'll expand the cooking area to be as wide as the rest of it is, and at some point I really want to make the roofs a tar roof, but it's not going to happen right now. I was going to wait to expand this till I had the tar to make it all a tar roof, but I need the space before I do that, and that's going to be a lot of tar, and I don't even know if it's going to be worth it. But like I said, for now we're going to go get the core wood. We'll build it up for normal. We're going to change it to tar at some point, but we need the core wood before I worry about any of the roofing stuff in general. We'll come back, build the frame, get it sectioned off for how much I want in each area, and then I think, like I said, we'll start picking out the sections for where I want stuff to go, reorganizing the base for a bit, and then we'll probably head back to the plains. Frame is almost done on the base. I'm using these like wood platform kind of above like I was before to just keep myself up here. I'll probably break the two outside layers to let smoke up once I actually get the entire thing built, but for now I'm just using it to help me place the core wood, and then I'll use it to help me place the ceilings, and then like I said, I'll probably break it. But for now, this is what seems to be the safest way. I could still survive a fall off pretty easily, maybe 2 or 3, but I don't really want to. I'd like to stay up here high health where I'm not in any fear of death. I'm being a little overly cautious, but I think that's going to be the only thing that keeps me alive. So we're going to keep building up the frame. Like I said, I'm just going to do this all the way out before I start sectioning stuff out, but the frame's coming along pretty good. I think I got enough core wood from the boat ride. I may have to go back to the Black Forest for like 1 or 2 things, but for now I'm doing all right. This is going to be a giant base. I'm really happy to see we're going to have plenty of room for everything, because this is honestly like, I don't know, it's going to be pretty sick. I was running out of space for storage in certain areas like metal and stuff, so building its own storage area is going to be cool. So I don't know, I'm excited to have a better base, but I want to get it finished real quick. And then like I said, I'm also really excited to get back to the plains, because we still need flax. We need to smelt our black metal and actually use it for something, and I don't know, we just have a lot of stuff to do, and I feel really good about where our progression's at right now. So ideally we get this done quickly. I won't make you guys watch it for too long. I'll show you guys the finished product and some of the progress along the way, and then we'll get pushing into the plains, because that's where I want to be right now. I was not prepared for how much longer this was going to make the base. I want to show you guys this. I'm almost done with the roof, but I mean, look at this. This is freaking insane. I love how big this is. We're going to need multiple doors and stuff now on the sides, because there's no way that I don't know, there's no way that I have to run down this every single time I want to get out of the base, but this is sick. I really like it. It's definitely enough room for everything I need to build. I just need to finish getting the roofs on real quick, but it shouldn't be too bad. We have all the wood we need. If we don't, we have a bunch of trees planted. I don't know, I just feel happy that I've prepared everything somewhat successfully so far. I thought I was going to run out of wood. I got trees right next to the base because I already planted those a few days ago, so I don't know, it's pretty good. But we're also waiting for food to grow. I'm growing as many onions as I can right now. We'll probably have to get onions their own chest. I'm growing so many, and then I'll have so much onion soup and stuff for, like I said, like salads, and even like deeper into the Ashlands food I'll have onions. So that's pretty sick. Roof is done. We broke the outside layer so that smoke can get up, and we'll probably just replace the cooking area. I may make a divider in between the cooking area and stuff. It does really look, I don't know, it doesn't look that good inside right now just because of how long and repetitive it is. I kind of want to make some like little section pieces like we have into the storage area, but for now we got the room we need. We'll probably throw the beams down all the way to the ground on the outside, but I mean, like I said, it's not going to really add anything to the base. And for now, I'm going to throw all of our walls up. Everything's pretty much done, and just start removing stuff around the base, moving the cooking area down to this side, placing our bigger smelter for the black metal, our spinning wheels, our ovens. We have room for all that stuff now, so I'm excited. We're going to get all of this placed. We're going to start just like I said, putting things back where they go, putting things in their new spots, and then I'm going to be ready for plains. I've got plenty of food and plenty of arrows, so we're ready. We've got the new smelter placed. I've moved the cooking area. I left the left side of this completely open for the possibility of getting like like I said, the Black Forge and all that stuff from the Mistlands. I don't think we'll build anything Ashlands here, or even really anything Mistlands, but I'm going to leave space for it for now. All I'm waiting for is for metal to, all I'm doing right now is getting the pots and pans made. We made the other smelter so I can smelt the black metal. We can at least get the pots and pans made and make some better food. We'll have an upgraded cauldron once again. And then I have cooking area storage over here, and I'm going to be building smelter storage or expanding our smelter storage here in a minute as well, because we need a lot of room for metal in the forge. So we're going to have all that stuff. Stuff's going to be be a little bit better organized now. I don't know. I do want to make a divider at some point, like I said, and move this to where like it just looks so repetitive. It's so long and repetitive, but it's not our biggest thing right now. I don't need to be building. I needed a base that was functional, and I mean, I know it's a hardcore series. I can still build, but it's not the main focus. We need to get through this thing. So I'm going to sit over here for a little bit, make everything that I need, finish getting the base completely put together, and then like I said, I have a better cooking area now. I have a lot better stuff. So once everything in here is built, I'm going to go back because I need flax now. That's all I need. I literally just need flax in the Yagluth location, and I'm good to go. I haven't made any of that gear yet, but I have all the iron for it, so I'm not even worried about that. All I literally need is linen. I have most of the black metal I'm going to need. I got like 60 or 70 while I was there, and you really don't need that much black metal for stuff. I'll figure out which weapon I'm killing Yagluth with, and then we just got to start moving. So I have a feeling that's going to be quite a journey as well, finding Yagluth, because it's normally fairly far from Altar, but I don't know. Like I said, for now, I'm going to finish building this up, and then it's time to go start getting stuff, because we're on track to kill Yagluth pretty quickly. I got our boat pretty much cleaned out. I built a bunch of stuff like back at base, a bunch more cool things to show you guys, but I'm going to show you guys when we actually get back, because I'm excited to get back to the plains. I also have literally a chest full of onions. I made so much onion soup for this journey, it's ridiculous. I made like 20, left like 30 more at base, which is like 150 onions, and I planted more, so we're gonna have plenty. I literally have half a chest full of onions left over after all of that, so we're gonna be good on food, at least stamina food for a while. We have some serpent meat, we have some lox meat, we're about to have some lox meat pie and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna I threw the beehives into the like stone big square area where I had the plants and boar at, and I think I'm gonna throw probably the windmill in there as well to do that stuff. We have 300 needle arrows, which is awesome, with some wolf skewers, some serpent meat stew left over from the modder fight. I am running this right now. I got so much stuff to kill everything that I possibly need, and like I said before, as long as I don't let too much overconfidence go to my head, I'm feeling pretty good about this. I saw some tar pits and stuff back at the other base, but first we're probably going to harvest everything. So when we get there, we'll harvest everything up, and we're going to start moving, because I don't know, like I said, I'm hype right now. I'm ready to go. I don't know why, but I am ready to kill Yagluth. I'm ready to get out there. I'm ready to get through this plains biome, because plains, I don't know, plains is boring to me. It's mostly just waiting for crops to grow, so I'm ready to get through it. I'm ready to get to the Mistlands where stuff gets really scary. I have replanted the barley. I'm going to build out the farm a little bit bigger when I get the chance to when I'm over there, because I think I'm going to need more room for flax if I want to grow as much at a time as I want to. I put the rest of the barley back in the ship, and we are back past the other biome, or past the other village right now. The other village is out there on the right, not loaded in right now, but this one is a new one, and we have a tar pit right next to it to help us. We'll be able to get a bunch of tar for our roof. I don't know that we'll get enough tar for our entire roof right now, and I think there's even another one further around this edge of the swamp. So this is going to be pretty awesome when it comes to getting all of the crops we need, the tar we need, some more black metal, and honestly, the biggest thing that I got from the last one that I didn't expect to was a bunch of needles from the chests. I knew it was possible, but I got like enough for 300 arrows, and I cannot be complaining about that. I did not kill that many death skeetos, so to be running around here with 300 arrows feels really good. It's likely to keep me alive. Holy shit, that's a lot of fuelings. All right, that's a lot of fuelings coming out of this small village. We're gonna have to take these over to the tar pit, and hopefully the tar monsters don't completely fuck us and get us stuck next to these fuelings. But for the time being, I feel pretty good. We got everything. Like I said, I feel well prepared. Got our rested buff, got our bone mass buff. I'm ready to kill stuff, and I'm ready to get the stuff going. So I'm going to run through this village. I'm going to get some tar from these tar monsters. I'm going to kind of just let them fight between each other right now. And hopefully it goes well. Hopefully, like I said, the tar monsters don't fuck me. We get through these two villages really quickly, and then we can replant our flax and go back to base. We have a ton of barley, by the way. Like, enough to build at least I think we'll probably bring about 100 back. So I guess not a ton, but we'll have some bread. We'll have some lox meat pies, and that'll even just further our possibility of survival. And then after that, what I'll probably do next time I come back down here, I'll probably come back down. I want to like replant everything, put the stuff on the boat, and then I want to just go start looking for Yagluth now. Again, if I find it, that's pretty sick. If not, then whatever. Also, I'm going to look for a Mistlands while I'm out that far, because that's where we're going to be going after, and having that marked out in my mind would be really sick. But yeah, we're going to get to all that later. I'm going to get through this right now. Like I said, just try and be smart. I need to get a bunch of tar from these tar pits though if I want to make our roofs completely tar, and then I also need more totems, which is something I need to look for. And like I said, hopefully we find everything we need, but right now I'm pretty confident it's going to be pretty calm, as far as, I mean, as calm as killing an entire village of things can be, and hopefully, like I said, hopefully it stays that way. Luckily for me, this next village did have another totem. I also got a decent amount of black metal from it, but I don't even know how much I'm going to need the black metal. And then I got a decent amount of tar, but I'm probably going to have to make a few trips back for that. I got flax from that village, so I mean, all is good from that village. village. There's also a bunch of Loxes just hanging out outside my gate that I made, and I know they have a tendency to aggro to player structures even if you're not nearby, as well as the crops inside. So just to keep our boats safe, our structure safe, and our plants safe, I went ahead and killed them. And I need more Lox meat, so why not? On top of that, I built a decent little area for our flax and planted that. Ran over, got another fueling village with more crops inside of it, and because our other ones are already planted, we'll probably just take these ones straight back to base. Got a decent amount more black metal, and just, I don't know, we're kind of just clearing this plains out here. I also did take another trip to get more tar, but other than that, I mean, I just spent the rest of the time reharvesting the barley, which the fact that we got 2 harvests while we're here is kind of insane. I did not think they were going to grow that fast, but I mean, I'm happy with it. I'm not complaining about it because they're growing. I mean, I don't know if they're growing faster, if I'm just spending way too much time playing in the plains and stuff, out there in the plains, breaking down villages and all that and getting tar. So I don't know which one it is, but because it looks like the flax is decently close to growing, I'm probably going to sit here until it does. Now, once the flax is grown, I may take up the entire farm with flax for now, or I may replant some of the barley. I'm not sure yet, but for the time being, I'm going to wait for the flax. We have so many plants and so much stuff to take back, and then we will take it all back and figure out what we're doing from there. One day later, and the flax is all grown and harvested. Just kind of hung out here for a little bit and watched some YouTube, so that's kind of nice. And then I mean, some of it is still growing. We can grab that. We ended up replanting barley as well, just because I am going to need more of it. I did take up a little bit more area to like plant flax rather than barley, but not much more. It's just out past this gate a little bit, so we have that. I don't think we're ever going to plant other stuff here at some point, but because it's built how it is, I'm just going to leave it partially in the Black Forest for now. We have so many plants and so much tar to bring back from, I mean, I just sat there and messed with the tar and the Lox for quite a while once I was waiting for the stuff to grow. We have over 100 flax to bring back, over 200 barley, over 200 or over 2 stacks of tar. I don't know, I think those are 50 each, so we have like over 100 tar, which is good for our roofs. I don't know that it'll be enough, but it'll be pretty close. And I was gonna hang out and let another set grow, but our Draugr broken, and I really can't defend the crops if I don't have any ability to shoot arrows. The fact that I went through that many arrows is kind of insane, but at least I had that many arrows to go through. So I don't know, that's nice. We got all of our stuff. We're gonna head back to base. I am super excited to process this flax into linen because we're literally gonna have almost fully upgraded pattern iron, or fairly upgraded pattern iron, as soon as we get it processed. And then we're gonna be so much stronger for the plains. Literally, I'm already feeling pretty good about what we have on, so that's gonna make it so much better. Linen is processing beautifully. We got all the iron moved to the new storage area. We've got a new storage area for obviously like all of the cooking stuff as well, and I have all that moved in. We've got plenty of stuff now. I mean, I'm literally just gonna have to wait for this stuff to process. We're gonna make a black metal axe, I think, to fight Yagluth. If you don't know why, I'll show you. I am probably gonna be getting off soon, but I will show you guys tomorrow when I get back on, or explain it here in a second. I'm also gonna be using probably the porcupine to deal with mobs. Might make the black metal shield. I don't know. Right now, I'm just kind of organizing the base. We'll look at what I'm gonna build when I actually have the stuff too, but for the time being, I'm gonna just keep organizing the base, waiting for this stuff to process. And like I said, I am probably gonna be getting off for the day, but I will be back on tomorrow to make much deeper progress into the plains, and I am super excited for it. It is the next day. We are on day 127, 22 days since we have killed Modder, and I don't know, it's going pretty good for just being that far off of killing Modder. We have so much linen. I got a couple more things I got to organize while I'm here back at base, but it is time to start making some plain stuff. So let me see. I'm gonna need iron. I'm probably gonna make an axe, and I'm gonna make the porcupine. So let me get all of the stuff ready for that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna get everything as upgraded as I can, and I don't know. I don't have that long to play, but I really want to go start looking for Yagluth now. I know I'm not ready for it yet, but it's kind of the same thing as before. If I find it now while I'm trying to grab a couple other resources, because I do need more tar, and maybe finding some extra flax that I'm not waiting for it to grow would be cool too. So we're probably gonna go explore and look for Yagluth, and then if we find it, then I will be happy, and if we don't, I'll get some resources out of it. Either way is good. We're gonna build this stuff first though, and like I said, I don't have that much time, so I don't know if I'll do that stuff yet. It's gonna take more linen than iron to get all of this upgraded, and that's the part that I'm a little worried about, because I don't know, we have all the iron in the world, I just don't have all of the linen in the world quite yet. It's growing, it's being worked on. It's not that expensive to upgrade, luckily, but it's going to once we get closer to the end portion. But for now, I do know that when we do go out to explore, I'm going to be much better prepared than I was before. We're going to be doing so much more damage with the porcupine and black metal axe, and we're going to have a bit more armor, so that's going to be awesome. As I said though, I'm going to be using the black metal axe over the sword, I think. The reason being, they do have a slightly different hit pattern, and I think about DPS it's about the same, but technically the black metal axe does do 5 more damage per hit. I'm not doing it based off that though. I really don't care. I actually like the black metal sword quite a bit better. The problem I have is the black metal axe is what I need to be using when I get to the Mistlands to harvest Yggdrasil wood. And since it does about the same amount of damage, I figured why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone, get Yagluth down, and then also have that axe prepared for the Mistlands. That way we don't waste a bunch of our extra resources on stuff that I technically don't really need. Like I said, I like the black metal sword, but the axe technically hits harder. I don't know about DPS per second or anything like that, or like combos, or like stamina. I don't know about any of that stuff, but it does technically hit harder. I think the base sword is 100 and the base axe is 105, so I'm going to be using the axe for those couple of reasons. That way we can get Yggdrasil wood when we get to the plains, or when we get to the Mistlands. And I mean, like I said, it's not a bad weapon. It does more than the sword, so I'm not too worried about it. It just has a slightly odd hit pattern. That's the only thing that's kind of funky about it that I don't like from the sword. Gonna get our stuff upgraded. I'm gonna just sit here and wait for all of it to process, and then I don't know. I'm going to see if I have enough time to go on a journey, because like I said, that's what I want to do most right now. Stuff is still processing, but I wanted to show you guys this. Comfort room is absolutely amazing right now. We've got a raven throne. We've got a red jute carpet now. We've got a working hot tub with the tar we brought back. I need to fit a table in here somewhere, but right here's fine. And we have our dragon bed. I mean, obviously we got that quite a bit earlier, and it's summer, so we can build the maypole, which is just, I don't know. We have 16 comfort now. I might be able to get 1 or 2 more out of this, but I'm pretty happy about this. This is pretty decent comfort so far, so I'm going to look at the wiki and see if I can get better comfort at the current time. But if not, I'm happy with this. I'm getting a decent amount. I don't think I'm going on the journey just yet because I'm just sitting here waiting for stuff to process, but I'm at least I have tier 2 helmet, tier 2 pants, tier 3 of the chest piece. I have a tier 4 porcupine, so I'm ready to whack some shit when I go back to the plains. I am going to be strong as hell. I'm excited, so we're going to keep waiting for stuff to process up. I'm kind of just being patient. Like I said, I don't have much to be on right now for this play session, so I'm just going to, I'm just going to spend it waiting at the base, testing out our hot tub maybe. I'm not quite sure, but we'll hang out. I got this done while I was doing it. I'm going to get a couple other little base improvements done while I'm waiting for stuff to process, and then I think the only thing I need for an exploration is honestly more arrows and food, so I may do some of that stuff as well, because all I'm really doing is I'm waiting for some of that extra silver and iron that I didn't have smelted to smelt. Silver just because I don't want to deal with smelting it if I need it, and iron because I need it for the set, and then the linen sitting there processing as well. So I'm going to wait on all that stuff. I may AFK for a little bit or just hang out in the comfort room and watch some YouTube, and then we'll be back when I get all of that done. After processing a bit more, shit is actually going pretty good here back at base. I have a metal shield now, a black metal shield. We've got 93 armor. We're getting pretty close to fully upgraded. I'm definitely going to need a little bit more linen for the last pieces though. I need to upgrade my cape just for the extra 1 armor. We did end up putting the windmill out in the garden, so I have that out there now. I've got barley flour going, processing the barley as well, and I mean, I've just been sitting here waiting for stuff to process, but it's been fun. I did up the comfort of the comfort room 1 more by adding a darkwood table, which I kind of forgot was extra past the regular tables, and I don't know, it's going good. I have all the stuff we need, but like I said, it's just kind of, it's going to be, I've been hanging out in this comfort room a whole lot because that's all I really need to do. The only thing I've been doing other than that is getting wood for the possibility of coal. I've been building up more coal just in case I need it, but also I'm still smelting black metal and iron, so I'm going to need more of it. So I don't know. I'm going to have more of it. I'm going to have some extra in a chest after doing this, I'm sure, but for now I'm going to need more for what I'm smelting. The boar are doing good. I just slaughtered a bunch of the boar, and now I only have 1 stars in the pen, so that's sick. And everything's going pretty good, unless I mean, nothing really could be going too much better right now. I'm just, like I said, hanging out, waiting for everything to kind of waiting for the progression to come to me, and I'm going to continue to do so. So unless anything really crazy happens, I should be seeing you guys when we're on our next adventure. And we are ready for exploration. I've got fire resistance meats in my inventory. I've got cooked lox pies. I've got more stuff making, more fire resistance and some healing potions making. I've got cooked lox meat. I've got literally all the good plains food that I could want. I've got my motor buff so we can go quite a bit further now, because we are going to go on quite the adventure. We're going to head over to our plains base, kind of like I mentioned. I'm going to pick up all the plants there, replant them, and then from there we're going to head out to a new area of the map. I'm going to kind of pick a direction where I think there could be more plains, and we're going to go start looking for Yagluth. This is not the journey where I bring enough stuff to kill him, but this is the journey where I go out and at least try and find him, and then if I don't, I get more resources, and if I do, then at least we know where it's at. I'll mark it in my head, and we'll still continue to get resources. So we're going to go look for a little bit of stuff after we get past that. I have a couple other things in mind to look for, but I'll talk about it when we're actually on that journey, and once I figure out which direction we're going. I have made it to the plains base safely, harvesting up all the crops. I'm not going to spend very much time here at all. I'm literally just going to get these out, put what I need on my boat, replant the rest of it, and then I will start heading out to a new direction. I'm going to explain which direction I'm going, why I'm going that way, and also why I want to start working in every direction, or why I want to start working in certain directions. Just I have a plan in mind that we're going to go over, but it's going to make much more sense on the water, so I'm going to get these replanted real quick, and then I'm ready for that. Plants and lox meat acquired, more planted, and we got our base. We got some stuff cleared out around that base, so nothing should be attacking those plants while we're gone. In the meantime, let's talk about where we're going and why we're going there. So normally when we get up to this mountain to our right, we normally whip a right. That's where Motor Mountain is, but the back side of it, and we go back around that mountain back to our base. What we're going to do right now is we're going to whip a left. Now this is somewhere that I have really not been at all. I think this is about where I went to Bonemass. I think I went a little bit farther down here to the left, and if I had to guess, my plains base, which is behind us, is like on the other side of that swamp, so I think I parked on the other side of this island originally. Anyways, here's what I've learned in the no map navigation this entire time. I know, first of all, I know this has not been like, I mean, it's been a long video. You guys have been watching for 3 3.5 hours. And if you watched all the way to here, thank you very much. I'm gonna say that a lot the rest of the video. I can't believe the support that I've been getting on the Valheim videos, and I know I've been quiet for a few days, but it's been because I've been making this. But this series, in total, took like 130 hours to film, and I mean, some of that was like a time that I was paused or AFK and stuff like that, or yeah, a pause time like made it so the world didn't go by, but that's about how much recording time I had on it. On top of that, I'm also editing this all in one go, and like literally over the course of like the next 20 hours. I did this entire thing in less than 2 weeks, so I don't know. I feel like I've learned a lot. Like I said, this has been like an insane 2-week long journey for me, but in this amount of time, I've learned so much stuff about Valheim, and one of the biggest things that I've learned is the tree. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at the Valheim world again, or like if you play Valheim, you don't even look at the sky, you don't look at the tree. It doesn't mean anything to you. When you play no map in no portals, it means a lot. This is where everything is. This is how you know what direction you're going. This is literally how you play the entire game, is looking up at that tree. So what I've learned is the tree spans from east to west. That stem that we're facing now is east, which means we are going east, which means if it is on our right, we are going north, and if it is on our left, we're going south. So we're going to start heading with it. We're going to start heading straight towards it, and we're going to kind of go all the way out to that side of the map until we hit Mistlands, and then a little bit south. The reason I want to go that way, I don't know why. I feel like the queen is like always, I don't know why. I have a lot of these weird superstitions about Valheim, and I don't know if it's pattern recognition on a weird ass level because I play the game too much, or if it's just me being like noticing patterns that aren't there. But I feel like it's every single time that I see queen, it's like go straight east or west from the altar, and then like go down like 15-20 degrees from that line, and that's about where queen's at. I don't know why. It's somewhere close to the edge of the map, but that's where I feel like we're going here. So we're gonna head out this way. On top of that, I don't know, this is the direction that we need to be going. We've been going north the whole time, and I'm not that far from dealing with Mistlands and starting to plan for Ashlands, and so going this way is gonna allow me to slowly rotate myself around the island that we're living on and start going towards Ashlands. And I want to build my Mistlands base out here if I find one, which I mean, I know I'll find one, but if I find like a good one with a good spot to build. On top of that, we're kind of been going like northeast, so I'm kind of looking at like, we've already gone further east than we have west, so going this way for plains and Mistlands just makes the most sense. So we're gonna go over here. It looks like we have tons of islands to explore. I know we have a lot of stuff to explore. I'm gonna try and make arrows and markers on each one of them and kind of get a bearing of all the spots and all the different places that I'm going. If I can do this entire journey without getting lost, I'm gonna be insanely proud of myself, because I mean, you guys saw the Elder and the Bonemass experience. It's horrible. The Elder one was bad. The one between those two where I got completely lost just on the boat sailing, all of that stuff is like, it's bad, but it's also showing, if I can get back now, like how much I've progressed. So I mean I feel pretty good right now. We're gonna stop at this plains. We're gonna look for a stone if we can find one, and we're gonna keep progressing. But I want to just have a second to talk, because like I said, I want to thank you guys for watching, and also just explain the series, how long it took, the effort I put into it, and also like the stuff that I've learned during it, because like I said, I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at Valheim the same after this playthrough. Parked up over here, we've got another like growth pit, another tar pit, and another little small village, but this village has a totem inside of it, which means that we are going to be good on totems. We're going to have all 5 to summon Yagluth, which is great, so I decided to stop here. On top of that, I definitely do not still have enough for our ceiling or our roof yet, so I don't know, I definitely am going to need to do that, but I would decide, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to grab more. I've got spots on the boat. I can grab some more black metal if I want it. I really don't need more black metal, but I might just grab some of it anyways, because the Mistlands is going to require some, and then I think I did make an arrow on the other side of this island, but I kind of want to run around here for a little bit. On top of this, it is getting close to nighttime. I mean, there's more feelings over here than I thought. It's getting pretty close to nighttime. I would like to kill these locks as well and just gather, like I said, stop at all these plains, make some markers, gather a bunch of resources, and keep moving. But because it's getting close, I may even build a little base here and sleep through the night, so I don't have to worry about it. That way I don't get any serpents while I'm sailing. I have plenty of serpent meat. I just don't want to be bothered and lose my arrows to it. And then, yeah, I mean, not being out here at night is probably still somewhat safe for us. It's definitely better than being out here at night. So we're gonna do that. We'll probably sleep here, but this is just our first little island stop that we're making. No Yagluth stone so far, and no sign of the altar, but we're definitely gonna keep going. So I kind of just want to explore today too. Like I have not done a lot of just like leave the base and explore. The one time I did, I got extremely lost, so I'm kind of down to do that to see if I can find my way back. We've got plenty of food, we've got plenty of arrows, and like I said, I'm ready. So we're gonna sleep through the night here, get back on the boat with all of our new stuff and all the resources we found, and then keep heading out. I have been exploring for about the last 3 hours now. I found a Yagluth stone in this little like Stonehenge. I already checked it. I got the direction for it. I'm not really gonna, there's no reason for me to set up like the little build piece because I'm gonna be going back to base, but I have like, based on the tree, the way it looks is like this small branch that extends, I'm gonna say south. The furthest south branch that extends out is where we're gonna be going for Yagluth. So that'll become like better later, but we got a stone, which is not that likely, so I'm happy about that. But we've been, yeah, like I said, I've been sailing for like 3 hours. We're actually on our way back right now, and most of what I've found is just like information that I'm gonna keep in my head. I've literally found Mistlands, swamp, a bunch more planes, a bit more tar, but like none of it was eventful. It was just hanging out, sailing, looking for stuff. I don't even think I really got a serpent. I made a couple little bases with like campfires to sleep at, and I left those there at each place. So if I ever need a spot to sleep, the campfire should be on the shore. If it's not lit, I should still be able to see the little structure. And I mean, I have little camps set up all around the base now, which is kind of something I wanted. I have arrows set up all around the base to find my, or all around the map to find my way. And I think we're heading back to base. So we got a Yagluth stone, we got a general direction, which will help us. So just to give you guys an idea, I'm gonna try and like communicate. We went pretty far east. The map is, or the rock is now telling us to go south. So if we go mostly east, but a little bit south from our base, we should be in about the same spot. If we can get to the same amount of east that we are currently at, which I'm gonna try and gauge by looking at the tree, maybe a little bit more east based on what I got from the stone, and then we start just heading south and checking every single plains from where we are currently at. Remember, we gotta remember, it's not south from where I am at, it is south from where that stone is at. So we're actually gonna start by going north a little bit because we're very far north right now, and then working our way back south. We're gonna do that when we get to Yagluth. I'll explain it more when we're doing it, but I just wanted to show that we did find the stone and I do have a general direction. So later when you guys see me navigating, you don't just think I'm pulling it out of my ass. I do have fairly good direction. This mountain we're heading back towards now is not the motor one. It's one further, even further east than the motor one. We found a Mistlands that's actually pretty sick. I mean, we just headed straight east and we found it, but it was like a Mistlands strip of plains and then black forest, which for a base would be insane because I could literally plant all of the regular stuff, all of the plain stuff, and all of the Mistlands stuff all in one area, build up a fairly safe base on the edge of the Mistlands, and there was roots and stuff right there for us to put our tree sap things in. I'm not even going to show it. I want to show it later, but I want to describe it now because I want to try and get back to that spot. I kind of kept track of where it was. I also saw a couple other cool base spots, but like I said, I'll show you guys them if we build in them, and if I don't build in them, then there's no reason to show them. So right now our main focus is Yagluth. I have a couple things I'd like to upgrade. I would like to get a little bit more food in case it is a really long journey, because it could be. I have the fire resistance meads, and I'd like to get more arrows and repair my stuff. I don't think the Yagluth fight is super close, but we're definitely going to be on our way to it pretty soon. I'm probably going to spend a decent amount of time back at base messing around with stuff, like just upgrading our stuff to the max, because Yagluth is the first of what I'm going to call the 3 very, very, very hard fights. I make that dramatic because they're the fights that I have and most people have the least experience with. They're the most difficult, and they just carry scenarios that are just so much easier to die in. Like the first 4 bosses are very basic, even excluding that you can kill the first 2 with campfires. Eikthyr, you either get fine wood bow or crude bow, you just kill it. It's not very hard. Like you kite it around the rocks, you kill it. Elder, you have the altar that you spawn it at to kite it around and kill it. Bonemass is literally just dodge the single physical attack it has and wear a poison mead, and you're pretty much good as long as you've prepared with the right gear. And motor is just a bow fight again. It's just there's 3 bow fights leading up to it. Yagluth is the first one where it's like there is extreme, first of all, environmental like hazard. The feelings, mosquitoes, and growths can smack the shit out of you in the middle of the fight, and they can actually mess you up. But you go from having a dragon that you're just fighting with a bow and you just kind of have to run when it's attacking you, to a shit ton of meteors, a thing with laser beams, fire damage that will absolutely screw you if you forget your potion in any sense at all, and a bunch of really strong attacks. And also the bosses get a lot more aggressive with attacks. The other thing that I'm trying to talk about is like motor hits and then flies around for a while. Bonemass hits and then poisons and then throws some shit and then sits there and growls at you for a second and then it hits again. Same with the other 2. They don't hit very fast. If anything, out of all of them, Eikthyr hits the fastest. So you have a lot of time to like chill out and make good decisions. Yagluth and moving on past that, the Queen and Fader are not the case. They hit very fast. They keep hammering you with attacks. So it's the first one that I'm going to be really like pressed to survive during. So out of those 3, a little bit nervous about it. Those are the 3 that I'm nervous about. I'm going to get increasingly more nervous because my level of experience goes very far down once I get to especially the Ashlands. So I need to be as prepared as possible. So I'm going to go back to base. I'm going to get everything that I could possibly need ready for it. And I will definitely be back before we go fight Yagluth. We're going to sit at base for a little bit and do some stuff though. I might stop back at our plains base because the plant should be ready to harvest by now. I'll come back with a bunch more linen because we should have 2 full harvests of it, and I'll replant it while I'm there in case we need it again. And then, like I said, we'll probably have a good section of sitting back at base and just upgrading stuff again. We have made it back to base. It did take me, like, I was way further out than I thought I was. I was thinking I was lost simply because of how long it was taking me, but in reality, I just had to be patient and trust myself a little bit. We did get so much tar on that, and we had so much tar at base already. We had like 200 at base, just got like 300 more. So I'm gonna tar this whole roof. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. I did the math, and it's gonna be close. It might not be exactly enough. I might not have enough to go all the way down to the ground on every single side, but I will probably at least have enough to cover the base, and that's fine for now. I can always go get it later, and like I said, we need a more functional base than a decorative one, and while I am playing hardcore and can build a decorative one, I don't have to, so we're gonna use all the tar we got. We might save a little bit. I mean, we have the hot tub, though. I don't really know what else I'm gonna need. We have the hot tub and the dark wood stuff, so for the time being, I might just need it for gates. I'm gonna throw as much as I can up on the roof for now, and anything that I can't make, I won't worry about too much, as long as I can get the whole thing covered. If I can't, I don't know, it'll be a little ugly. I might have to actually go get more if it's like yin-yanged with part tar, part not. But we're gonna throw this up, and then I have meads making. I don't think I have that much stuff at the time. Ooh, okay, maybe let's not fall off of the build. At the time being, I actually don't have that much more stuff that I can say I don't have for Yagluth, and as much as I'm trying to delay it due to anxiety that I'm scared about it, I think I'm just gonna have to go for it pretty soon. Finding it is probably gonna be a whole thing, and gearing up for this journey where we can go on it and still have enough stuff to kill it once we find it rather than coming back to base is gonna be a lot of stuff. There's no doubt about that, but I think I'm fairly close, and I think I may be waiting a little too long just because, like I said, I'm a little anxious about the fight. So we're gonna get this roof put on, and then I'm gonna kind of evaluate how much stuff I need to actually build, because as much as I hate to admit it, we're getting pretty close to it, and as scared as I am, that doesn't mean that we don't have to beat it. All right, guys, tar roof is done. It looks pretty good. I still need enough to do the back section, and it doesn't go all the way down if you're looking at it on the left side, but it doesn't go all the way down to the ground on either side, but it doesn't go down at all past this edge on the other side, so that's fine for now. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look too ugly. I think I am gonna go ahead and build the dividers inside like I was talking about, to split up the area a little bit, because once we do get to Mistlands, we're gonna have a whole nother set of crafting areas in here, and having a little bit of a divider I think is gonna make it look good to give a break from the repetition in here. Aside from that, though, I'm getting nervous. I know Yagluth is up and coming. I do still have, like I said, I do still have stuff to prepare for it, and I know it has to get killed. That just doesn't make the anxiety better. I'm still scared to kill it, and I'm still scared about it because I don't know, in like the last couple series I've died so many times. The modded series I died so many times killing Yagluth, so it's just like, it's a little nerve-wracking, but it's alright. Like I said, it's just the first time where I think I'm really gonna face death in the series. Like a lot of the situations so far for death have been like, oh, you know, maybe I'll die like to this thing, and it happens in the moment, and then afterwards I kind of realize like, that was close. But this one, like, I know before the playthrough that this one was gonna be rough, so that this one and Queen are gonna be rough, and I mean, obviously past that the entire Ashlands are gonna be rough, but this is like our first patch where I was like, oh shit, this gets a little scary. So we're gonna get this stuff put together. I'm gonna go over what all I need so I can kind of update you guys on what I'm working on, and then Yagluth is looking like it's coming up, as much as I hate to admit it. I am making the shit out of some food right now. You guys can finally get a first look at how many fucking onions I have. But all jokes aside, I have pretty much everything I need. I went over and looked at everything. I have to like process a little bit more of the flax into linen to upgrade my armor set. I have to do a couple things, but like, if I'm being honest with myself, I really should be fighting Yagluth within like the next 2 hours of my life, so which means for you guys in probably like the next 10 minutes. So I'm kind of scared about it, but I think if I prepare myself, I think I'll be perfectly fine. I have my axe upgraded to 3, so I could get that to 4. My armor's mostly at 3, so I could get that to 4, and I need to make some lox meat pies, and maybe I need to find the onion soup is good, but any of the better stamina food, I think I have maybe the stuff for some blood pudding. If not, I'm almost willing to go get blood for it just to prepare ourselves to the max. But other than that, like, I do think I'm ready. I have the direction. I know I'm scared about it, but like, there's nothing I can do to get around it, and I need to just go for it soon. So I'm gonna start getting everything cooked up, all the flax processed, and getting our last stuff upgraded, and making any absolute final preparations that I need. But unless there's something really important that I forgot to mention, I think we're ready to go fight Yagluth. So let me get this stuff processed up. Let me do everything I gotta do. Make sure I got my rested buff. Make sure I have everything. I do need to make some healing meads, so I have all the stuff for them. I'll just probably craft it and then throw them in the fermenter and just go AFK for a little bit while they make, because I don't really have anything else to do right now, and I think we're ready. Well, guys, this is it. I have everything I need. I did have to go to the swamp and get some just a little bit of blood to make the healing meads, as well as the blood pudding that I wanted to use for my stamina. I have more fire meads making for the Mistlands, but I have everything upgraded. I've got tier 4 axe, level 4 like mace, all level 4 armor. We're at 100 armor right now, which is the max you can be with any cape and the padded metal armor. So I've got everything I think I need. We've got the Bonemass buff, and I'm scared, but I'm kind of confident. Like I said, the plains has been kind of a breeze so far, and as long as that overconfidence doesn't get to my head, we can just take a breath. We can get there. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. We did bring a lot of stuff for like an expedition style like find. So what I'm gonna do is up on the tree, I'm gonna head to this like south facing branch, and then I'm gonna go north a little bit. If I see a plains anywhere north, because technically we were pretty far north when we first saw it, and we were supposed to go south from, so say we were 10 miles north. I have no clue what the units of measurement in Valheim would look like, but say we're 10 miles north. It told us to go south, so realistically I should probably go up to like what is 7 miles north and then start heading south. That way I don't miss it if it is north. And then yeah, we're just gonna look for it. But I do feel good about finding it. I do have a good direction. All I gotta do when I get there is just like set up a bed, make sure we have our rested buff, follow all the rules that I made, and we should be okay. So we're heading out. We're gonna go past the Modern Mountain, go past this first swamp that we did, go past the trader, and then once we get out towards that side of the ocean, both these islands are really, really long. So once we get out past that side of the ocean, I'll take a look left, which is north, look and see if I see any plains, and if not, we'll start heading south. It's closing in on nighttime, and it's honestly been quite a far journey just to get to the edge of these islands. I'm getting out towards the edge though. Over there to the left, that line kind of looks like what I was seeing between Black Forest and Plains earlier, so I'm gonna test that out. This Plains it would kind of line up with where I was going. I really don't think this is the plains, but there's no reason not to stop here. This is technically about south of where I was. In my mind, it's not quite far enough east, and it's going like a little bit southwest, but I don't know. The stone was just a general direction. There's no reason not to check here if this was kind of the general direction. I do need to probably sleep first because I have no really rested buff. It'll run out really quickly, and I don't want to be in the plains at night because honestly, I probably won't die, but I just don't want to waste all of the resources and durability on my weapons trying to fight off big packs of feelings when I really don't have to. So I'm going to probably make a little spot, sleep, and then I'm going to enter this plains. And even if I can't find the Yagluth here, I might be able to find another stone. I know it's unlikely for Yagluth just because everybody complains about not really being able to find the Yagluth stones because there is no active dungeon in the plains, but I don't know. It still could happen. There's no reason not to look once again. So if I can find something along those lines, I will try. And if not, we'll just hop back on the boat and start heading south. We know which direction we should be going. I just don't want to miss it for some stupid like laziness like this. We have slept up. It is the next day. I did have to pop my Bonemass buff to keep me alive, and I figured why not, just because hopefully by the time I find Yagluth, it'll be reset. I don't think I'm going to be fighting it in the next 15 minutes. So this plains is really thin though. The plains like to Black Forest is really thin. So I'm going to sail up it and see what I can find, because I should be able to see any Stonehenge structures from the shore, and if I miss one, that would suck, but it'd be probably okay. There's no way in hell I'm missing the Yagluth structure, the entire altar, if I'm sailing along this really thin one. Honestly, the more I go along this edge of the plains though, the way it's curving, it really could be the plains. Like I'm looking up at the tree, we are like directly off that piece now, just going south. Like I said, I wanted to be at the end of that south facing branch to start going south, so I don't know, man, it really could be. It was kind of in the direction of that. It might not be, like I said, it's probably not, but the likelihood of it being here, the fact that it could be here, I don't want to take the 1% chance that it's not just to miss it and then have to be following it all the way back here, or possibly going for one that's further away, because this is also kind of close to our base. I know I said the journey out was like kind of far from our base. It took a little bit longer than I thought it would, but like I didn't think it would be this far. Like I didn't think it was far, but not Yagluth far, if you know what I'm talking about. It should not be out this close. So I'm gonna run. This getting a little bit thicker here, so I'm gonna try and run up these hills, see if I can find anything, and update you guys if we're either back at the boat or if we find something useful to us. Oh fuck. Well, that is what we were looking for. I am not even that far from the boat. The boat is right across that little thing. And I have some things that I'm seeing around it that I'm not that happy about. It does seem like there might be a tar pit around it. It looks like there might be 2 tar pits around it. Oh man. Okay, I am pretty close to base, which is cool. If I get this done, we're gonna be back to base like pretty shortly. As soon as we get it done, it's not that bad of a, like I know exactly where I'm at right now. There's no chance of me getting lost on this one, and we didn't get lost in Modder either, so I kind of knew that we wouldn't. Oh man, there's a village right next to it too. Come on, man. We're gonna have to fight off so much shit over here. God, I hope we don't have to go back to base to like fix our stuff or get more food, because we're gonna have to kill 2 tar pits as well as an entire village and then kill Yagluth. Like that's gonna be a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna try and save my buff as well. So we found it though. It's terrifying, scared of it, but we found it. We have the totems with us, and we're gonna clear this village out, clear the tar pits around us, clear all the death skeetos, kill all the loxes, set up a rested area, get our rested buff. Is that a Stonehenge over there with the stone? Fuck off, dude. Why is it that close to this? Really? This is what I was talking about earlier. Like I swear the stones are closer or like more common the closer you get to the boss. I'm probably being stupid and not giving misinformation out to the world, but at the time of like, I definitely think that's what it is. That stone over there, I can see a Stonehenge over there and I see a red glow on it. I'm pretty sure there's a stone at it, so that's a little stupid. But that being said, let's get this cleared out. Let's get everything cleared out. Like I said, hopefully I'm gonna try my best not to use as many resources. I'm gonna try and use my porcupine and arrows to kill this stuff and not use my shield. That way I still have that. Not use any of my fire resistance resistance or anything, and then try not to use my buff, and that should leave me with enough stuff to kill Yagluth with. So let's get everything like that done. Let's set up a little rested area, and let's get this thing started. We've cleared everything, as long as no more stuff spawned throughout the night. It is day 145, which I was planning to get this done by day 150. We'll keep our little rested buff area over here for, I don't know, maybe future years. Also, the Stonehenge thing did not have a stone. I was being a little dramatic, but that's okay. We have our healing meads, we have the totems, we have our food. Honestly, like, I'm ready. I think we're good. I know I've been talking like anxiety up until this point, but it doesn't matter now. Like, now I need to have confidence. I need to have confidence and strength in this, and that way I don't. Hesitating in these fights is the dumbest thing you can do, because it's how you get hit and that's how you miss your dodge rolls. So let's get over there and get this fight started. Weapon out, armor out. Let's get our buff going. Let's get everything going, and let's get a solid amount of hits when it comes out of the ground, because that's gonna be a good amount of starting damage. We got our fire resistance potion on. We got our rested buff. We got everything we need. Let's get this going. Okay, we're hitting good. We're doing damage. We're actually doing more than I thought I was going to. We can get so much damage while this thing's crawling out of the ground. But as soon as it does, we need to start watching out for attacks. I don't remember which hand does which thing. Okay, that is hit. Okay, so right hand hits ground. Left hand calls meteors. Move when hit meteors. It's been a long time since I've done this fight, and it's definitely been a long time since I've done this fight and tried not to die, because last time was a modded series where there was not a fucking chance. That's the growl, and then we also have the laser eyes. I'm gonna have to get really used to. I really do not know this, like, the attack pattern for as far as dodging stuff. Okay, how much does fire? Fire doesn't tick for that much. It does a decent amount. It actually does like kind of a scary amount if I was just going to be getting burned the whole fight, but I need to learn the attack pattern again, because like I said, it's been a while since I've done this fight normally, and dodge rolling the attacks is a possibility, but it's not a really big option for me because I don't know them that well, and I don't know what the like physical cues of the character looks like. I may try it a little bit, but likely I'm just going to keep getting smacked. So alright, let's put out damage. We're doing fine so far, as long as nothing runs up on us, and as long as everything keeps going how it's going, I'm going to be okay. Now the problem comes when the rested buff runs out. When the rested buff runs out, I'm going to be a little more scared, because the rested buff is like extremely important to our stamina. It's how we're going to be able to keep running back and forth between them, and I don't know, that's the only thing I really have to worry about. Okay, we got lasers, we got Deskitos too. I hear some stuff flying around. I got some feelings. I did just sleep, so hopefully nothing from the nighttime will be around, but also like there is a village and stuff nearby, so there's a good chance that some stuff spawns. Honestly, the most annoying thing during this fight is growth and locks. Okay, I want to try the porcupine. The porcupine, it doesn't do bad damage. It's just, I don't know, I feel like it doesn't do quite as much as the axe. It does have a little bit of a hit. I don't know, I might just use both. Knowing that both do okay damage is good to know, because if I accidentally break one fighting other stuff as well, I'll be okay. But I'm just going to keep dodging meteors, keep hitting, and trying to keep track of everything. Like I said, the really big problem to this comes when our rested buff runs out. We got him at half. We've gone below 100 a couple times, but it's honestly going pretty well. So as long as I can keep this up, I'm going to be doing pretty good. The rested buff is about to run out, but I don't think I have any way to get it back. So honestly, I just have to keep going. I cannot believe that just fucking happened. I went from so hyped to so heartbroken so fast. I don't even know what happened. I'm gonna have to like go back at the footage. I don't even know how I just died. Like, I know I died from burning, but I was taking oh my god, did my fucking fire run out? I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and look. I really think my fire resistance ran out while I was so worried about my rested buff. That hurts. I need to go back to base and just like think for a second, because I really don't know where we go from here. We're back at altar. Obviously we know where our base is at, which is good. That's why we built where we did, but man, that fucking sucks. We are like reset back to 0. We have no skills. We have no items. We have nothing. All we have is whatever we left at the base for ourselves. All right, well, we're gonna keep going. We got this. I still have faith in us, but still have faith in myself. But it's gonna be sad for just a second while I try and figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do about what just happened. All right, in the run back to base, I've gotten a little bit more clear-minded. The only thing I can really do, okay, I'm not gonna throw a troll head on. I'm gonna throw we have our silver gear. We have our Frostner still. I think I still have all my boss things. I think I put them all away before I left. We still have some extra iron. I still have a lot of stuff at base, and it's not quite like a permadeath, but it's I don't know. That sucked. Like, the only thing I can do is go forward. And the biggest thing I have to really focus on right now is, like, I cannot die with this shit. If I die with this shit, I'm back to, like, nothing. I will have nothing. Like, all I will have is a base, which is, I mean, it's a lot. It's a big base. It's a nice base. It has a lot of stuff in it. We have 1 iron. What the fuck, dude? We have nothing. Oh, okay. We have 5 iron. Yeah, we have nothing. Rebuilding our set is gonna suck. At least, okay. Let's talk about how much. Stop talking about how much it sucks. Realistically, it won't take me that long to actually build back up because I have the facilities in place to get the linen. I have the black metal that just needs smelted for the axe. I might go with the sword this time because it did feel a little funny having the axe. And all I will really have to do is get the iron for the set again. It sucks. I don't have the silver for another Draugr Fang, which again, it's stuff that sucks. But as long as I don't die with this set, I won't be that upset. I will be really mad if I die with this set because, like I said, I will be set back to Trollhide and having a fucking iron mace, which is not what I signed up for. So that is the first, like, big punishment of the series. I did go back and look at the footage. I ran out of fire resistance, and I was sitting down and trying to fix my rested buff because I had the fire effect and I thought I could, and I just didn't realize it ran out. This is part of, like I said, the schedule I'm playing on. I'm gonna start making excuses real quick, but, like, this is part of the schedule I'm playing on. I'm playing at like 4 in the morning and I die. That's just what happens. Like, it's hard to pay attention, and that, I mean, that's just the price you pay for not paying attention, not playing fully alert. That's just what happens. So that was our first really big mistake. Hopefully it's our last really big mistake. It doesn't have to happen more than once. It didn't have to happen once, but we're here. It already happened. I'm gonna try and get as much stuff as I can and try and kick this back up as quickly as I can because I do not want to let that put us down for very long. We are back on the fucking water. I'm not letting that put us down for that long. We're going straight back to the plains base. There are swamp crypts over there that I can use to get iron. I can reharvest some flax and we can get back on this pretty quickly because I have a decent amount of food still saved up. I have okay gear. I should be fine in the swamp. I should be okay if I'm careful in the plains. If you're wondering how the fuck I got a boat, we had the 5 iron that I just found at base, and then I found 5 more inside of my blast furnace. So yeah, we broke that. We'll build that when we get back with iron. We don't need it to smelt the iron though, because all we need it for is smelting black metal, and we already have a lot of black metal smelted, so I'm not too worried about it for the time being. If it's gonna get us over there and kick us back up on progression, then that's fine. So we're gonna get over to the base. We're gonna reharvest. I don't know if I brought a cultivator. I'll have to check in a second, but we're gonna at least harvest what's over there. We'll leave a little bit for, if we can't replant it, we'll leave some over there now to replant later once we build another cultivator. And then I don't know, I'm like that. I'm kind of back to motivated again. I just can't let the overconfidence get myself killed a second time. So we're gonna get over there. We're gonna get into the swamp crypt. We're gonna get a bunch of iron. We have our antler pickaxes for now, which is fine. We'll build an iron pick. We'll build some of our padded iron back. And honestly, I want to get back out there as quickly as possible. I don't want to rush it. I did not bring a fucking cultivator. God dang it. Alright, so I don't want to rush it, but I do want to get back there because Yagluth is currently spawned in, and that gives me a little bit more, like, push to go back at it because I know he's still out there. I severely doubt the health will be anywhere below full, but it could be, so getting back out there would be cool quickly, but we're going to get prepared. I've decided on making the black metal sword just because I feel a little more comfortable with it. I know it's not going to make too much of a difference, and I'm going to spend more black metal in the long run, but honestly, whatever makes me feel comfortable, whatever can keep me on top of my game is probably the best thing I can do. So let's get back to that. Let's get back to the plains base. Let's get some iron, and let's get back on top of this playthrough. We had a serpent on the way here. We harvested the plants and put them inside the box, and I'm just going to the first swamp crypt that I see. I realized that I may have fucked up kind of badly. I think I died with the swamp key. I can't tell if I died or left it at base and just didn't think about it because I was eager to get back out, but either way, I don't have it. So hopefully at least one of these out here is unlocked and not looted somehow. So if that's true, hopefully this one unlocked and not looted. Please tell me it is, man. I would really hate for this to be the case of how it goes down. I know there's stuff in this swamp that's unlocked because yeah, this one's unlocked because this is the Bonemass swamp. I know I unlocked a shit ton of these while I was running around, so maybe that was for a reason. Maybe it did get me lost, but maybe in the end it actually did save me a little bit. I think this is a campfire. This is one that I sat in for my rested buff. The blob right here is not that, oh fuck, alright. The blobs over here are not that chill. We got poison damage, but we're gonna live through it. So yeah, we're gonna get through this. Hopefully, come on, give me lucky with iron. I am also like not that strong. I'm kind of running in here like I'm made of iron. I am not. I am okay. Like I'm fine. I have some silver shit, but I need to calm down a little bit. We're gonna start getting this harvested up, get some back to base. We can't replant any of our plants, and I don't know how many swamp crypts I'm gonna be able to get into because I don't have a key. But as many as these 3 pickaxes, actually, no, I can repair these pickaxes. As much as I want to bring back to base, I should be able to, assuming I can get into the swamp crypt. So I'm gonna sit here for a while. I'm gonna harvest this shit back up, and I will be back to you guys to show you how much I'm able to get and to tell you how long it fucking took, because you guys do not need to watch me go all the way through the iron phase again. 2.5 pickaxes later and a bunch of pretty lucky chests, and honestly, this swamp crypt was the best one to me out of all the ones I found the entire playthrough so far, so I really cannot complain that much. I got, I don't know, over 100. We got like 150 here, dude. This might be enough for our set. This is kind of insane. So, I don't have my belt. I really thought about buying 2 belt walls up there because I had enough coins to, but I just didn't for whatever reason, so I get to run this back 16 at a time, but we have a lot. Honestly, that might be enough if I don't find another swamp crypt, but I'm going to repair my pickaxe just because if I find another one, it doesn't matter how long it takes me to run it back. I just need to keep doing this, keep running it back. I really wish I brought the cultivator because I'd be able to like be planting crops while running it back for the next couple in-game days, but that's fine. We're going to be fine. We got a decent amount of iron. That gives me a lot of hope for being able to rebuild fast, and I have a lot of flax and linen still at base because I was saving some of it for, I think there's a tiny bit that you need for the Ashlands and a little bit that you need for the Mistlands, so I was saving some for that, but honestly, like if we got to use it now to get back on track, it'll be much easier to get more of it after we kill Yagluth, so I'm not too worried about it. If we have to use all of it, we have to use all of it. Let's get all this iron back on the boat. Let's assess anything else that we may need before leaving here and make sure that I make, like I said, like all the right decisions, leave some here in case I need to harvest it again later or in case I can come replant it later, and then let's get back to base and start making shit again. It's going to be a long day of processing stuff and dealing with this shit that I've created for myself, but we can bounce back from this pretty quickly. All right, it actually only took me like 45 minutes to run all that iron and get everything harvested up over there, make sure I had everything. Unfortunately, the other crypts were, I think, locked. I saw one in the distance. It looked locked to me. There was also an abomination in the way, so I really could not be bothered to go look at it and get myself killed. This is enough iron to get at least started back on progression, and if I really need that much more, we can go to the swamp closer to our base, or we can go back to that one. But either way, both of them have some unlocked crypts. I'm gonna look when I get here. I think we might still have our swamp key, but there's a chance we don't, and I'm kind of scared that we don't, because we're definitely gonna need iron for some point in the playthrough coming up soon, which means we'll have to struggle to go find Elder again, which is not gonna be fun for anybody to watch or for me to do. So I don't know. I really hope that's not the case. For now, though, I'm back at base. I have some flax. There are still some, like, I still think I have like a stack and a half of linen from the last flax that we brought back, which is like 75, plus we have our set. We don't quite have enough, but we have a lot, so I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna get as much stuff like processed as I can, get a good number of how much I'm gonna need to get more after this, and then I will come back and see, like, come back and tell you guys what we're at, what I still need to go get that stuff, and then we should be back at Yagluth pretty quick because we also made like extra fire resistance and health potions, so I'm actually not that worried about certain aspects of rebuilding. Base is back in full swing. Ovens are going, smelters are going, kilns are going. I'm building my porcupine so that I can put my frostner back in the chest. All of the silver armor is back in the chest, and we're working on upgrading our padded set right now. I had a lot more linen left over than I thought, or I guess the linen got me a lot further than I thought it would. I had like 75 left over, and then I also, like I said, I brought a bunch of flax back. I still had some flax here that was in my plant chest that was unprocessed, so I mean, honestly, we had a lot of stuff. I'm gonna definitely need to build a cultivator. I'll need to go back down there and probably plant a day or two worth of stuff, or a harvest or two worth of stuff. I'll just stay down there and AFK till it's done, and then honestly, like, I think we may have to get another run of iron, but maybe not. I'm not doing too bad. The food left here, the fire resistance left here. I left a level 4 cape here, so I'm gonna have that. I don't have to make another cape. We can upgrade. The porcupine's really cheap to upgrade. The padded stuff's not that expensive other than the linen side, which I just talked about how we may have to fix that. And I'm getting, like, I don't have to get the totems again because it's already summoned in. I may spend some iron building a pickaxe, but I don't know yet. There's still a lot of unknowns, but like right now in the middle of how things are going, I feel pretty good. The base is back in full swing, and I'm back at the point of like most of my shit is back in the gear chest, which means that if I did die again, I would be back at where I was when I died with Yagluth. So we would be missing like a fine wood bow maybe, but I'd be okay again if I died, which I don't want to. I definitely want to stay far as fuck away from dying, but if I do, it's now a little less stressful. So I'm a little less stressed about our life, and I'm feeling a little bit better about like how quickly we're going to be building back up. It's literally only been like a few hours of me playing, a few minutes for you guys, and honestly, here in a few hours, I'm ready to go back. So I'm gonna keep just going at the pace I'm going, processing as much shit as I can, and once I get to the point where my progress is kind of at a halt because I need more stuff, I'll figure out which stuff I need and I'll go get it. Little update: I've got a cultivator, I've got a decent amount more food, I've got some health potions and stuff. There's still a bit more iron to smelt, and I'm about halfway done upgrading my armor. I have not made my main weapon yet, but I'm going to go ahead and head back down. I've got the modder buff re-equipped for sailing. I'm going to go ahead and run back down to the plains base, harvest, or I'm going to have to replant what I've got, harvest it. I'm probably going to replant it again and then reharvest it, replant it, and leave. It's going to be quite a bit of AFKing down there, and AFKing is kind of scary down there. I don't know if I'll actually be able to AFK. I'll probably have to sit at my PC and watch YouTube just in case something stupid happens, because it's kind of just an open base in the plains. But I'm bouncing back really quickly. I also made another iron pickaxe, and looking around the base, I do not have a swamp key, which sucks. I know I'm gonna have to go and mess with the entire like find elder again, because I have no clue where it's at. I know we did sail to it at some point, and I think I know how to sail back, but dude, I don't know. It's gonna take quite a while, so that's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. It's not gonna be that fun, but you know what? We got back up a lot faster than I thought I was going to. So we're gonna go down here. We're gonna get down to the plains base, AFK for a little bit with some plants, and assuming that everything goes well, we'll be coming back to base with a shit ton of plants, and yeah, that'll be that. So hopefully that goes well. Hopefully it's enough stuff. I do have a couple other things I want to grab from the plains down here, and I may grab more iron while I'm down here, because I'll be like, that may be part of me waiting for the plants to grow, would just be getting iron. So I might try and be a little bit productive. We'll see what I need, but I'm gonna get down here first, make that decision when I get down there, and then hopefully this will be the last run of the plains that we have to make before we go back to Yagluth. So the second swamp crypt inn was also unlocked, which is pretty sick. I'm glad I don't need my swamp key, but I did something really funny. So I'm waiting for this. Like I said, I'm gonna wait for this all to grow. I'm gonna get more iron in the process, because why not? I'm actually gonna need a bit more, I think, so I'm not gonna take that risk. We also got a serpent on the way here. Besides that, we're also getting blood baggers from the swamp. But besides all that shit, I'm running through the swamp, right? I get past the second one, and I'm like looking for a third one, and I see in the distance a green light, and it's Bonemass. Bonemass is actually very close to my base, so we probably ran right past this plains when we were trying to figure out how to get out. Our boat is actually probably somewhere on the other side of this island, but I have no clue where, or somewhere nearby. But I don't know. For the time being, we have that info for whatever I want to do with it, and we're just going to keep running iron back and forth while this stuff makes, and we'll probably AFK for a bit. First harvest has been done. I don't think I'm going to wait for a second one. I planted a lot. I saved quite a bit of flax, so I was able to get a decent amount from our run. We got another 100 and something. We have 101. So we have that. We have some barley. The 101, because I think we have a a fully upgraded chest piece, level 3 helmet, level 2 pants. So it's not going to take more than 100 to get us up there. We'll be able to make our black metal sword, I'm pretty sure. I was looking at the wiki while I was AFKing, making sure that this was going to be enough, and I'm pretty sure it is, as long as I didn't miscalculate or not think of something. But if it isn't, this stuff is planted for now, so we can just run back down and pick it up if we really need it. We got a bit more iron, so there's no question of if we're going to have enough for that, and we are headed back. We've got our modder buff. We're going to sail straight back to base, get everything processed, and we are going to be pretty much back on getting Yagluth killed. All I have left at this point in time, my armor is good. I have everything. I have the black metal sword made. I'm going to get it upgraded as much as this will let me. I think I have a little bit more in the boat too, but as much as this will let me, I'm going to get it upgraded. I'm not that worried about having it level 4, mainly because before we forgot the fire potion, we were kind of fucking it up. We were doing pretty good. I had only dipped below 100 health like once or twice, so assuming we really don't forget our fire potion, and maybe we get a little bit of a better rested buff, maybe make like a couple rested things inside of our wherever we decide to sleep, honestly, I think it'll be pretty quick. So, or at least like, I don't think it'll be a struggle. I think I'll be okay when it comes to that. The only thing I'm not remaking, I don't think I'm going to remake, and if I do, it's definitely not going to get fully upgraded, is my Draugr Fang. I thought about taking the time, going to find another silver vein, using our wishbone and stuff. It's just not worth it. I'm not going to use it for this fight. By the time we get to the Mistlands, I don't know. We'll decide what we're going to do with it by then. We may just wait till we have the Arbalist, but the bow's kind of important for Mistlands, so we'll see. But for the time being, I'm going to build any of the food that I need. I should still have the stuff here for all my food. I have my sword. We're going to get it fully upgraded. I have my porcupine. I got a little bit more black metal on the boat I got to grab and process, but other than that, I have some potions. As long as the fight doesn't take more than an hour, I have enough potions. I have my fully upgraded armor, and as soon as I make this stuff, we're going to be back to Yagluth, because I am in a hurry to get back there right now. We are on the water. We are going back to Yagluth. What I did was I ran back to altar, used my modder buff, and then switched to Bonemass, so we'll get like 40 seconds of extra wind. I don't know if that was worth it or not, but I definitely needed the Bonemass. The sword is level 3, and that's fine. We have fully upgraded stuff. I feel like I'm rushing this a lot, but like, I don't know. I think if I can get back here and just do this quickly, keep in mind, like I just did, the fight is fresh in my mind. What I messed up is fresh in my mind. And I think from all experiences in life, in video games and in real life, if you can just get back at it and try again really quickly, and you can keep the problem fresh in your mind, normally it gets fixed a lot easier. So I'm gonna get back there, make sure my rested buff is long enough, make sure everything's good. I have my bone mass buff. Like I said, I feel slightly underprepared and like I'm rushing it a little bit, but if we get it killed, I don't really care how I feel. So that's the goal. We're going back out. We'll sleep and see how many days it's been. I don't have exact count now, but when I sleep, we'll see how many days it's been since I died. We died on day 145, I think. So, but yeah, we're gonna get over there. We're booking it right now. We have pretty much everything I need, but I don't know, a little underprepared never hurt anybody, hopefully, because if we die again, tears might fall out of my eyes. So we'll see. We are landed at the island. I am preparing everything in this little black forest next to it to get as much rested as I can. I threw down like a little deer thing and stuff, so I don't know, we should be good. Hopefully it'll be enough. If not, we do still have our little setup over there, so I'm gonna start running and figure out, I mean, we got everything. I gotta enter it with confidence again, not overconfidence, but confidence. Remember what I messed up and just try and get through it. I think I forgot that last time I parked down the shore a little bit towards the swamp, so by the time we get over there, our rested buff is pretty much gonna be void, but we do have our like little tent that we can sleep in that we set up next to Yagluth, assuming it's not destroyed and assuming he doesn't kill us while we're in it. But I did just realize, so it was day 162, which is 17 days from when we started Yagluth and died, which puts us at 17 days, puts us at about 9 hours of rebuilding, 10 hours of rebuilding, which isn't that bad, but to think that 10 hours of shit happened because I forgot to press a button on my keyboard makes me a little sad. But that's why this is a hardcore playthrough. That's why this is what it is. That's why hopefully you guys are enjoying it, and that's why it causes a little bit of stress. Hopefully that's the only death we have. But my anxiety for Yagluth the first time was definitely right. But yeah, I am a little sad because I forgot that I boated down the shore a second time after finding this plains before I actually found and got off the boat and found the altar. So we got a little bit of running to do. There's the swamp where we parked our boat at, so we're not too far now, but maybe he'll be low health when we get over there. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we get lucky. Holy shit, somehow Yagluth has not regened any health. Oh, okay, never mind. Nope, I stand corrected. Yagluth has regened all of their health. Where is it? Okay, there we go. I was so confused at where the fuck it was at. We have a fine wood bow. We're fighting Yagluth with a fine wood bow. We got some needle arrows. Well, honestly, keeping distance with some arrows is not a bad way to just keep it from healing. So, all right, we got this. Let's test out our sword. We have our fire resistance on. Wet debuff is gone. We have 6 minutes of rested, which is not nearly enough. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I'm not going to worry about it too much, though, is not what I'm going to do, because that's what got us killed last time. So we're going to try and run through this. I have the attack pattern down in my head a little bit better because I got to experience it a lot last time. Hopefully I have the roll timing down. Let's go. Fire doesn't matter when we actually remember our potion. We're doing, it seems like a little bit less damage than the axe, but I'm hitting just fine. We're doing just fine. If I keep it up like this, I will be doing, this will be great. We got this. Like I said, I just cannot bear to die a second time because tears may leak out of my eyes quite a bit. So I just cannot bear to die a second time. It doesn't matter how long this takes me. It doesn't matter how slow I have to take it. As long as I do it right and keep myself alive, and it doesn't take more than an hour because that's all the fire resistance I have, I will be okay. So I'm just going to keep trying to DPS this thing, keep trying to dodge the meteors, and hopefully nothing interrupts me. Okay, the fight is going really good, but I have hit, this is bad. So it is nighttime. There's a Lox, there are tar monsters, and there's a fueling, and I am completely unrested at this point. And my fire resistance potion is about to run out. That has to, like, I feel like the game is really trying, it's trying really hard right now to distract me from my fire resistance potion, but I'm not going to do it. I'm literally just going to stay away from Yagluth, try and calmly dispatch of these enemies that are causing me a pain in the ass. Okay, there's a tar pit up here. Can I get the tar monster to kill this Lox and not screw me over? I don't know, but maybe there's no tar pit up here. I kind of thought there was. I don't know. We're just gotta keep everything in mind. Try and keep our fire resistance in mind. That's the number one thing. Once we get that reapplied, okay, there's a tar pit. Once we get that reapplied, then I'll be like a little bit more confident going back in. Let's get rid of this fueling. Let's get rid of the Lox. The Lox seems to be running away. There's no tar. Can I sit here? I'm gonna try and get my rested buff back if I can. I'm trying to stay as far as as far away from Yagluth as I can while I'm getting my fire res timer down, because I cannot reapply it till it's completely out. Of course he's gonna light me on fire. Okay. More food, more of that shit. Oh my god. I need to reapply my fire. I just need to get away for just a second. If I get hit by that shit, it's gonna be a problem. I kind of want to wait till I take a tick of fire damage. Not because I want to die, but just, okay. There we go. Let's reapply it. I just wanted to wait until, like, that way I could maximize the amount of time I had on it. Get away from him. We're not going to get hit by the lasers. I'm just going to keep pushing this the way I have been. That was kind of stressful for a second because, like I said, I felt like the game was really trying to distract me from putting that fire potion back on. But for the time being, I think we're fine. So we're gonna keep pushing. I've been going for about 10 minutes since the rested buff ran out, and I don't know. I don't have a choice anymore. I need to go back to my bed and try and see if it'll let me sleep. Holy shit, it's gonna let me sleep in the middle of this. Okay, we got this. I just need my rested buff back. The fight is not going nearly as quickly as it was when I did have it, and if it's gonna let me sleep, hopefully nothing happens in my sleep. So yeah, I need to get that back as quickly as possible. Holy shit, why did it let me sleep if that's what it was gonna do? Okay, we heal that. We're fine. Day 163. We're doing great. Yeah, he did heal. Like, oh, that hurts my soul. That hurts my soul. Honestly, though, okay, 11 minutes versus a decent amount of healing. I'll take the rested buff back. I'm just gonna sit here and hammer out as much damage as I can. This sword heavy attack is fucking insane. I'm just gonna keep using my health potions anytime. The only time I'm gonna pull back out of this fight a little bit is if I'm using a health or if I can't use a health potion and I'm below 100 health, I'll pull out. But other than that, I need to just like keep going really hard at this because I'm gonna run out of rested quickly. He's gonna heal again if I try and get rested, so I really have no choice. And also my bed's destroyed, so I don't know. I don't get much of a choice in that matter. So we're just gonna try and hammer out as much damage as I can and at least get it back down to where it was, and then hopefully we'll still have some rested left to finish him off. Rested buff is gone. We're on our next fire resistance potion, and honestly, some of our food like onion soup is not doing too great, but I've got a lot of damage in. It's been pretty boring, honestly. Like, I would have shown the entire fight, but like, I don't know. There's just not that much to it. It's just run from meteor, get burned for a little bit when he hits the ground, no matter what I do, and hit with a bow while I'm waiting for my health to go back up because, I don't know, the not rested healing is not very great. So I'm just gonna keep sitting here. I am actually doing pretty quick damage. I mean, it's been like a 30-minute fight so far, but 30 minutes for this caliber of a boss with kind of underprepared weapons and kind of coming back a little defeated from last time. I'm not too upset about my performance here. So unless anything happens too badly, like, we should have this in the bag. I just need to take my time, be careful. Like, times like this where I'm at 100 health, I just need to lure him around the pillar so he can't hit me. Hopefully he growls or just shoots lasers and I can just hide behind the rocks, and then like I said, I'll be okay. As long as I play this smart for the rest of the time and I pay attention to my fire resistance, I will be okay. Also, it is nighttime though, so I gotta worry about like feelings and stuff, but other than that, it's not too bad. I'll be fine. Just used my second to last healing potion. I'm on yet another fire resistance potion. I mean, this is gonna be like a 40-minute fight, 45-minute fight, but these sort of heavy hits have been what I'm just going for. I got kind of the roll pattern down for the lightning, like smash attack, and running from the meteors. I mean, it's just the same thing over and over again. The laser beams are just hide behind the pillars. It's been a bit of an easier fight. I'm starting to understand these fights. Like I said, I was worried about this one because I have not that much experience with it, and now that I do, you know, it's not too bad. I'm sure this one could be as easy as Bonemass one day if I just practiced it enough and did it enough, but the inexperience got me killed. That's alright. Hopefully it doesn't do the same for Queen, but we have Yagluth down. Like I said, the sword heavy hit was just fucking him up, and the sword honestly might be a better play. I know the axe does technically more damage, but the sword hits a little faster. But we have the Torn Spirit, we have the Yagluth head. We're gonna get our wisp fountain set up at base, get a couple wisps, and then we are ready to head to the Mistlands. Now the Mistlands is gonna be a whole project, but I'm gonna wait till we're back to base to get talking about that because it's gonna be a whole thing. Back at base, getting our wisp fountain set up because I want to build in the Mistlands. I'm probably gonna get actually a lot of these to run wisp torches, and honestly, I kind of want to just place them everywhere in the Mistlands so there's no question of me falling to my death. But that was fun. That was good. I'm glad we recovered from that quickly. I don't know. It was hard, but you know, I feel like it gave the series a little bit of character. Maybe it was just going too well for me. So we're going to get these wisp fountains set up, sit here for pretty much a whole night and collect a whole bunch of them. And in the meantime, while I kind of set this up and just walk around base for a little bit and do some stuff, I'm going to talk about the plan for the Mistlands. As I have mentioned a few times through the series, the Mistlands is going to be our first and next biome where we have to do a fully self-sufficient base apart from this one. This doesn't mean I can't come back here and visit this base because it's a cool base. I like this base, but I don't know. The Mistlands that I found that I wanted to build in, the one that I mentioned that I found in our little like sailing journey, was really sick. It's really cool. It's a plains, black forest, and Mistlands all next to each other with every part of the Mistlands that I really want to see close by and every part that I don't want to see far away. So I'm not really like, I don't think I could find a better spot for that. I don't even think I'm really going to try. I think that's where I want to build. What that means though is I have to bring all the stuff for pretty much a new forge, everything everything for a new workbench, everything for a new set of kilns, everything for a new set of smelters, a new cooking area, a new comfort area. Everything has to fit on one boatload. Now I could technically take a second one, but I really want to try not to. All the metal, everything I'm gonna need. And I have to get over there and I'm gonna have to set up a camp, a fully self-sufficient base. And it's probably gonna be along the lines of like set up a small base, maybe get some stuff around the area, and then end up setting up a bigger base over time as I get more stuff done. One of the biggest things that I have a problem with is the fact that I don't have my swamp key. I really, I don't know. I can't believe I died with it, and also, like, I don't know where Elder's at. I feel like I'm gonna waste so much time going back to get the Elder, so maybe we will just make the black metal pickaxe. We can't make it right now, but we'll make it when we get down there. Maybe we'll make the black metal pickaxe and I'll just break the swords in the Mistlands for iron or something, because hopefully we don't need that much, but we have a little bit extra. We have a lot of resources at base, like we have a lot of food and a lot of metals, so maybe we'll have enough extra to just bring down there. But I mean, an entire stone cutter, smelting set, the entire forge set, and then also the oven set and stuff like that. It's gonna be a lot of stuff, so I don't know if we'll have enough or not, but I'm gonna get all of the wisps, like I said. I'm gonna try and just grab all the extra resources from our base, and I'm gonna start loading the boat up because we're about to head to the Mistlands, and once we head there, the goal is to not come back. I'm also gonna bring some of my trader stuff because I don't know, I would like to set up, I don't know if I'll have room for the trader stuff, but if I do, it's on the way, I think, to the Mistlands that I know how to get to. So if I can get there and get to the trader and get a belt, that would be sick. I'd like to have my belt back, and I think it'll help me a lot in moving stuff, so maybe that's something that I'll pursue. But if not, we're just gonna get stuff built up. We'll get the boat packed up for moving, and honestly, once we leave here, it may be a long time before we see this base again, so I might just hang out here and enjoy it for a little bit. Well, guys, the boat is packed with a decent amount of stuff. I know this doesn't look like everything I would need to make a base. In fact, it probably looks like just a bunch of random shit shoved into a boat, but I'm trying to bring stuff that I don't necessarily have the ability to harvest. I don't know how easy certain things are going to be able to get down there. Things like chains, because I don't know if there's a swamp around it. My dragon tears, a stack of each hide. Everything else should be fairly obtainable around there. So I don't know. We're probably gonna have to make a second trip. I'm gonna be honest. We didn't even have the room for the trader stuff. When we go to the Ashlands, hopefully it's a different story. But for the time being, we're gonna sail out there. I'm gonna try and find the spot that I did before. But honestly, any Mistlands will do. I want to build any actual Mistlands, which could be dangerous, but I think it'll be fun. And I do want to build an actual like base. I don't want to build like just a little outpost like we did in the plains. I want this to be a fully functional, cool base, just like the one we have here, even cooler if we can. So it may take a while to do that. It may be a whole process, and we may have to take multiple trips, but it's pretty far out there. It's like an hour-long boat ride, like 45-minute long boat ride. So I'm just gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna take my time, make my way out there, maybe make some arrows to point me back here, and hopefully I can, I don't know, hopefully I can find my way back. But I don't know. Yeah, we're probably definitely gonna need a second trip if I'm being honest with you guys. But this is just not enough stuff. But I do want to get down there, get the Mistlands base set up, and try and get as far as I can without coming back. And then once I need to come back for more stuff, I will. But let's just get out there for now. Let's see if we can find the spot that we found before. Holy shit, somehow going a different way, I was able to find my way back to this spot. So yeah, we have Black Forest over here, Plains in the middle, Mistlands on the back of all of it, as well as on the right side of it. We could build a little triangle base over here and encompass all of it if we wanted to, but we're gonna get set up in the Black Forest first. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna set up, like, base-wise for now, but anything to just allow us to dip our toes into the Mistlands for a little bit. It is the next day. I did have to stop at Yagluth, like, outpost, not the one that got hit by a like meteor hell strike from the sky, but the one that was in the Black Forest on the beach. I stopped there and slept, so it is the next day. But yeah, other than that, it was a pretty smooth trip. Nothing really exciting to happen. It was about a 30-minute trip. It's closer to our base to go out that way rather than to go around Motor Mountain and go out the other way. So now I know that there's two different paths. If I go back one way, so if I exit here and go to our right, like back towards home, we'll end up at the Plains base, and if I hit a left, we'll end up back at our base. So it's kind of cool that this has access to both of them. This actually is not a bad spot, and the ocean opens up a lot after those two long-ass islands that we are built on and that Yagluth and Motor are on. So I don't know, it's cool, it's nice, not too bad of a trip. I'm gonna get a little base set up here, and then maybe I will start to dip my toes into the Mistlands. I'm already hearing scary sounds come out of there, but I think every sound from the Mistlands is scary. So like I said, as long as like a yawl does not pop out right about now, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be fine. Right now we're just in the Black Forest building the new base. I decided to dip my toes in, and so far I'm scared. There's two seekers and a lox. It does kind of sound like there may be a dungeon or an infested mine up there, which honestly, I would rather that stay quite far away from my base, but it's just not. So I don't know. I don't know that it is one. Just a pack of seekers during the day is not very common unless you're near one. The other one's fighting a lox. The lox kind of killed it, so we're good. I'm gonna start placing wisp torches. I know you can see like one or two up there. And this entire thing, I harvested a whole stack the night before I left, so I have plenty. I just need to go get more Yggdrasil wood so I can place more. Yggdrasil wood will also allow me to get my black metal pickaxe and possibly farm some iron, which will make our base a lot better. And then we'll actually start building a little base. It's gonna take me a second to figure out how I want to build a base, and like, I don't know, it's gonna take me a second to get it through my head that I'm actually establishing a permanent base and not a little camp over here, but that's okay. I mean, as long as it keeps us alive, I'm not too worried about what we have. I'll probably just build the facilities up as we need it, and then we will take the time at some point to build a really cool base over here because it deserves it. We're going to spend a lot of time over here. Also, in the meantime of being in this first little section of Mistlands, though, I'm going to need like hare meat, seeker meat, any good food that I can get, anything that will keep me alive and that does not require a fully upgraded cauldron, because while I did bring some of the stuff, I don't have all of it, and so I would ideally like to just take stuff that I can cook on the fireplace on the meat hook rather than in the cauldron. I got some storage set up. I got a little base around. There are so many Great Orphies on the ground from me killing them over and over and over. Get a little nap in, and then it's back to placing more wisp torches inside the Mistlands because I need that area to be fairly clear. Like I said, I don't want to die. I want to be able to see everything, and the only way that I'm going to have any chance of getting my bearing is at least one, putting those, like, I kind of want to make a trail of them on the different like little valleys. That way I have a way to get back to base, and I don't know, like just being able to see. The more I can see, the better. The wisp torches they're pretty much free at this point to place down. I can place a ton of them, and I can get more stuff for them every single night that I'm back at base. So I don't know. There's not too much to do here. Like, I can just keep placing them. I'm gonna keep placing them. I'm gonna try and find some of the swords, as well as try and find a diverger camp, an infested mine, which I think I found, and I'm gonna look for a bridge. So many people told me in the reverse series, and I know this, but these are the way that this video is recorded. Like within a week, that's how all of them are recorded. That's how all the series are normally recorded. So I didn't get the chance to really like use any of the tips that people were giving me, which may not be the best way to do it. I don't know. I'm kind of learning that it might not be, but everyone told me break the bridges for iron. It gives you a shit ton of iron. Just break the bridges. And I'm like, all right, fuck. So maybe I will bring a stone cutter if I can find a bridge, or if I have like a stag breaker or something, I will just go ahead and break it, because I don't know, that might be a really quick way to get a bunch of iron, but we're still gonna need a ton. We got some stuff to explore. I'm looking for, there's a lot of different things I'm looking for. Literally anything other than enemies in the Mistlands is gonna be what I need, and even some of the enemies are gonna be somewhat helpful. So as long as I can keep myself alive, I am feeling pretty good right now. And like I said, I'm just gonna have to explore for a while, place some torches to keep my bearings so I don't get lost, and as long as I don't get lost, I should be able to find something fairly soon that will be helpful to me. I have not found anything in the Mistlands yet, nor have I been in there very long. I know I need to build this base before I should be going in there, and I don't have everything to build this base. So honestly, I just need to go back. I need to take a second load of stuff. I'm gonna go try and get more like base building and resource stuff rather than like a bunch of just random crap that I thought I might need. Maybe play it a little smarter, maybe stop at the trader on our way back. I gotta make sure that I can find our way back to base first, but for right now, I'm gonna hope that I can come back here, but I don't know. I just don't have nearly enough stuff, and like I said, I'm stuck in this loop. Like, I've been stuck just kind of sitting here confused about what to do, because I want to build the base before I go into the Mistlands, but I feel like I need to go into the Mistlands to get the base built, which is just, I don't know, it's just not how it's gonna work. So I'm gonna have to head back to base and get a bunch more stuff. Hopefully we can make this our last load. We don't have to keep going back, but I mean, whatever I gotta do to survive and make it through is what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna head back to base, make another load of stuff on the boat, maybe stop at the trader on our way back here since it's on the way, and then we'll build a base. Hopefully we can get a decent base. Hopefully we'll bring some more stuff to be a little more comfortable with the Mistlands. I think I'm just, because of lack of experience on specifically the Mistlands and my just general hate of it, I'm kind of weary about being around it. So I'm gonna go get some stuff that makes me feel a little bit better about it. So I kind of messed up, but not really. I ended up going right, which kind of on the way back, which brought me, I thought that was gonna be the way back to main base. It ended up bringing me to the plains base. But since I'm here and I have the boat and I'm going back to main base anyways, I might as well grab all of this stuff and replant it because I'm here, and why not? I was literally driving right past it when I realized where I was at. I realized I was on the back side of Motor Mountain, not on the other side of it. Pretty much I just split the island the wrong way and came back this way, but that means that I can harvest this stuff, replant it, and take a little bit of flax and barley back when I go. I now have way more iron. While I was down at the plains base, I went ahead and grabbed some, and I actually ended up having some raw iron here that I didn't know I had. It was just stacked in one of the chests. I thought I had moved it from the old chest into the new metal ones next to the forge, and I hadn't yet, so I had a decent amount there, that was cool. But I'm gonna be honest, like, we're going to the trader. Ever since I died, it's just fell off. Like, I don't know, like, the playthrough feeling changed for me. I mean, I was hoping to get through it with no death, but I really don't think that's what it was. I don't know if it's the unfamiliarity of like this, but it's kind of putting me in this like thought loop of like wanting to progress, but all the things that I want to do to progress, I don't want to do, which is just like, it's making me sit at base for long amounts of time, not really want to. It's like my Valheim characters. depressed. Like my feeling towards Valheim is just depression. Like I don't want to do anything. None of the stuff that I know I should be doing is the stuff that I want to do. It's just not, I don't know. I got to find a way to break this because this is not going to be very productive. This is going to completely screw me on time and stuff like that for the playthrough if I decide to keep following this trend. So I'm going to go find the trader. I might actually build a path. I know I don't have that good of a marker on the trader right now, so I actually may go like build a path back to it if I have a hard time finding it again. And I don't know. We're going to get back to that other base and I'm going to do whatever I can. But like I said, I'm in a weird spell right now where like I'm not depressed in real life, I promise. But my feeling towards Valheim kind of is ever since I died. So I got to find a way out of that. I got to find a way to feel like good about what I'm doing. Maybe it'll be building a nice cool base over there. Maybe it'll be like expanding into the Mistlands. I think I just got to kind of, I think I feel goalless right now. Like I don't have a thing to progress towards because like I said, I don't have that much experience with the Mistlands. I understand how it works and what I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm kind of scared of all of it and I'm trying to keep myself safe. And then on building the base, I didn't have the iron. So maybe getting this iron back will help me. We'll see. But for now, we're going to go to the trader. Maybe we'll ask Haldor what to do and we're going to probably build a path to trader so we can get to it easier because, you know, if I do die again, I'd like to be able to get there fairly easy. And then, yeah, from there, we'll go back to the other base and hopefully we can get something built because like I said, we just need a base. We need to get in the Mistlands a little bit, get the Valheim character out of the depression because I don't know, he's feeling it a little bit. Kind of skipping over it, but we did get our belt and make a path back to the trader. It was not exciting. It was literally just me walking with a hoe. You can tell because my hoe is broken. And I got it as far as I could. I just made like a new marker that it was more accurate. What I did was I walked to the trader, this time not trying to find Elder, so you know, a little bit better. I walked to trader, found the nearest shore and walked all the way back to it the entire way just using the flattened ground tool. And then once I got back to shore, which was pretty far from my other marker actually, I was able to make like a proper marker pointing into the woods at the path and I could find my way back there again. So that was nice. I was able to do that pretty easily. I did actually have to, I didn't have quite enough coins to buy what I wanted to buy, so I actually had to go to some of the nearby dungeons to buy my belt, but that's fine. We didn't have quite enough stuff to travel with, but that's okay. We got a marker now for when we want to come back, if we want to come back. Oh wait, no. Sorry, I did have enough for my belt. I just remembered what I was doing. I had enough for my belt. I didn't have enough for the egg. I also bought an egg while I was in there because we killed the Yagluth. So we had enough for our belt, but we did buy an egg. So I was a little bit short of that. We had to do some dungeons and some burial chambers around the area to get enough to get the egg, but now we have that, so we'll take that back to base, refer to as our hard-earned egg from now on because that took a little bit more time than I wanted it to. But like I said, it was nothing really exciting. It was just me walking through the woods, flattening the ground, and beating the shit out of some skeletons with the black metal sword. So we're gonna head back to base, figure out what we're gonna do. We have the iron to actually build some stuff now, and hopefully, maybe I'll try and come up with a base design and actually like pick a little spot for it. I'll be able to like get some proper progression because like I said, right now I've spent a few hours down there not really knowing what to do. So it's nothing crazy yet, but I was able to use some of the iron and some of the stone that I brought back, as well as just mining a little bit in the area. I have a cooking area now. I have a smelting area, and I'm about to have to get off, but I'm gonna have a decent amount of food when I get on tomorrow. We got some secret meat and stuff. We got some hare meat we can cook. I also stopped by, I found my other boat at Yagluth, and I stopped by there. I don't think I grabbed anything out of it other than maybe some fire resistance potions I left in there. And I grabbed a bunch of cloudberries from around the area because we're gonna need them for a lot of the recipes from now on. Fire resistance is gonna be big. We have a decent amount of it, but yeah, no, using it against the Yalls is gonna be something I'm gonna do every time I get the chance. And then we're gonna need it all the way into the Ashlands as well, especially if we have the feather cape on, because it makes you more damaged by fire. I'm also gonna try and set up some of the forge improvements when I get back on. Like I said, we have our egg to worry about. We got some storage set up. So tomorrow we're gonna try and figure out a base because we need a base in the Mistlands. We need an actual base down here, and having an actual base down here will make every little bit of the progression a lot less scary and a lot more doable once we actually have proper crafting areas, proper cooking areas, and a bunch of better stuff rather than this little wooden hut we have to sleep in right now. Well, speaking of using fire potions, this Yall is actually not as strong as I thought it was going to be. The biggest thing that I was not expecting about building where I'm building at right now is the fact that I could be getting assaulted by stuff from the plains and the Mistlands all at the same time, which is, you know, a great benefit of the place that I've picked to live. Getting whacked by death skeetos and Yalls at the same time is extremely safe for my character. So, yeah, that's a little bit terrifying. Other than that, though, I've got a bunch more wisp torches down. I found a decent amount of the swords and stuff. That's really all I've found, though. Like, unfortunately, I have found no infested mines, no diverger camps, none of the, like, skulls for the soft tissue. I don't know. I really haven't found anything. I have found a couple places I could maybe put a sap tap, but other than that, I haven't found much else. So I'm going to keep exploring. I'm going to keep messing around with the base building, but yeah, this Yall was terrifying, and like I said, I was not ready to just be sitting on the edge of the plains and Mistlands getting assaulted by both things. If anything, I thought it would be like the first interaction where the locks killed all the seekers for me, not like the other way around where both things were just going to kill me. Back in the Mistlands, I've done actually quite a bit more running around. I'm kind of scaring myself with how much I'm up on these high cliffs with no feather cape. It's a little insane, but I do have a seeker soldier trapped right now, and I heard it fighting some divergers, so the chance that there's a diverger camp over here somewhere is not too bad. We might have the opportunity to find that. Otherwise, we're just gonna sit here and whack this thing. I can hit its soft spot right now, so that's fairly good. I'm just gonna sit up here and do this. If I can get a mandible, I will be able to build a carpus spear, which is a really cheap weapon for the Mistlands once I have the black forge. But honestly, like right now, I either need a diverger camp so I can start worrying about extracting sap, or I need a infested mine so I can worry about building my black forge. I don't really care which one it is. Both I'm gonna be needing to do quite a bit of, and doing both really quickly would be cool, but I'm taking it really slow through the Mistlands. I've heard a lot of enemies. I feel like there's more enemies than the last time I played vanilla Mistlands, but it's been a long time, so there's a possibility that something has actually changed. And otherwise, I'm just gonna keep setting up these wisp torches because I have a bunch of paths like through the area right now. We got our first pieces of soft tissue from the diverger that thing killed. It might have just been a wild spawn one, but maybe not. And yeah, we're just gonna keep running around putting these down until we find something good, and then once we do find something good, we'll have a nice clear path to it. Oh, I've gotten myself into quite the bad situation. I have ticks after me. I have a 1-star seeker. I still have a y'all, and everything in the plains is fucking dead other than this one Lox over here, and they are not gonna help me, dude. I have fire resistance on, so I can do that for now. Oh my god, dude. It seems like maybe a death skeeto is attacking the y'all, keeping it occupied for now. I have my Bonemass buff on. I literally put everything I could to keep myself alive on in this situation because, I don't know, it's just, there's so much stuff. Okay, seeker, Lox, that's good. We can take that. Let's damage the y'all. Okay, sorry, I had to pause for just a second and think about what the hell I was doing. A few times in single player, I've had to just like take an actual like physical pause just to make sure that I'm like making the right decision. That's also something that's been happening a lot more since I died to Yagluth. If I would have paused and looked at my screen for half a second, I would have realized what was wrong. But okay, well, Lox is dead. We got more ticks. Fun. We got more ticks. We got death skeetos. We got seekers. We got y'alls. This is one of the situations, again, like unprepared very easily could have been our death. So I mean, it still actually really could be. So I gotta be careful. These things do so much damage, and I don't know. Like I said, I gotta have to like face these one at a time. It's just so many different things. If I didn't have my rest buff right now, I'd be done. I'm also kind of stupid for bringing him this close to the base, but I don't know. I got panicked. I wanted to get out of the mist. We're gonna kill these and get back in the mist. We haven't found anything too crazy yet, but I just wanted to show you guys like there's some points in this playthrough and right now in the Mistlands where I am struggling quite a bit and getting absolutely whacked by stuff. And if I'm not making the perfect set of decisions, I am going to die. Okay, I've spent some time thinking about it. I've been in the Mistlands quite a bit, but I've also just been kind of hanging out here. And I also have I'm gonna be honest, I've still been in the loop of stuck of knowing what to do. So I have a plan now. I have a base plan. We're gonna build the base. Once the base is done, we're gonna do the Mistlands. That's how this is gonna go. And if I don't stick to that, I'm not gonna do anything. So I might as well. I have a base plan. Like I said, I'm gonna kind of just show you it. I think if I can just build out the vision that I have, but we also have our blast furnace, which means we can now smelt black metal over here, which gives us, I mean, it gives me a little bit more confidence in our ability at this base because that's a huge thing that we're gonna need a lot of. And if we don't have enough, we're definitely gonna need to be able to make more rather than go back to our other base if this is gonna be self-sufficient. So, but for the time being, I'm gonna get as much stone as I can. Nathan's in the call, and he built a build a long time ago that I don't really want to model after, but I need to figure out like how he did a specific part of it. So I'm gonna talk to him for a little bit, kind of stream in my screen, and then have him like talk me through the very first part of the build, and then I'm gonna build something really sick that I've always wanted to, and yeah, spend a little bit of time on that. It probably won't live up to what I'm hyping it up to be, but I hope it does. And then yeah, and then we'll come back once I have probably the foundation down. We'll start building up the walls. I'll figure out where all the crafting stations are gonna go, and I'm gonna get a little bit of time to just chill and build. Hopefully nothing interrupts me. If y'all comes out of that mist and screws me and my base, I'm gonna be a little upset about it. So we're just to get this started, and then I'll bring you guys back to show you what I'm building. I've been in the call with Nathan for a little bit. He's been kind of just helping me out here. We are building a circle. Now it's gonna be a little wonky in very specific parts, but that's okay. Nathan gave me like just tips for the snap points and stuff, and like how to fill out the circle rather than like building it all in. Kind of just fill it in with a square right now. There are gonna be some weird snap points. Some of the floors are gonna look weird. I am not a master builder of Valheim, so I mean, we're gonna have to deal with it, both you and me, that I'm not a master builder of Valheim, but I'm still gonna try and make it look as good as I can. It's gonna be, I feel pretty good right now, actually. Being able to build a base that I've always wanted to build is really putting me back in the mood to just want to sit here and play and know what I want to do. So I want to sit here and build this. This is what I'm gonna spend quite a bit of time on. It's gonna take a ton of stone, core wood, and regular wood, as well as a bunch of resources to actually get the crafting areas reset up inside once I do, because I don't have them fully set up here. I may have to go, I don't know, I may have to cave me go get an Elder Key and a Swamp Key at some point, but I'm not saying I'm gonna have to yet, but I know that it's a possibility at some point, because once I get the Black Forge, I'm looking at Crom and Demolisher, which are both so much iron, so there's just no way. But maybe we'll try the bridge strat and the other strats before I go out there. But for the time being, I'm gonna get a bunch of stone, I'm gonna get a bunch of wood, I'm gonna just kind of store it in a chest, and I'm going to start building, and we are going to get an actually nice base over here. Whether it looks nice or not, I don't know, because it's my first time building a base like this, and you guys still don't really get to see what it is. You just see it to see the circle ground for right now, but it's not gonna be anything too crazy. Like I said, I'm not a master builder of Valheim or anything like that, but I'm gonna try and make it as cool as I can. So I'm gonna get a little bit more progress on it, and then I'll be back to show you guys what I'm cooking up. It has been multiple hours and multiple in-game days, but I am building up, like, pretty much, I want to take, I don't know, I don't want to say, like, the dwarven tower that the Divergers live in, but, like, I just want to make like a big circle tower pretty much. I know it doesn't seem like, I know I hyped it up to be like some crazy build that I've always wanted to build, but I've never built anything circle, and it's kind of hard. I mean, it's like trying to build something circle in Minecraft. Valheim's a little bit more like inclusive with what you can build, but it's going to be weird. There's going to be some weird snap points, but I really want to try and make it work, and I want to try and figure out like how am I going to fit all the forges and stuff in there. It's not that big of a room, so I don't know, but I want to make just like a big tall one and kind of give like each floor its own purpose. And then like I said, I don't know, I'm just kind of excited to be building a circle base. I've never really built one. I want to make it like a big version of what that's what I want to call it. I'm going to have it be like a really big version of what the Diverger towers look like. So, and obviously this one's going to be out of stone and a little bit more like Black Forest theme, since that's where we're at. After that, we'll probably build a gate around it even. I don't know. That's going to be a lot of stone. I don't know if I want to go through all that, but for now, I'm just going to keep building up. I'll probably spend a few more hours on this base, but it's going to be more shown as a finished product than it will be as me building it, because, I mean, it's just going to be me struggling with snap points for a few hours and just gathering resources. So I'm going to try and just like, I'm going to mess around with the core wood, I'm going to mess around with inside designs, and then once I get something that I feel like is like really what I want to do, I will bring it back and show you guys. This up here is going to be the final floor. This is a little taller than I imagined it to be, but I kind of want to explain what it's going to be. So I think the top floor is going to be comfort area. I'm not going to have really the opportunity for a hearth, which is a little sad, but other than the hearth for heat, I can make one of the like hanging ones or something like that for fire for the bed. I can make a dragon bed. We'll make a big comfort area up top. What the hell? Something is wrong with, okay, something is wrong here. This is what I'm talking about, struggling with snap points. I have to fix all the little things like this that I find, but I'm sure there's plenty of them. And then downstairs, I want it to be the forge and hearth area, because that's where I have two different possible cutouts for smoke, and I don't know if it's going to be enough, but for now, I think it'll be the kilns, and the ovens will likely have their own spot outside, as well as another couple things that I have outside, but we're going to have a big outside courtyard. I think it's going to be way too much stone for me to even like justify why I'm doing it, but you know, why not? As long as I don't make you guys watch it, it's not going to harm the video in any way. So, but yeah, and then I want to have an entire like circular storage area, the comfort area, a crafting floor, and then the smelting floor. And then we're going to have a big like hole in the middle, and that will be one of the smoke outlets. And then there's two smoke outlets down below on the sides of the walls that I'll probably have for the hearths. And then, so yeah, the cooking, it'll be cooking area, smelting in the bottom floor, crafting on the next one up, storage on the next one up, and then our comfort one all the way at the top. And I kind of want to build like a storage chute where I can throw heavy stuff from the storage down. That way I don't have to walk down the thing, but I don't know how that's going to work with also having the big smoke chimney in the middle for the smelters. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm still messing around with it. I'm still like, I don't know what I'm going to do for design. I have no clue how I'm going to do the roof for this thing. That's going to be its own like project, but I don't know. I'm just going to keep working on it. If you guys have any tips for like how to build circle bases, I have an idea, and I have a couple ideas for future. I have the future of this series, and I have the future of another series that I'm currently working on in the background. That's another little bit of a secret one, so I may build something circular there. I really want to actually, so if you guys can give me something or any tips to build circular, I would love it. And then yeah, so I have that. I'm gonna just keep working on it. I'm gonna keep sucking at it until I get better at it, and until then, I'm just gonna come back and show you guys what I have. Probably the abomination of the roof is the next thing that I'll have to show you, but I have to get there first. I have to make the abomination before I can show you it. This is the top floor, and honestly, the roof, like, it's got the little pinholes in the side, but I don't hate it. I honestly really like it. The roof might be my favorite part. It's got the hole for the smoke. It's supported just fine. It is about to fall over, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, it's not falling over, and it looks pretty good. That's honestly probably my favorite part of the roof so far. I'm gonna put these walls up to like block the smoke from like overflowing instead of going out of the hole, and I just want to kind of put them there to direct the smoke out of the hole pretty much. I don't want it to overflow into the comfort room. I've always wondered if you could die in Valheim while your character was asleep, because like pretty much when your character sleeps in Valheim, it speeds up the tick speed, and so like just everything passes by really quickly. That's why you hear the fort just going insanely fast. That's why Yagluth healed so fast when I was fighting him. I'm surprised it didn't make him just run over to me and start beating me up in my sleep. Maybe there's something about that that's a little bit different than just tick speed, but what I'm worried about, like I'm not worried about it. I've just always had the question in my mind, like, would it be possible to, if your character was smoked out, if you go to sleep where you just wake up and your character's dead because you got high tick speed smoke damage and there was no way for your character to heal or do anything about it because your character was asleep? So I don't know, just a fun little thing that I'm thinking about as I'm building this chimney. I have a lot of little empty thoughts while I'm building bases like this, and that's why I like it. I'm gonna be honest, the little depression spell that my character, also named Don't Die, has been in is pretty much gone. I'm enjoying this base. I'm really enjoying building this base quite a bit. I'm also sitting in the call with my friends. It's just a good day right now. So, you know, we have good days and bad days in Valheim. This is, to be fair, the next, I think it's a day later than when I talked about the like Valheim depression and when I moved here yesterday. So, you know, maybe it's just the day. Maybe it's just how I'm feeling today, but I'm feeling great. Getting the base built up, and I'm going to continue to. I'm going to start getting stuff moved in. I have an idea for like the storage section, and once I get the storage section sectioned out, all the crafting stations are going in there. All the storage is going in there. The comfort room is going up. The smelters and the hearths will go in the bottom, and literally this base will be pretty much obsolete, and we'll be able to build our new one. Now, I did talk about building a courtyard around the edge. I don't know if I'm going to do that now or later, but it's going to be there at some point. And I don't know. We still have like a chicken to raise and like some tames that I want to get, and we still have a whole Mistlands biome to do. So we still have a lot of stuff to do, but I'm going to get a little bit more done. I think I'm going to get the base like wholly set up, and then I will bring it back and show you guys like what the entire finished thing looks like. So I'm in the process of moving everything into my base, and I have a like insane problem to me. I just don't know how this is one of the things that I didn't bring, and I don't know why it's so hard to get on the outside of the map. I really don't think it should be like this, but I guess this is how it is. I'm going to put the workbench in here, and I want to fully upgrade it, and I did not bring flint. So I have no way to get flint. Now, my thought process is, and again, I'm in the call with my friends today, which is really sick, and I can kind of talk to them. The idea that I could go with, my idea was break the barrels next to the like Greydorf buildings that normally have the Elder Stone in them. That's what I thought, because those can drop in flint. Somebody suggested in Merc called that I just go find a plains. Well, they thought the plains next to my base was big enough to do this, but it's not. To go find a plains nearby, go to one of the villages, either clear the village or don't, get like the flint from those tanning racks. The other option is to go find a Meadows nearby, but I'm so far out on the map. Like this, honestly, this Mistlands is one of the furthest, like, I feel like I had to go really far out towards the edge to find any Mistlands on this map. It could just be because of no map, but I don't know. It feels like I'm insanely far out. So I don't know. It's going to be a struggle though. I feel like it could be more of a problem than I think it's going to be, and that concerns me a little bit. It kind of feels like it's going to put a little halt to my build, which makes me kind of sad. Otherwise though, artisan tables moved in, the smelters are moved in. You guys can see the smoke coming up through the little chimney stack in the middle here. And then, I mean, I'm building the crafting area, so it's coming along. I still have the storage area to build, and I still have to finish the crafting area once I figure out where flint is coming from. So in the meantime, I think I'm just going to run around and try and figure out what I'm going to do about the flint situation, because it is honestly a big problem. I can't repair, like, I don't know. Theoretically, the workbench should be gone soon, but the biggest problem I'm having right now is the fact that I can't make arrows. I cannot make needle arrows. I don't have the black forge, so I can't make carpus arrows. I can't even make obsidian arrows. I literally have a level 1 workbench. So at the time being, I have a problem. So I'm going to go try and fix the problem. I'm going to go look for flint, and if it's taking me a long time to find it, I guess I'm just going to have to suck it up, because that's really my only option right now is to go get some flint. I have been looking for flint for like, I don't know. I've probably spent like an hour doing this. I don't know why. I was messing around. I actually did, to be fair, I got enough for the chopping block from the like Greydorf structures. That did work. Could not find a plains close to base that was like closer than I thought a Meadows might be, because either way I was going to have to be going back towards the main base and the plains base, like pretty far back towards Altar. And the way I want to explain how the world is set up, like right now, pretty much there's my island, the one that Motor's on, and then there's just nothing all the way out to the Mistlands. Like it's just this giant ocean, and so getting back across that is really annoying. I have a serpent every single time, which I did on the way over here, and then luckily for me, right on the edge of this plains biome, there happens to be a Meadows biome, like literally just barely tucked in. So I was able to get 25 in total. I have enough. I have a little bit more back at base in case I'm forgetting something, and then I also am going to grab obsidian from a nearby mountain, I think, and if I can find one on our way back. I think the reason I say I think I saw one on the way over here, so if there was one, I'm gonna go get obsidian from it. We'll bring that back for the possibility of arrows. I want to make needle arrows, but if I can only make obsidian, then that's whatever. And then I can also, I have the iron now to make the like tool rack above it. I should have a fully upgraded workbench. Like I said, the only thing I'm really having problems with right now, everything that I have other than my cape and my arrows are all past the workbench. They're all forged, but I don't really have the choice to just ignore those two things for right now. Back at base with our flint, I did not go get obsidian for the time being. I think I might actually have some here, so I don't know. There was not a mountain on the way back, but we have our workbench upgraded enough to make the arrows that I need and to make to repair my troll hide. So now I'm making our circular storage area. This is a little bit more of a challenge than I thought it was going to be. It's just odd building in a circle. All this stuff is kind of weird. There, like I said, we have some messed up floors and all that, but we have built a staircase down to the water. We have our stuff moved in for the most part now. And dude, honestly, like just the outside look of this base is sick. I also, like I said, on the way up to get all the flint, I have a bunch of serpent meat from that. I think I got one on the way there and one on the way back. So I don't know. That's interesting. But I'm getting all of the stuff from the chests that are in this little base moved in, and then I'm going to break it down and get rid of it. This base is looking sick though so far. It's not, I mean, it's not the exact thing that I dreamed of. Like I said, it probably wouldn't be. Most of the thing, like if you ever create something, that's how it's always going to be. But like, I don't know. It's doing pretty good. The only thing I'm a little worried about, I am getting kind of close to running out of good food, and I don't have that much, nor do I have a garden. And I also refuse to go back to base another time, at least anytime soon. So I'm going to have to start finding a source of food. I may have to run in there and get some seeker and hare meat real quick, and then maybe like work up some onion stew or something. I don't know. I have to do something though, because it's getting to the point where I'm like dangerously low on good food, and I need to start cooking stuff. Our cooking area is inside now though, and I'm working on getting all of the upgrades set up for it so I can make good food again. And then it's gonna be, I don't know, I might make the edge around the courtyard, or I might go ahead and go into the Mistlands. I'm not quite sure what I want to do yet, but either way, I'm feeling good. The Valheim Depression, I can officially say, is broken for the time being. I feel like I know what I want to do, and even when I go into the Mistlands, I feel like I'm gonna be, I don't know, just knowing that I have a good base to run back to. I can't really bring anything back here to fight it, but like knowing that I have everything that I need to craft everything, all of the food I could ever want, that just makes me a little bit more like confident in what I'm doing in the Mistlands. And then I'm also gonna set up some stuff, some navigation stuff in the Mistlands to help me get back, which is also gonna make me a lot more confident. So I'm just gonna work on this for a little bit longer. I'll keep showing you guys updates every time that I get to something, but it's gonna be a lot of moving stuff in, building little details, and kind of just preparing it to be finished so that way I can move into the Mistlands. Detail is being added. Let me know what you guys think of this little design I'm doing on the outside. I don't know if I'm gonna cover the little hearth holes yet, but I think I might. I just think it looks cool. Like I think it adds like a little thing to it. I might go up above the wood too on the parts where there's not windows, but let me know what you guys think of this build so far. Like I said, I know I'm not a Valheim master. You guys don't have to tell me I am. You guys also don't have to tell me I'm not, but if you want to tell me either of those things, that's fine. I'll take it. I'll take the hate and the love. Whatever I can get is whatever I'll take. So, but for now, I mean, this is pretty sick. I do really love the spiral on this thing, and it's starting to look a little bit more like I thought it would. I cannot imagine like if there was a structure like this in game that was just this giant with like a cool amount of detail and stuff. I don't know. I think it'd be cool. But yeah, this is it. We're gonna get the inside furnished just like we're doing the outside. I think I am gonna build the little courtyard section, but maybe I should dip into the Mistlands. I'm feeling a little guilty now about how much time I've spent building for a limited series. I want to get as much done in the game as I can as well. And yeah, so we're gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna finish the spiral at the minimum, and then make sure I have all the crafting areas fully built up. And if I'm there, I will make the decision between, do I build the courtyard for the kilns and for the ovens, or do I start working on the Mistlands? And I could honestly probably do both at once, which is probably what I'll lean more towards. For now, the base is pretty much done. The crafting areas are all set up. All of the storage has been moved inside, and I'm almost ready to break that bottom building, and everything is labeled and sectioned off as it should be. So I think I'm pretty much ready. I'll build a farm in the courtyard later, but for now, I decided to make some more wisps into like the wisp lights into the Mistlands just so I'd have a bigger path, and I did end up finding a dungeon, which is, I mean, that's exactly what I was looking for. So I cleared the outside, and we got the Bonemass buff. It is time to head in. I don't see anything else in the area around, but I mean, honestly, all I need in here is 5 cores. If I get 5, I'm pretty much set up. It would suck to only get 5 because I would have to be trading back and forth between like the ability to make refined Eikthyr or the ability to craft things with it. But if that's what I got to do for the beginning of the playthrough, or for the beginning of the Mistlands section of the playthrough, that is perfectly fine. I hear there, it sounds like there is quite a few soldiers in this one. There's also like ticks could be really dangerous. I have my Bonemass buff on, but as soon as it's off, I got to be on really high alert for different things. The other thing we're looking for is a queen stone. They're not that hard to find in these. They're pretty easy to find. Queen is bad, like for this playthrough specifically, from things that I've seen and just what I mean, take common sense. It is hidden in the mist, very far down, very hard to see. I mean, it's like, it is one of the most like difficult things. You can't see. It doesn't have really good like defining features. It just kind of looks like the rest of the landscape. It's underground, and there's just like, I don't know, there's really nothing to find the queen with. So a stone is definitely gonna be something we need. We're probably gonna need a few. I hope we are able to find a few, and hopefully they take us in a decent direction, because if they take us somewhere stupid into a giant Mistlands, it's easy to get lost in, which And I mean, knowing the game, they probably will, but I don't know. We can hope. I'm just gonna hope for a good stone that takes us to a good spot, because finding the queen will be honestly pretty awesome. So I'm just gonna push through this right now. Hopefully nothing like too crazy happens, but like I said, when our bone mass buff runs out, I gotta be a little careful. The only thing we're looking for is black cores and the queen thing though. So if I find one of those, I will make sure to show you guys. The only other thing we're looking for besides that is the seal breaker, but I am not quite even to the point of worrying about that yet. Nothing yet in this entire thing, but this last one is where it sounded like most of the sound was coming from. We found a couple small rooms so far, but nothing too crazy. The Seeker Soldier is kind of kicking my ass. It's knocked me down below many a times, and if I did not have my bone mass buff, that probably would have been a problem. But in here to the right is where I'm hearing most of the stuff come from. I will probably, oh, okay, I see some Seekers already. Oh, okay, we got a big room. This is a big room. I will take this. It doesn't seem like there's a lot in it, but okay, there's a lot of Seekers, that's for sure. I also kind of need to check behind me and make sure there's nothing that's going to sneak up behind me. All right, we have a secret room. It looks like we have a secret room and possibly another couple gates and other sections to go to. So we're getting, I mean, there is a possibility for a lot of stuff in here, but currently I'm getting my ass beat by a literal stack of Seekers. So let's take care of these before I really worry what loot I'm going to get, and let's try and keep myself alive, because that's much more important than whatever the hell is in those rooms. No matter how many times I go back in this room, I just keep getting fed more Seekers and ticks, which is kind of annoying, but honestly, if I ever need food or Carpus, I got it in here. This is the only place I need to go, so that's pretty sick. I don't know if the Carpus despawns when the Seekers respawn. I know they respawn after a couple in-game days, and specifically these, but I don't know if the Carpus and stuff will disappear on the ground, so I should probably at least take it outside. That way I don't have to rely on coming back in here. But yeah, there is a lot of stuff, so I'm gonna break into, like I said, there seems to be a gate or two. We still got 1 or 2 more Seekers. This one's a 1-star. There's still, mainly, honestly, a bunch of the stuff was coming from my room back behind this entire thing. I gotta be careful though now, because I don't have my bone mass buff anymore. Really, my only option is parrying. Should I have brought the root harness to the Mistlands with me? Probably, but did I? No, and I don't have it, so I can't make too many judgment calls on that. But let's get inside this first secret room and see what we can find. It seems as if I have probably killed everything up until now. All right, well, we have a queen stone, which is pretty awesome. I will definitely take that. I'm hearing more stuff. I just can't tell from where. I want to make sure I'm safe before I go in there, because getting trapped in there with a bunch of stuff would suck. All right, we got a tick. That's fine. Some more royal jelly givers. That's fine. I think the rest of them are probably behind that gate in the main room. Yeah, they are. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so we still have this gate we can go through, but other than that, we got the queen location, and we got cores, which is sick. All right, we got a couple cores. We got some potions and stuff. We got some coins. All of that's pretty good. I'll honestly take that. This is a pretty sick room so far. These 2 cores, because we're on 2x, are gonna give us 4, which kind of sucks, because this is, I think, the last room other than whatever's behind that gate, meaning we did not get enough to make what we need to make. Let's get a build piece out and see which direction queen is, so I at least know for later. We got it that way. All right, so get our build piece oriented, so when we go back outside, I can see which direction I need to be going for queen, kind of remember which way it is. Like, it's kind of in between 2 of the clicks right now. And then let's check out this last room finally. Maybe it has a black core, but I don't have much experience with these old gates having them behind. Oh, holy shit, we actually do have a black core. We do have a Seeker, but we actually do have a black core back here. That puts us at 6. That means we can make everything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make probably the black forge, make everything that I need in it, and then I will make the Eikthyr refinery once I can do that. I'll make the Yalder table once I need it. I'll make any of the different things that I need when I need them, and then just keep breaking them and recycling the cores for now. Honestly, in my opinion, if you were gonna make it like really balanced so you had to have it, you would make the Eikthyr refinery take the black forge to place rather than a workbench, but I'm not the game dev, so that's fine. I'm gonna take the ability to make all of them, progress quite far, and honestly, I don't need more cores for the rest of the playthrough, but I hope to find some, but if I don't, it's okay. So we're gonna go back to base and get the black forge set up. Let's see, the queen is that way in general. I don't know if I'm gonna remember that. I'll probably, when I actually go to do queen, come back in here, even if it's reinfested again, and kill everything, get the queen location again, just to be sure. That way I know I'm going the right direction when I get to that point. But I mean, for now, I don't really have to worry about it. I'm nowhere near the queen. I still got troll hide cape on, so we're gonna go back to base. I'm gonna try and set up our black forge. I have a spot for it, so I'm excited for that. And then finish up the base upgrades. I may build the courtyard now that I've made some progression into the Mistlands, and it's peaceful progression. I did have to fight. There was a lot of ticks and stuff in there, but I didn't feel like I didn't really feel like I had any close near-death experiences, so that was a pretty successful run. Well, I went to go make my black forge. I got all the way back there and then realized that somehow in this entire thing I have not collected any black marble yet, and because I really haven't found that many structures, I went looking for one of these, and luckily I did find one. Unfortunately for me, the skull for this one is either inside of a mountain, under the ground, or just not spawned with it, so for the time being, all I'm going to get from this is black marble, but I should be able to get enough for both my mortar and pestle and my black forge, and I need to make sure I have enough to craft the other crafting stations too, but for now, I mean, the black forge is going to do us pretty good. We'll be able to start making some of our basic Mistlands stuff, and the mortar and pestle will allow me to make a lot better food and start dipping into the Mistlands food, which, I mean, once I get to Mistlands food, a decent amount of Mistlands weapons, I'm gonna start to feel a lot more confident here. The Mistlands is kind of scary. I know I'm being a little stupid by not having the root harness. I could have like the piercing. I could have the ability to not be taking nearly as much pierce damage, but I haven't killed any abominations yet, and or maybe I've killed like 1 or 2, but I just don't have enough stuff to make a fully upgraded one where I should be wearing it, and I just don't want the time to go to all the way to a new swamp to find one and to deal with all that. So I'm just gonna try and make the best stuff that I can while I'm here. But for the time being, I mean, the base is looking good. I'm not, like I said, I've been out of that loop of like finding stuff and being like scared to like go in here, not really knowing what to do, especially after I got the base done and found that dungeon. So I'm gonna get all this stuff back to base, build our black forge, and then I'm gonna start looking at what I need, because I'm kind of sad about it, but I think a swamp key is gonna be in order for me to have to go get at least everything. I think a swamp key is gonna be what I need to build Crom and Demolisher. So I'm gonna go get the black forge put up and then make that decision, but I'm pretty sure that's where we're going to be going next. Back at base for just a second, I do have the black forge up, but I've had a bunch of stuff from the Mistlands and from the Black Forest constantly running up and hitting my base, and not that if like a y'all or anything comes over this is it really going to do anything, but I'm going to build another like circle out around the edge of this, and hopefully that's enough to keep everything out for now, because like I said, stuff's been bothering me quite a bit. So I'm going to build this up, and then I'm going to show you guys the black forge and stuff, and I'm going to try and figure out like which weapons I can make, and then yeah, I still have to figure out the elder problem. Maybe I can get iron from somewhere else, but I also just need to go start exploring for like a diverger settlement, get the sap extractor. There's more things I need to do other than just get weapons made, so I may do those first since I'm already here. But for the time being, I'm going to waste a little bit of time, build this wall around base. Maybe it'll look cool, and maybe it'll protect our stuff a little bit better, and also then I can start planting crops and stuff over here because I'll have a nice little area to do so. Alright, I was running back over by the infested mine, and I was able to find, I see a bridge in the distance, but I also see a diverger camp over here that I definitely need to figure out, like, if it has it should have the crate in it and stuff. I don't want to break the crate though, and there's also a couple more things I would like to get out of this if I can. So I'm going to try and get either a seeker soldier or a y'all to come over here, break the building for black marble, because I kind of want to use some of it to build, break the diverger like extractor things so that I can get those without pissing them off, and then also kill some of them, that way I can get some soft tissue to turn into that once I get sap, so I can turn the sap and stuff into refined Eikthyr. But assuming that this one has everything I need and that I can find something around the area, it honestly was not very long before I found a seeker soldier and a few seekers to come help me out over here, break everything for me. I got the diverger extractors, got a little bit of soft tissue, and I sent it back to base where there is a little Yggdrasil chute up the hill from me that I was able to put my extractor in. Made it really easy to get stuff in. It's really close to base. It honestly might even get walled in at some point, but for the time being, we have really easy access to sap. I have a little bit of soft tissue, and we do have the black forge back at base, but honestly, I may just turn it into a Eikthyr refinery once I get the sap. Make a little bit up, because for right now, literally the only two things I can craft, I don't have enough iron for. So the black forge is kind of useless until I have sap and refined Eikthyr to use in it. I got a little bit of sap. Eikthyr refinery is going. I don't know when I like neglected to say this, or if I did neglect to say it. I did make the black metal pickaxe at some point, and I've been using it to get iron from some of the swords around the Mistlands, so I do have access to that. I don't know, like I said, when I forgot to make it. I've been editing so much stuff, but I did make it at some point. So we're making this now. We have this. I don't know that this will be a permanent setup, but the idea is I'm going to get a little bit of refined Eikthyr. I'm looking on the wiki right now at how much I need for certain things, and then I'll either build the Yalder table or I'll build the black forge, and I'll make what I need, and then I'll come back to this and again let it just run and make more refined Eikthyr. I'm kind of just gonna have to juggle them back and forth for repairing and making stuff for now, but I'm fine doing that until I get more, or honestly for the entire Mistlands, because it's not as big of a hassle as it seems like. As long as I keep a chest for all the extra stuff that I need to craft each thing, it's not gonna be that hard. So I'm gonna try and get more cores at some point, but for the time being, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna sit here and juggle these for a bit, get a bit of refined Eikthyr, and then figure out which weapons I want to make. I have made my first Mistlands weapon, but I am running out of iron and other resources to make it. The biggest one being iron, though. This is the biggest thing I can't get, and a lot of people have said that if you can't get iron the normal way, which I can't right now, to head over to these bridges and break them down with a stone cutter, which is exactly what I'm doing. Now, for weapons, I made a demolisher so far. That's all I have, but that's pretty sick so far, and I'm curious to see how much I get from these. I don't know. I see all the iron grates inside. I'm probably gonna have to break the bottom section out with a pickaxe or get something to help me break them, depending on how long it's taking, and then I assume the rest of this will collapse. But like I said, a lot of people told me to use this for my reverse series, and I'm pretty curious about how much it's gonna give me, so hopefully it's a good thing for us. So I'm gonna break this thing down. I don't know if pickaxe or demolisher is gonna be better, but I'm just gonna sit here and break it down for a second, and then I will tell you guys how much I got from it, and if this is something you should be doing in your world, maybe. Back at base for the time being, I'm harvesting up a bunch of the copper and just kind of storing it to make as much bronze as I can right now. I got 25 to 30 iron from that bridge, and then, so which is actually pretty good. So if you guys see those in your world, definitely break them. And thank you for everybody who left those comments on my reverse series. It was extremely helpful. It just is normally a little bit of time before I can get to stuff like that, but I'm almost to the point of building Crom. I think I'm also going to build the spine snap and a bunch of carpus arrows, and once I do that, I'm going to take a much bigger like exploration of the Mistlands around our base, try and find more soft tissue because I have a lot of sap but not a lot of soft tissue to go with it, and maybe find another infested mine so that I can find a bit more cores to help me out and make this a little bit more efficient. So I want to find those things, but other than that, it's going really good. I still feel a little weird. Like, I'm happy. I know exactly where I'm going now, but like, I still feel weird after the death. I don't know what it is. It still just feels a little weird, but I'm feeling better now. Like, it's as far as like getting lost and stuff, but I don't know. Hopefully that death was our last one. I'm starting to get the bad feeling about Queen, and hopefully I don't manifest that happening as well. But for the time being, all I can really do is just try. Everything is smelted up for our Crom. I have enough scale hide, so we're gonna get this thing made. I'm still gonna need so much more progress and time of just harvesting to upgrade this and the Demolisher, as well as make a couple other weapons that I want to make. For the time being, I think I'm gonna work on the Spine Snap, and other than that, I don't think I'm gonna have another weapon to make. I think those three are gonna get me plenty far through the Mistlands. Those will probably carry me through Queen, but I do want to get them all the way upgraded. Maybe not all at once right now, but I'm definitely gonna sit here and work on it for a little bit because I want these things upgraded. Aside from that though, I now have what I need. I have a couple more fire resistance potions from being over here, and I have our fermenter set up obviously, and so I have a decent amount of food, so I think I'm probably gonna head out into the Mistlands again pretty soon. I'm in very desperate need of soft tissue and a couple other things, and more black cores would be sick. I have a process that is working, but once I get like the feather cape, I'm not gonna be able to repair everything at once. I'm gonna have to replace the stations every time I want to repair stuff, every time I want to craft something, and every time I want refined Eikthyr, so it would be cool to not have to do that, but if I do, I'm gonna keep doing it. I also want more wisps because I've placed a lot of torches and I need more navigation tools, so I probably will sit out here and harvest these for a little bit, but other than that, it's going good right now. It's just not a whole lot happening. It's a lot of waiting around, a lot of sitting, and I need to get back to exploration soon, but realistically, I got everything that I needed pretty quick for the Mistlands. I have the Queen's general direction, I have the weapons I need. It's just gonna be waiting for stuff to smelt and just honestly harvesting a bunch of stuff that I already know where it's at. Like, I know where more iron is, I know where there's swords at, I know where there's swamps at if I get my swamp key, I know where there's copper at, I know where there's tin at. I'm gonna be sitting around just harvesting and waiting for stuff for a while. So for the time being, that's what I'm gonna be doing. There's not gonna be a whole lot to show, but I will come back every time I have something to show, because at some point here, I am gonna dip pretty deep into the Mistlands, try and get a good idea of what the surroundings of this base is and how much more resources I can pull from this Mistlands, and then if we need to find another one, that's gonna be the next step here pretty soon. It is the next day, and I have made the decision to travel extremely far away from base. Pretty much what I did was I went out to the Diverger settlement, and like where it was pointing, where the stone pointed us towards Queen, I went all the way out to that corner to make sure it wasn't on this island, hit a left, and just started following the coast. And in the process, I did find one of the like fallen Jotuns that has the soft tissue inside of it, which is really good. I'm gonna be able to harvest all the soft tissue. There is a couple problems that I'm having right now though that could, I mean, it's nothing that's endangering me at the current moment, but it really could, so I gotta be careful here. One, I'm in an enclosed space, so I really don't need anything running up on me. Two, I'm really far away, and I don't know where I'm at. Again, I'm gonna be honest, I am lost again, but it seems like every time I get lost, I find what I'm looking for, so I'm kind of down for it at this point. But the Mistlands, this is the first time I've been lost in the Mistlands, and it's pretty rough finding my way around. On top of that though, I'm out of rested buff, and it's almost nighttime, so I may actually just have to AFK in here after I mine all of this soft tissue, because it's getting dark, and this mining is gonna be really loud. I don't want to piss anything off that's gonna possibly kill me, but yeah, I'm making just a big exploration around the Mistlands right now. Like I said, I went out to where our mine and the Diverger camp was, hit a left, and just followed the coast all the way out by where it said the Queen was at, and then once I realized it's not on this island and it's probably quite a bit further, or I ran past it, that's a possibility with all the mist, then yeah, I just hit a left and started going. I want to see, the Mistlands goes along the back of our base and keeps going through the Black Forest, and I think I'm like on the beach side kind of following that right now, so I kind of want to see how thick it is and how much stuff there is in between my base and the edge, and yeah, that's kind of the goal right now. Like I said earlier, I just need to figure out what all this Mistlands has to offer and how many resources I'm going to be able to pull from it, because if it's not going to be enough for the whole playthrough, I honestly just need to go ahead and find another one soon. Prep up for another journey, because I don't want to stop progressing. I'm kind of back on the progression train now that I was in the plains and in the mountains, where I was just pushing progression constantly, and it feels pretty good, and it feels like it's going to get me pretty far. But for now, I'm going to have to AFK here because I don't have anything to get myself rested. I hear a Seeker Soldier that I don't want to piss off by mining, so there's no reason for me to try and sit over here and get stone and wood. I can just sit here and AFK till daytime, and maybe I'll try and get my rest buff after that. But otherwise, the main goal now, pushing forward, I want to find another mine, and I need to make my feather cape. As much as I don't want to build the Yaldo table and Black Forge and like have to alternate back and forth between them, I do not want to die to fall damage, and eliminating that for the rest of the playthrough, for at least until we get deep into the Ashlands, is going to be really good. That's going to make me feel a lot better about exploring. We can make the Lightfoot mead, we can make a whole bunch of stuff, and I'll feel a lot better. Like, eliminating an entire possibility of how we die is going to make me a lot safer, so I'm going to try and do that once I get back, but for the time being, I'm just going to have to sit here for the night, and hopefully when I get out in the morning, I can go find a couple useful things, or or at the bare minimum, my base. So I got all the soft tissue that I needed, but something really crazy happened at the end. I was sitting there mining out the top of the skull for all of the soft tissue, and that was when a Grey Dwarf ran up to me. And I don't know how that, like, I feel like I'm really deep in the Mistlands right now, but I know which direction it came from, so I'm gonna work my way along the coast and kind of in that direction, because I was mining for a long time. It could have walked pretty far and not gotten caught by like any divergers or any seekers, but there is a chance that I'm fairly close to the Black Forest and just can't see it, which would mean I do kind of know where I'm at. I'm still gonna look around a little bit. I'm still on the exploration train, but I now at least know the general direction that I can go to find the Black Forest again, because I know where that guy came from. On top of that, it looks like I have probably, I think that's another diverger settlement over there, and so I'm gonna go over there and check that out, and maybe there will be something around that. Along next to the diverger camp, which it is a diverger camp, did confirm. I thought it could be a mine, but I was pretty sure it wasn't, but it is. It's a diverger camp. Over here to the right, it seems like there might be another infested mine, which is pretty sick. I see the seekers up there, I see the lights, and unless that's Queen, that's probably another mine. I hear something more interesting though for me. I would go into this right now, but I don't have the facilities to. I don't have my rested buff or anything, and I really don't even want to challenge what's outside. I may shoot them and try and get the divergers to deal with that, but I'm not going to go over and deal with it for the time being. But what I do have is I hear crows to my left, which means the Black Forest is back there to your left. When you're playing no map and when you're in the Mistlands, all of the sounds and everything around you, all of the little details is how you're going to survive. And hearing those crows, at first it didn't register in my head, but that is the direction the Grey Dwarf came from, which means even though I can't see it, I am right back next to the Black Forest. So I'll probably head out of the Black Forest, make a little marker on the ground or something, or build a little marker up that's directly in the Black Forest from this mine, and then I'm going to go back to base, gear up some more food, get my rested buff back, and maybe upgrade our weapons a little bit, and head back in there, because then I will be in a much more comfortable position about making my feather cape, as I will be able to repair it all the time when I get back to base. And if I'm really lucky and I find enough cores, I may actually be able to also make an Eikthyr refinery permanently, which is going to speed things up a lot, because I won't have to break the crafting stations every time I want to make something. Alright, it is a couple days later. It is day 212. Man, we're getting close to day 250. I really hope Queen can get done before 250. I'm going to explain the concept for the series here in just a second, and in more detail at the end, but for right now though, I got the Eikthyr refinery set back up. I'm making a bit more refined Eikthyr so I can craft a few things before I head over to that. I'm probably going to make my cape just because I mean I can, and I know that I'll likely find enough cores in there to make the Yagluth taper permanently. And even if I don't, like I said earlier, getting rid of that possibility of dying is a really big thing right now. On top of that, I'm going to need it for the armor set, which I'm going to be looking at again soon. I'm going to phrase this. I don't have the root harness. I don't know if it's a bad idea to not make it or not. I've never worn the root harness in the Mistlands, but I also don't have a lot of experience, and I tried to look to Reddit and a couple other like social platforms to look if anybody was saying you should or shouldn't use it, and it seemed like the opinions were kind of polarizing. So I'm not saying you shouldn't or that I am being smart by not. I really don't know. You guys can let me know in the comments. I'm totally down. Like, you guys make me better at this game every time you tell me how to play the game better, and I don't take offense to any of it. So like, please let me know if I'm being stupid by doing this, or if I should be wearing the root harness, or if I shouldn't be. But for the time being, I'm going to focus on full Carpus armor, because that's what I know. But besides that, like I just said, it's day 212, and as you guys know, you clicked on a video that is made for 250 days. This is part 1 of the series though. Now, there is no guarantee of the series going on. I have a light goal and stuff that I'm going to set at the end of the video, and I have goals for myself and stuff that I want to set. I want to just see, it's nothing that I need like a certain amount of like growth or anything from. I just want to see that enough of you are enjoying it for me to put the time into making it, because this video took a lot of time, and I'm totally fine with that every single time. I'll make every single one of my videos like this if you guys like it like this, but for the time being, this is only episode 1, and I do plan to extend it, like I said, assuming that I get a decent amount of support on it. Like I said, I have goals that I'll set at the end of the video and that I'll talk to you guys about, as well as my own personal ones that I'm going to keep to myself. But right now, the plan is to do 1,000 days total. I want to do 4 movies like this of 250 days each. Now again, I need support on every single one for that to happen, because if I get to day 500 and nobody really seems to care anymore, that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you guys are bad to me or anything like that. You guys just want something else. That's totally fine. Like I said, I'm just trying to figure out like what things are best for me to do right now, and that's fine. If you guys do not enjoy this series, make sure to let me know in the comments. Please tell me you don't enjoy it. But like I said, this is going to be the first of a 4-part series, so I have a feeling we're gonna get Queen by day 250. That is the goal right now. I would, if I was being really idealistic, I'd want to make it all the way to Ashlands and get our base set up for day 250, and then start there at day, like, for our day to our 250 to 500 day series, or part of the series. But I don't care. I'm just gonna go till day 250. I'm gonna keep going about the pace I'm going now. But like I said, I want to let you guys know that if you feel disappointed at the end of this video that, oh, oh, I didn't beat the game, or I didn't make it that far, maybe you thought I should have built more, maybe you thought I should have done something more, let me know in the comments and support the video, because there's a likely chance that if you guys tell me that you want to see more of something in the video or in the series, that I'm going to have plenty of time to do it in the entire 1,000 days, again, assuming that I get the support for it, which I have no doubt in you guys. You guys support everything that I do so much so far, at least. So like I said, let me know what you guys think of the series, let me know what you guys think of the video. Like I said, if you don't like it, totally fine. If you do like it, let me know so I make more of them, and we're gonna get back to progress. But I just want to let you guys know that that's how it is, because I saw it's day 212. I know it's getting close to Queen. I want to do it by day 250, even if we don't get there, which I think we will. This series will probably continue, so I figured I'd let you guys know that, like I said, in case you have disappointment about how far I made it or anything like that. But besides that, I have a decent plan in mind. I want to make the feather cape, and I want to make the spine snap before I go back to that mine. I don't know if I'm going to get both of those done. I mean, I'd be okay in there right now, but just, again, like, being able to have as much stuff as I can is probably the best idea. So I want to make all of that stuff before I go out there, or at least as much of it as I can efficiently, and maybe make even some of the Carpus armor, because I have a decent amount of refined Eikthyr now from getting all that soft tissue from our little expedition I just had. But yeah, that's the plan for right now. I'm going to build up a couple more tools and weapons. I'm going to hit up that next one, and hopefully we get enough black cores to build everything. I had to grind for bones for way longer than I would like to admit. I went through pretty much all of the burial chambers around our base, and I got a ton of bones, and it's not going to be anywhere near enough to even upgrade anything, but I got the spine snap built. I don't think I've ever actually used this. I think I always just use the arbalist, which I don't even think I'm going to use this playthrough, but I'm kind of excited to have the spine snap. It looks sick. It's cool. Yeah, this thing actually does. This thing is fire. This is one of the most excited, like, when I saw the Mistlands come out, this was one of the things that I was the most excited for, and yet I still haven't used it up to this point, so I'm pretty excited to use it. I am going to need a few more arrows. I'm going to throw the Draugr back in the gear chest. That way I have the opportunity to, you know, if I die, I don't lose it, and then, which, you know, hopefully we don't have to count on that, but it did come in handy last time I decided to do this and make a gear chest, so we have all that stuff there. I have the spine snap. I'll probably make the feather cape and a bunch more arrows, as well as some food. I'll get my rested buff, probably just hang out at base for a second while I wait for some more stuff to make, and then I am going to head down to that next mine that I found, and also that diverger camp, see what I can find, and hopefully it will be successful. Like I said, 10 cores would be the best thing that we could find in there, and maybe another queen location just to give us a little bit of clarity on where it's at. On top of that, I am also going to upgrade the black forge. I think I should be able to upgrade it once or twice, not quite sure about how many times though, and that would allow me to upgrade Crom and Demolisher, as well as the spine snap quite a bit. It'll probably be some more bone farming, some more copper farming, and some more iron farming, but I'm okay with that. I've been doing that a lot today, and it's not really bothering me so far. So I've ran a few more cycles of breaking the Eikthyr refinery, replacing it as the black forge, and back and forth, and I have actually made the entire Carpus armor set, which is sick. I don't have it fully upgraded yet, obviously, and I'm still missing the feather cape, which is fine. I've also found a little bit more soft tissue while running around, and I've been farming a bit more bones for my spine snap, because my spine snap is going to be like, I don't want to say the absolute backbone, because I'm not trying to make a pun here, but it's going to be the absolute backbone of like everything that I can do damage to. Most of the stuff in the Mistlands is a bow fight, other than maybe some of the dungeon fights, maybe the ticks and stuff, but like the Yalls are completely bow fights. A lot of the Seekers are completely bow fights. Most of the Seeker soldiers, unless I got my Bonemass buff on and a good parrying shield, it's going to be a bow fight. So having a better bow is sick. Crom is getting upgraded. Demolisher is getting upgraded to level 2 now that I have the possibility to do that. I have enough stuff to be making the Yalder table, so the feather cape is the next focus. I have so much refined Eikthyr at this point in time, so let me see, do I have everything? Okay, yeah, I literally just need scale hide for the feather cape, so I'm going to get that made, but other than that, I have everything I said I was going to, other than maybe an upgraded Demolisher, but I didn't even really think about having to build the workstation upgrades for the upgrade, so I didn't really think about that. So I'm going to get the feather cape made. I may make the Yalder table upgrades, and that way I can upgrade my feather cape. That will stop me from having to make the Yalder table more often, because then I will have a much higher durability, and this thing will not need repaired nearly as often, and I will honestly probably not have to make another one until I am at the point of making a permanent one. So I'm going to upgrade this thing. I'm going to probably have to go farm some skeleton trophies, because I don't think I have any, or at least I threw them on the ground after harvesting bones. And other than that, I'm pretty well set. A lot of stuff has happened, but it's been a lot of boring stuff, and I think you guys are probably ready for the action. So I'm going to go to that new dungeon. I'm going to show you guys that, and then I'm going to, after that, it's probably just going to be back to preparing for Queen. So I'm going to get everything upgraded that I can. I got a bunch more arrows, and then we're going to head over to that new infested mine, and then, yeah, like I said, after that's Queen, because I'm sure you guys have watched this far, and you are ready to see me either fight or get wrecked again by another boss. So we'll see which one happens, but I got to get prepared first. I have entered in To the new dungeon, I have everything that I'm going to need to, and honestly, right off the bat, it looks pretty promising. There are a lot of pathways downstairs and upstairs, but I literally may run out of arrows on this first enemy. Other than these stupid ticks, I have a 1-star Seeker Soldier, which is, I mean, unless I can get it pinned to where I can hit its soft spot really easily, I'm sure as hell not fighting this thing, like, with my hands. If I get hit by this thing, I am screwed. I am also looking for Sealbreaker Fragments at this point in time. I did not, like, I know I kind of mentioned it last time, but I really did not think too much about grabbing them. Not that it made a difference in how much, my thought of how much I needed had no difference in how many I actually got. I got none from the last one, I don't think. Maybe I got 1. But that does mean that if this one doesn't have 9, that I'm either going to have to rely on getting them by Queen, or I'm going to have to go down to another Mistland. Something's going to have to happen. Something new is going to have to happen. So I don't know what's going to deal with that, but I do have to worry about the Sealbreaker now too, since I'm kind of getting on the back end of the Mistlands and getting a bit more prepared for Queen. I'm going to sit here and use my bow for quite a while, as well as my Demolisher. Like I said, hopefully I can get this thing stuck in a place where I can hit its soft spot, but if I can't, I'm gonna sit here and hammer it with everything I got, and hopefully I can kill it. Other than this though, everything has been going fairly well. I did realize the Demolisher is insane against the little piles of the broods, and it's pretty good to be able to hit stuff through walls, which is pretty sick. I can, as long as it doesn't do its attack, I can sit over here and hit it through the wall, and yeah, I'm just gonna keep sitting here and mess. Other than the Seeker Soldier, I will come back when something actually exciting is happening, but I'm gonna be sitting here for quite a while just shooting this thing. Seeker Soldier is dead. It took a lot of our arrows, and now this thing has like 3 layers. I have a bunch of ticks to deal with right now, but other than that, I don't have anything too scary. Holy shit, that did so much damage. Oh my god, I need to get out of here. That's a 2-star tick. Oh my god, this actually could be the end right here. I need to make sure I don't fuck up. Oh my god, please no. Oh, okay, hammer, no. Oh my god, please, 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 please. Roll. I'm out of stamina. I don't have my rested buff. I know I shouldn't be in here without my rested buff. I know better, but holy shit, that was way too close. Oh my god. All right, we got 12 cores from the first 2 rooms, which was really good, and I got some Sealbreaker Fragments. I used literally almost all of my arrows on that guy, but never in a million years did I think a tick was going to be the thing that almost just fucking ended my playthrough. I think I'm going to go back to base after that, get my rested buff, make some more arrows, and repair my shit, but that was way too scary. That was not okay. I am not chill with that happening ever again. That needs to not happen. That 2-star tick is still in there too. I may go exterminate that thing real quick just so I don't get killed by it when I come back in. I think I'm going to go do that. I don't want to die to it, but I also don't want to forget that it's in here. That was close. That was one of the chances of like overconfidence and stupidity. I got that 1-star Seeker Soldier down and I thought I was good. Thought I was just some ticks. I had no clue how much that was going to do. If I can kill this thing with a bow, I'd like to, but other than the scare, we did pretty good so far. There's been a lot of black cores and there's been a lot of Sealbreaker Fragments, a decent amount of rooms so far, and there's still a lot more to explore, so I'm going to go get some more supplies and then come back here with a rested buff and hopefully a bit of a clear thought process, because that tick was close, and I know I'm in here without my rested buff, which I shouldn't be. That's against the rules of what I wanted to do for the playthrough, but man, I think it was going to result in almost that. That was a little insane. Also, I got 4 Sealbreaker Fragments, so that's all right. Yeah, we're going to go back to base. We're going to put the stuff away that I found so far, and then we'll come back and get more, because if anything, I'm at least going to need Carpus for our armor set to keep upgrading it. So we're going to head back to base, put all this stuff away, try and calm down a little bit from that tick attack, and then we'll come back here. I am back out for Black Marble right now and a couple other things. I'm not going to lie, that was I got off last night after that tick scare. I know it wasn't like that insane. I mean, it kind of was though. Like, that got me lower than some of the boss fights other than Yagluth. Haha, yes, I know I died to that, but no, that got me fairly low. I think I know where more soft tissue is over here by my base, but last night I could tell that I was not like thinking super smart, and coming up on the Queen, if I find it and I'm ready to do it, I'm probably going to. So I really did not want to run the chance of staying up super late last night, getting myself killed in the exact same scenario that I did with Yagluth, where I was tired by myself and not focused, so there was not a chance I was doing that again. Aside from that though, everything else is going fairly well. I do need more refined Eikthyr, but I now have the facilities to make an entire, like, I can make a Eikthyr refinery, I can make the Yaldo table, and I can also make the Black Forge. So I'm going to be able to sit over here for quite a while and do all of those different things, process a bunch more refined Eikthyr, and actually turn it into things, as well as upgrade my armor with it. The armor is the last thing that I really need to upgrade. I'm going to try and get Chrom. I do still have to make, I forgot yesterday, I can make mechanical screws and make the, I think it's the Vice, and that will allow me to make everything once again upgraded, which I'm going to do. Everything that I can get upgraded for Queen is another possibility of me surviving, so I'm going to try and do that. But aside from upgrading that stuff, most of the refined Eikthyr and the rest of my resources are going to go to upgrading this armor and building stuff for the Ashlands. I know I'm not there yet, but kind of like the last base, saving extra stuff in a couple chests. That way, as long as I don't die, I won't need it. Saving a bunch of extra food, maybe some seeds and stuff around our base. We did finally plant some onions on the edge of our, like, where I built the fence at, and just saving, like I said, extra food, extra arrows, extra anything that I want to take to the Ashlands with me, extra metal. That way when I do get to that point, again, assuming I don't die during the queen fight, I will be able to have a couple of things to take with me that I don't have to make. So anything like that I can do, I'm also kind of working on right now while I'm waiting for stuff to process for the Mistlands. But yeah, most of our time is going to go to getting more Steelbreaker fragments. Because of how much iron I need, I'm probably going to go get a swamp key. I have found a couple Elder Stones in my Black Forest, and they're all pointing not what seems like it would just be down the coast. I don't know how long it'll take me to find it. Hopefully not too long, but assuming that is a quick run, I will probably do that because that'll allow me to get so much more iron so much quicker and upgrade. The Demolisher is going to take like another 100 with the Crom, so I don't know, everything's going to take a lot more, and then I'm going to need even more when we go to Ashlands, so there's no question I'm going to need probably a swamp key, so I may go look for that here soon too. Other than that though, on a positive note, the Feather Cape is pretty awesome. Getting rid of the possibility of dying from fall damage is awesome. I'm going to be able to build some really big shit now, build some giant structures. I did kind of like, I don't know, I said I was not going to build tall, and then I built a tower with no Feather Cape, which was like, I built an entire circular tower that I easily probably could have died falling off of, but I didn't. But I did think about that after I got done with it. I was like, man, wasn't one of my rules not to build tall, and then I built that thing, which is kind of funny. But now for the rest of the series, I have the ability to build some insanely tall shit and really not worry nearly as much as I should about it, or as much as I was about it. So that's pretty nice. That is a positive. It's making me be able to run around a lot faster, and obviously it's just, I don't know, it's nice. I love having the Feather Cape. The only thing I'm worried about is the fire weakness, but I've got fire resistance potions and I've been popping them for every y'all that I've fought anyways, so it's not going to cause too much of a difference. So yeah, the main goal right now, find more Steelbreaker fragments. I may start like going on that journey like I have for all the other ones where I try and find Queen, mark it out while I'm getting more resources, but not fight it yet. And then if I don't find it during that journey, I will get a general direction from that journey, like I did with Yagluth, like I did with Modder, like I did with Bonemass, like I did with literally everything. And then I will go back later with an expedition size amount of shit and hopefully find it in 1 or 2 expeditions. But I don't know, Queen is going to be a rough one, and I am going to acknowledge that. So I'm going to get everything I need ready. We're probably going to go explore a little bit, get a couple things, like I said, maybe a swamp key. I have a couple things in mind that I need to get, and then Queen is going to be coming up soon because I don't know, I don't have much else to do. I don't have that many days left. I have like 20 in-game days left, which is like 10 hours of play, so I need to get going on it pretty soon. All right, cut quite far into the future. I've spent about an hour and a half out here sailing around just looking for things. I'm mainly looking for Elder. I'm going to be honest, that's what I'm looking for. I've got a few resources I want to grab for when I do go to the Ashlands. Like I'm going to need another set of flint and stuff. I've been looking for more infested mines and bridges in the Mistlands that I'm sailing by, but right now I'm just looking for the swamp key. I don't even know if I'm being efficient right now or if I should just be going back towards the one that's at Altar, but there is one over here somewhere closer. But like I said, I've spent, I don't know, I think I've spent about an hour and a half looking for it so far, and this is my second journey that I'm heading out on now, so I don't know how efficient this is going to be, but I think if I can just get the swamp key, suck it up and find it, then I'll be okay. But I did find a bridge. We have a bridge over here in the mist. I'm going to break this down. I didn't bring a stone cutter, but I have my demolisher, so that's going to be iron for our upgrades, but past that, I don't know. I'm definitely going to need a swamp key, so I'm going to keep looking, but I might honestly have to wait till later today to find the swamp key because I have to get off soon, and I don't know, like I said, I already spent way too much time on it. I do have a good direction to go back towards. I have a general idea of where it's going to be at. It's just going to take a minute for me to find it, I'm sure, just like it did last time. It took longer than I thought it would. It took about another hour. I actually found another Bonemass spawner before I found this one, as well as a bunch of like dungeons and stuff. I found so much other stuff before I could find this, but I do have it. I have Crom, so this thing is going to get absolutely sliced to bits pretty quickly. I know where the boat's at from here, and I think I'm going to make a marker for Elder in case I ever, for some reason, need to come get another swamp key, assuming I don't know. I want to leave the opportunity open. I don't want to be stupid and say, oh, I'm not going to die again, because I didn't think I was going to die the first time, and it sucked not preparing for it. So having the Elder marked out is a good idea. I'll have it marked out. I know there's another Bonemass over here too, so in the case that I want a trophy or a wishbone for a base or for progression senses in any, like at any point in time, I'll have it marked out. I'll know where it's at. This is actually really not that far from our Mistlands base. So yeah, I'm going to get this guy taken down. I will have my swamp key. Because there's a Bonemass over here, there are plenty of swamp crypts, both by the boat and on the other side of this island. It's not that, it's pretty much just like another long, thin strip of an island. So I'm probably going to grab a decent amount of iron from one of those, park the boat up next to one of them, and then I'll bring it back to base because I'm going to have the stuff that I got from the bridge, which was about another 25 iron for the sword, for our Crom, and for our demolisher. And then I will also have, again, another swamp key so I can start getting as much iron as I possibly want. Some extra for the Ashlands wouldn't be a bad idea, but for now, the main focus is going to be the demolisher and the Crom. I am on my way back to base. I don't have as much iron as I probably am going to need for everything, but I've got some, and I know where more swamp crypts are over here, and I've unlocked them just in case I lose the swamp key for some reason, which I really shouldn't. But and now I know where Elder's at. I made a little pillar on the coast pointing in towards it, and the Bonemass has a little sign outside that says that, so I know that now. And like I said, I'll get some more iron. I may grab some more from this swamp on the way back, but honestly, I think I have enough for now. I'm gonna head back. Like I said, I still need to make my vice for the Black Forge, and then I can upgrade the Demolisher to 3. I'll need more bones, but I can upgrade the spine snap to 3, I can upgrade the crom to 3, and I can work on getting enough carpus to upgrade my carpus gear to 3, and after that, it's going to be just seal breaker and queen, because I'm getting, like I said, I'm getting to the point where I'm fairly close, and all I'm going to really need is for the preparation for those last 2 expeditions, or last couple expeditions. Hopefully it's only 2, the seal breaker, and hopefully I will have enough time and enough resources to get this done. It is currently day 226, which leaves me with 24 days left to kill queen, which is, oh, I did the math wrong earlier. I said, I don't know what math I did earlier. I still had 20 hours of play left, not 10. So now I am sitting at, like, if I have 20 something days left, I have like 12 hours of play left before I have to kill queen or call it on this episode. So I'm going to be a little bit pressed to get it done, but like I said, I've got plenty of resources, I've got some time, so I just need to be somewhat efficient from this point forward, and I should be good to get queen. I'm going to head back to base, get everything upgraded as much as I can, and start preparing for the next preparation to a nearby Mistlands to do our best to find the entire pieces of the seal breaker and a good, at least, direction towards queen or the entire queen location itself, and then I will head back here, make the seal breaker, prep for the queen fight, and we're going to head out and do that. I know I don't have that much time left, but I know when I go to the Ashlands that I'm going to need a lot of the plains crops, and I don't really have a space set up right now to do the plains crops, as well as I almost even want to build all the way out to the Mistlands section over there, and this was the original plan when I built here. I'm going to expand. I mean, you guys can already see I've done a lot of the work already, but I'm going to get these walls expanded all the way out and met up to the surface where it's at. I'm going to put wisp torches on top of all the walls so I can see back into the mist. I have a little Jotunpuff farm going up on top of the wall that's already been going. I already got 1 harvest. I got like 200 from it, so that's going to be enough for a shit ton of salads, which is really good because we also planted onions. So I'm going to have salads. I'm going to have that for stam. I'm going to have serpent meat stew for health. I'm going to have a decent amount of stuff for queen, and when I'm doing that next Mistlands exploration, I'm going to have a lot of food, so that should be really good for us. But I do need to get this built up into the plains a little bit, just because I want to be able to plant some plains crops. I need them now, and I'm going to need them later. This will also give me room to build like a little Eikthyr refinery area. I'm probably going to hatch my egg here at some point because I haven't done that yet, and also, like, I don't know, I need to build windmills and stuff. I can move the kilns back. I can move the wisp summoners, or like the little fountains there. I can move stuff around and kind of spread it out a little bit and make the base look a little bit more like a base. I know I don't have a ton of time to do this because most of what I need to do is progression, but I do still need this for this progression and for next episode when I go to the Ashlands, so it's not really a question. I got to get it done. All I'm going to do is try and get it done quick, though. Build it up as quick as I can, make sure that I can see everything, and make sure that it's all protected as much as I'm willing to build it up for now, and then it's back to progression time. So, little update. I'm making a bunch of food right now. I think Crom is level 2, Spine Snap is level 2, Demolisher is level 1. I have the Vice made for our Black Forge. I have a bunch of the major healing potions made, a bunch of salads, and a bunch of lingering stamina potions. Those are all going to be things that I use for both the next Mistlands exploration as well as the Queen fight. I have so many salads. The Jotunpuff and onion situation is kind of insane. I also made a bunch of fire resistance potions for running around the Ashlands as well as the Mistlands, but I have a couple explorations that I need to go on, and I need all of this food and gear that I'm making right now to last me for multiple explorations with multiple days out at sea for each one, and then I need this stuff to be making while I'm gone to be going to help me forward towards the Ashlands. So the plan is here. I need to do a couple of things like back at the normal side of the map, like not Mistlands, not Ashlands area. I need to go get a couple of things from there. I need to go get a bit more iron, go to the swamp, find some of that stuff, and I have a couple other just random little resources that I need from that area. Then after I do that, I'm gonna go to the next Mistlands over in the direction that Queen is facing, and I'm gonna go there to try and find the Sealbreaker fragments. But if I do find Queen while I'm over there, or I find more stones, I can keep that in mind for when I'm coming back later. But our goal is not in that expedition to go fight Queen. Then the plan is to come back here, get everything for final preparation, and start making, like I said, mead bases and stuff that can ferment while I'm gone, and then those will be ready for the Ashlands next episode or this episode, and those will be preparing while I'm going to kill the Queen. So there's a couple steps left, but there's not a ton left, and honestly, I'm feeling pretty prepared right now and pretty good. Most of what I need to do is get Crom upgraded, get the Spine Snap upgraded, which gives me more bones and more iron, as well as more copper and tin for the bronze for the Crom. I have plenty of refined Eikthyr for pretty much everything. I could also do with another set of Carpus upgrades if I get the Carpus for it, but if I run another infested mine for Sealbreaker fragments, I should probably get enough for that. And then, I don't know, like I said, I'm gonna come back from, okay, I'm gonna pause there. Let's get those two explorations done, come back, see how much stuff I have. I probably need more arrows if anything, and then I will decide how much stuff I need to go towards the Queen's Mistlands, because those are the two biggest things that I need need to get done. And until I have those done, I'm not gonna know how much more stuff I need to make. Guys, I am hatching my egg. This is on the back side of the tower right now. It's a little bit off of like course, but it does make really good food if I get the chicken. So honestly, it's worth it. This is our little thing for now, like our little chicken coop. I'm gonna throw the egg down in here. I don't know what we'll name it Jimmy. And maybe I'll name it when it's alive. I don't know. Its name is Jimmy for now. Throw this down by the fires. That'll be fine. I really hope it doesn't step on the fires. I don't know. It's still saying it's too cold. Maybe I'm just being impatient, but I'm a little confused at why it's too cold. I may have to throw them like directly on the fire, but for the time being, I'm gonna get this guy, assuming that it starts to work, hatching, and then I'm just gonna work on the base around it. It'll grow up into a chicken. It'll lay more eggs, and I can get more chickens grown from Jimmy. But I don't know. Is it supposed to be a female name? I don't know. Jimmy can be a female. I don't really care. So yeah, I'm gonna do this just in the meantime. This is a little side thing, but it is gonna be really good food, really good health food for the Mistlands. So it's definitely worth actually taking the time to do. On top of that, I have the windmills built and some of the plain stuff growing, which means I have a decent amount more flour again. I finally don't have to go back all the way out to that other base. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm getting, like I said, I'm almost prepared for that next expedition. All right, guys, I am returning from getting iron and a bit of copper and tin on our first little expedition. It really didn't take much other than most of our arrows, and a decent amount of pickaxe damage, but I can repair all that and get the arrows for now. All I got to do is run the iron in, get it smelting. I have a decent amount of coal set up for that, so I can just kind of let that run in the background while I wait, but I should have enough iron to finish upgrading the demolisher and chrome to where they can go for now. So that is pretty sick. I need to go check. I put the egg down before and it was finally warm, so I need to go check that before I go anywhere else. And then yeah, I think I'm just gonna make more arrows and start heading out to the next expedition. Guys, Jimmy fucking died. We have chicken meat. It hatched while I was gone somehow. I really thought it would only happen while I was here, kind of like most of the other tames and stuff do. But that sucks. I spent 1,500 coins on 2 pieces of chicken. God dang it, man. All right, well, oh well. We can make at least 2 pieces of the honey glazed chicken with this. That does really suck though, man. Jimmy didn't even get to live a good life. I put him on the campfires and then he died. And I realized while I was sailing that it was probably just taking a second to say that it was warm and that I was not placing it too close to the fires or too far from the fires. I was just being impatient, but yeah, that was an expensive mistake. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, but I mean, I don't really have a chance for it to happen again right now at least, but yeah, that kind of sucks. The honey glazed chicken's good though. It gives us 80 health. I can make 2 of it for the queen fight, so I didn't really lose out too much on that, honestly. That's all I really wanted to make was a few for the queen fight. I'm not going to get to have any for the Ashlands, but oh well. Jimmy's dead. That's fine. I'm going to repair my stuff, make the arrows, and then I think what I'm going to do is sail over or walk over to where the dungeon is at. Our first one, the first mine that we went to, and I think I'll have to clear it back out because stuff does respawn in those mines, which will help me get a little bit more carpus for the armor set because I haven't upgraded that again yet. And then I'm going to re-get the queen location to make sure I know where I'm going. I'll come back, get everything repaired, and then I'll start sailing that way because that's where I want to go. I want to go over to the Queen Mistlands just so while I'm exploring to find more pieces of the seal breaker that I have a chance of coming across the Queen's location. We are on the mighty expedition to the Queen. This on the left is where the Diverger camp as well as our like dungeon was, and then on the right is pretty much completely unexplored land. It seems to be just swamp and black forest, but what I have is I got to go this way. I've got to go almost completely east, like kind of southeast, and I'm just going to go this way till I find a Mistlands. Now the first one I find is not guaranteed to hold the Queen, but I am fairly close to the edge of the map, especially because I've already been going southeast. So the fact that the Queen is this way makes me feel like it is probably only in between 1 and 3 islands out, because there can't be that much left for the Mistlands before the edge of the map. I'm also really worried going out this far. I feel I've never seen the edge of the map in Valheim. I just haven't had a need to, but I feel like in no map you actually kind of have the risk of falling off if you're not paying attention because you can't see the map. So I don't know, that's something I'm a little worried going out here, but other than that, I'm just gonna head this direction. This is where it prompted me to go, so I'm gonna try and keep my bearing of where I'm going. The tree is really easy to keep track of when I'm sailing now, though getting lost sailing is actually kind of hard after learning about how the tree works, learning my directions, and just getting used to no map. So I don't know, this playthrough is going really good though so far. Only 1 death is pretty sick, and I don't know, I'm getting a lot further a lot quicker than I thought I would. I did not think I was gonna be Queen in 250 days, so I know it sounds like a lot of time, but with no death, it's my first time doing no map and no portals, and it's my first time on a hardcore world, so I don't know, I feel like I'm doing pretty good. But I'm gonna head down here. The first Mistlands I hit, we will stop at, look for an infested mine, and then I will be ready to go. Also, Crom is level 3, and so is the Demolisher, and so is all of our armor, our feather cape, and our spine snap. So everything is pretty much ready for Queen. Everything is fully upgraded. I do not have all the stuff to fight it if I find it right now, because I don't even have the stuff to make the seal breaker, but after this, after I get the seal breaker stuff, and after I hopefully find the location, I will be pretty much ready for Queen. It has been a decently long journey, and it is completely nighttime, which is kind of a dangerous situation to be in landing, but I was looking for either a lighthouse or one of these docks to land at because it is nighttime, and I did find one, so this is pretty sick. I'm probably gonna hang out here until it's daytime, and then I'm just gonna keep going this direction that I'm following, but except this time just into the Mistlands on foot, trying my absolute best to keep my sense of direction. I have no wisp torches or anything like that, so I gotta actually really try to keep my sense of direction. It'll probably get rainy in there. I probably will not be able to see which direction I'm going, so yeah, I need to really make sure I keep my sense of where I'm facing in here, because this could be the opportunity for me to get lost in the Mistlands just like I did with Bonemass and Elder, and I really don't want it to be like that. I really want to at least be able to prove to myself somewhat that I did get a little bit better at navigation. I've got 4 Sealbreaker fragments, so it could be multiple infested caves, but I mean, it could be just one. It just depends how lucky I get. Also, more black cores for us to be able to make a black forge in the Ashlands and other stuff later in the playthrough are going to be kind of needed, so if I can find those while I'm doing this, it'd be sick. And on top of that, the only thing I'm really looking for after this is the Queen's location. So I'm going to wait till daytime, hang out for a little bit, and then once it's daytime, I'm going to head and start looking for a infested mine. All right, I've only been running for like 5-10 minutes. I am in quite the precarious situation, but I mean, yeah, I've gotten myself into a hell of a situation, but I am ready to get in here. I'm fighting all of the Seekers outside. I hear a y'all nearby. I hear a Seeker soldier down below, and I need to also get inside, but I don't think, oh my god, there's more Seekers. I don't think inside is going to be any safer than out here, and I definitely don't want to get stuck down there with all this stuff. Luckily for me, this Demolisher is actually kind of crazy when it comes to doing damage to big groups of things. I mean, it's like a stag breaker on crack. I know it's supposed to be like that, but it's not just on crack for how much damage it does, it's also on crack for how hard it hits. So that's kind of insane. I really don't want to fight the y'all. I kind of just want to fight these 2 Seekers for the time being, and I don't know. Like I said, the Demolisher, this is the first time I've really gotten to use it outside of just smacking the broods and pitting stuff through walls and these infested mines. And out in the world, it does pretty good damage too. So I'm really excited to see that, because it's probably going to come in handy when I get out to the Queen. We're gonna head in here. Hopefully it's a successful one, but I don't know. I'm just banking on finding another Queen location and some Sealbreaker fragments. Other stuff is gonna be pretty much just like extra spoils of the journey if we find it. There was Sealbreaker fragments when I walked in, and I have a location for Queen, so I'm gonna mark this with another build piece, keep going in here and looking for more of the Sealbreaker fragments. But so far this dungeon has been extremely generous when it comes to giving me exactly what I need. I want to go outside and see where this face is real quick, and then I'm gonna keep exploring in here. But like I said, decent amount of Sealbreaker fragments so far. I've gotten we got another black core down there, so I'm doing pretty good. This is a pretty lucky dungeon as far as I am right now. I'm also gonna sit down and get my rested buff if I can, if the game will let me, and then yeah, I don't know, like I said, I'm gonna bust through the rest of this real quick, but I have high hopes now that this is gonna be enough Sealbreaker fragments, and if it is, we're gonna head back to base, make our Sealbreaker, get prepared, and we're gonna go find Queen. I've already had to kill 2 Seeker soldiers, and I'm pretty sure I hear 2 more down here, but look, okay, we got another Sealbreaker fragment. We have what's gonna be 8 cores for us. I think I hear 2 Seeker soldiers down here though, so I hope I have enough arrows for this. If not, I can use the Demolisher, but I have 4 cores and another Sealbreaker fragment. Let's see it. We got another Sealbreaker fragment down here. All right, this is looking good. If I can get these things cleared, I'm getting close to this being enough. Unfortunately, 2x doesn't cover the Sealbreaker fragment, so I don't get 2 per one, but that's all right. I can do this part on 1x. This room is kind of insane though. Like I said, this dungeon has had some of the most insane luck of exactly what I needed so far. So if I can kill these soldiers, I should be good to collect these fragments. I'll see how many more I need after that, but we also definitely have the black cores we're going to need to take to the Ashlands with us, so that's just a pretty sick bonus on top of all of this. Deeper down on yet another level down, I have 3 more Sealbreaker fragments. I have plenty now. This is going to be enough. We got another 2-star tick. Stay the fuck away from me. We are not dying to you, buddy. I also don't have my Bonemass buff or my rested buff again. This is, all right, 2-star tick is dead. That was just not fun. I did not like seeing that in the same situation I was in last time. I also found a secret room with a bunch more coins and a couple more cores. There's more cores in this room, so back at base, whatever I decide to take to Ashlands with me, I got all the cores I'm hopefully going to need, which is, I mean, that's pretty awesome. That makes me feel a lot better about this. I have all the Sealbreaker fragments. This is still the first one. I got the Queen location. I got the Sealbreaker fragments. I got the black cores. I got a bunch of Carpus, and I got a bunch of Seeker meat, as well as I got to keep most of my stuff intact, other than probably all of my arrows, because I fought maybe 10 Seeker soldiers in here, so that was a little insane. All that considered, though, this is about as lucky as I could have gotten for one of these infested mines, and this is probably the best one. I mean, I've only played through Mistlands like 3 or 4 times, but this is probably the best one that I've ever gotten through all of my playthroughs, modded or not. So, I mean, this is pretty awesome. I really do enjoy this. This is about as lucky as I could have gotten. Let's see if I can find my way back to the boat, but I only ran for 5 or 10 minutes, so it shouldn't be too hard. And then we'll head back to base, make the Sealbreaker, and then I'm going to talk about what all final preparations I want to make for the Queen and what the strategy is going to be. I went ahead and saved you guys the journey back to base. I found my boat pretty easily, and other than a y'all that was absolutely messing up those divergers in that settlement, my boat was fine. I just kind of dipped out of there and sailed back. It was pretty uneventful. I have the seal breaker made. All I really have to do is fix everything. I'm gonna need some arrows. I'm probably gonna need some more potions, and I need to just like calm down and plan what I need to bring with me. I have a whole boatload that I can bring with me, so I need to probably fill that up with as many useful things as I can. One of the things that I'm thinking of is, okay, so I need to bring the Yalder table, and I want to bring a black forge. Now the reason is in case I need to repair anything, in case I get there, I need to make something that I forgot, and I can have the resources to do so. I'm gonna bring all of that stuff. I'm gonna bring salads, probably some of the honey chicken because Jimmy died for that, so no reason not to. And then I'll pick probably like serpent stew or something. Whatever the high, I'm gonna do 1 stam and 2 of the highest health that I can do, and yeah, the 1 will be 1 of the highest stam I can do. I'll get everything repaired. Everything's pretty much fully upgraded, and I think I'm fairly ready to go. But like I said, I need to figure out. I need to sit here and reason for a little bit. What am I gonna fill the boat up with? Another thing that I could think about is bringing a partial comfort area with us. Obviously, I'm not gonna bring everything for a full comfort area, considering this base's comfort area never got finished. But if I could get up to like 7 or 8 comfort outside of the dungeon and build that up out there, then my comfort will last a lot longer, and I won't have to spend nearly as much time outside letting the queen heal. As far as strategy for the queen, I don't exactly know how this is gonna go. I want to just fight it with Crom mostly, but I do have Demolisher and Spine Snap, and I didn't just make them for no reason. I know there's a strategy to just sit inside and use Demolisher inside the little main entranceway, and I'm not against doing that. I really don't care. This is a hardcore series, not a like high-end, not like a really high like morality series. I don't really care. I'm not really trying to do everything exactly the right way, but what I think I'm gonna do is when there are summons out, I'm gonna sit in that little entryway area to farm the Seekers because I don't have the root harness and I'm not bringing any sort of bombs with me or explosives, which means the Seekers are honestly probably gonna be a bigger problem than the queen itself. Because of modded series and because I've had to practice it more recently in the reverse series, I actually have the queen's attack patterns down better than I do Yagluth's, which is, I mean, it's odd, but I do. So the queen I'm actually not that worried about. I'll have the Bonemass buff. I'll have a decent amount of healing potions. The queen hits pretty fast, but if I stay near the entrance, I'll have the ability to leave whenever I want, assuming I don't get trapped by anything. I'm also going to bring poison potions because I don't want to get hit by the poison breath, but I think the idea is going to be when Seekers are out, or probably not, Seeker Broods don't matter enough, but when Seekers are out, I'm going to sit in the entryway and kill them all with the Demolisher and hopefully hit some splash damage on the queen. And then when she's not having summons out, I'm going to go out there with a Crom, try and roll all of her attacks right up next to her and get as many pokes in and like heavy attacks with the Crom as I can, and that'll allow me to keep doing damage to her while I'm dealing with the summons, because like I said, I'm not bringing a lot of the stuff to deal with the Seekers, which I know is not the smartest idea, but like I said, I've never used it before, and that doesn't mean it's not a good idea to bring it. I'm fine doing it the way that I have been doing it. So yeah, hopefully we'll catch splash damage on the Demolisher, and then when I don't have to do that, when I'm not fighting the Seekers, I'm going to use Crom and just roll the attacks and try not to get hit too many times. Either way, the entire fight I'm going to stay close to the entrance in case I do have to leave. Unlike Yagluth or any of the other bosses literally in the entire game, the queen is in a dungeon and I can leave whenever I want, putting a literally indestructible, impassable barrier between me and the boss, meaning that if I stay near that entrance, the chance of me dying, as long as I don't do something extremely stupid, is fairly low. As long as I don't get trapped or do something dumb, I should be okay. It's just a matter of how efficiently can I do it, can I keep everything from breaking, and can, like I said, stop myself from doing anything dumb, and can I stop myself from getting trapped. So I'm gonna go back to base, I'm gonna make all the food that I need, all the final preparations, and then I'm gonna hop back on the boat. The Queen's Stone gave us the direction that we were kind of already going, but a little bit more south than east. So I'm guessing it's either deeper on the island. For reference, I was going southeast from our boat to get to that dungeon. So I think it's probably either deeper in on the other side of that island or on the edge of the next island is my guess, because it did change a little bit, which means we've made a decent amount of progress or started to pass it in some way. For example, like if it was saying it was south and then it was saying it was east, that means as far as north and south, we're pretty much lined up with it. It's now just east. So that didn't quite happen. We didn't quite get that close to being perfectly on with it, but the direction did change a little bit. So I know I'm getting fairly close. So yeah, I'm going to go back to base. I have a lot of stuff to get prepared. I'm going to fill the boat up with as much different things as I can, food, rested stuff, crafting stations, and then leave just enough for the Carpus and the Queen trophy. And I think we are ready for this. I'll update you guys on what day it is when we're leaving the base, just because it should be getting pretty close to 250. This is going to be cutting it very close. And yeah, other than that, like, I don't know, I'm nervous. I really do not want to die during this fight like I did Yagluth, because that's really going to hurt my soul if I do, but it's a possibility and it's the risk we take. I'm going to get everything ready, and then I will see you guys when we're heading down to the Mistlands. Guys, I've spent about an hour and a half preparing, waiting for this last set of potions, building so much food, cooking stuff. Like, I made meat platters, I made the chicken stuff, I made a bunch of regular cooked meat for the journey over there, a bunch of salads, a bunch of potions. All of the stuff for the Black Forge and the Yalder table is on the boat, and the stuff for a comfort area is as well. So I am ready to go. It is day 247. We have 3 days to get down there, find Queen, and kill Queen, which is honestly pushing it considering I don't don't know where I'm going yet, but I have everything I need and I know the general direction. So I'm gonna get back down to where I was at in the Mistlands, along that dock where the divergers were getting messed up by the Y'all. I'm gonna go around past it to the right. I think there's a decent little like river that I can go through, and then once I get over there, I have to decide, am I gonna follow what is my left is gonna be the island I was already on, but the opposite side, or am I gonna go even deeper, closer to the edge of the map on the right side, further where I think I'm going? Either way, I have a decent chance of finding the queen. Like I said, I'm close to the edge of the map, and there's not much left for me to really, there's not that much left for me to do before I hit the edge of the map. So I don't know. I'm gonna head down there. Hopefully we can find it within all the mist, and maybe we'll have to find another dungeon or something. But I'm really not gonna know till we're down there. Okay, just an update. I have passed through the Mistlands that I was at with the dungeon that I raided for all of the Sealbreaker fragments and stuff. I am on the other side of that island right now, climbing up as high as I can, looking for any sign of what the queen looks like. I have a picture of like what the stone looks like, or like what the area around it looks like, what the spike sticking out of it up looks like. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't see anything that doesn't look like that. Literally everything looks like that. I know there's a specific like a way that it looks, but it's just, I don't know. I don't see anything. I'm a little scared because, like I said, I'm pretty close to the edge of the map. It'd be really kind of funny if I fell off, but that'd be a really shitty way to end the episode, so I really don't want that to be what happens. But I don't see anything yet, so because I don't see anything, I kind of can see where the last dungeon was. At least I kind of know where it was, like it's sitting on a hill out that way a little bit. But I'm trying to think. So my option is to go to this next island over, which has a couple more diverger camps, and keep looking over there. But the chances of me finding this is going to be pretty low. Queen is going to be an absolute pain to find. I don't have that many days left, and I really need some luck here. I don't know. That's all that can help me here. I have some skill, I have some ideas, I have some plans, but I also need a little bit of luck on my side. So hopefully I get it. I think I'm gonna head over to that other island, since I don't see anything too much resembling it here that's not apart from the rest of the landscape. And I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'll have to go into a dungeon and look for another stone, but I'm a little scared that I'm not gonna make it by day 250 right now. So it's gonna be cutting it really close. I'm just across the water from where I recorded the last clip. I just slept. There's another y'all down here messing up another diverger settlement, but I think I see torches down there. I don't think that's the queen, but I do think that's a dungeon. I'm gonna go down here and see. This might be what I'm looking for. I gotta be kind of careful of that y'all. Okay, there's a lamp over there. That's not a lamp. I don't know what the queen actually has outside of it. Like, I'm looking at a picture of it right now, but I don't necessarily know. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen this thing in game. Modded series, I don't know. I'm not gonna drop any spoilers for the modded series, but some interesting things happened with queen there, so it's been quite a long time since I've seen it. I'm gonna throw the Bonemass buff on because I assume it'll be at least 20 minutes before I kill it, and before I go into queen, and if not, I'll honestly wait for it to reset. That's only gonna be one in-game day. We're at day 248 right now when I'm heading in here. That's gonna put us at only 2 days to kill queen and find it. This is gonna get kind of scary. I'm gonna have to push it a little bit. I'm gonna have to put my safety aside and do a little bit less like playing it safe. I know that's been the entire playthrough so far, and it's been some exciting moments and some boring ones, but I have to put the safety aside as smart as I can. I need a queen stone in here, and I need to get the queen before day 250. Guys, I don't know if I could have been luckier. There is a queen stone down here in the midst of the very first room. I've literally not busted through really anything yet. I haven't spent too much time in here other than just breaking apart stuff in the entrance. A bunch of stuff was trying to kill me in the entrance, but other than that, I really haven't explored much. Give me the location for this thing. Come on. Okay, all right. I'm gonna set up my dragon piece. I'm gonna set it up in the direction I need to go. We're gonna hop back on the boat, and I need to start booking it. I'm really low on time. Like I said, I want to at least be in the queen fight by day 250. It may take me a little bit longer to kill it. Oh, it may take me a little bit longer to kill it, but like, I need to be in there by day 250, or I'm gonna make it wait until next episode. I'm not playing 251 days. This video is 250 days, so it's getting a little intense. I need to get over there as quickly as I possibly can, but I don't quite know where it's at, and I'm gonna still have to set up all the black forges and comfort area, get the seal breaker open, and then yeah, start actually killing the queen. All right, we got that direction. That is straight. All right, the direction changed a lot. We're getting pretty close. I'm gonna go hop back on the boat and start heading that direction because I think I'm actually pretty close. The direction just changed to pretty much straight east, and it was pretty much straight south from our last one, so it's, I don't know, that changed quite a bit actually. That gives me hope that I'm close. Unfortunately, I have hit with the boat a decent like section of land where I can't get through. It's gonna suck if it's really deep in here and I can't easily get back and forth, because that's gonna make it really hard to set up everything that I need to bring with me. But I have as much stuff in my inventory as I can. I got a lamp here, but it's nothing too much. We've got another lamp down there. This is almost like a nice little path through the Mistlands. I'm gonna try and stick with this stuff for now. Okay, wait. I see two in the distance. Is that it? That might be it. Those might be the ones outside. I think that is exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, I need to be a little careful here. There are going to be a decent amount of Seekers outside, and that would, again, there's a lot of stupid ways I could die. That is not one of the ones I want to go with. If I die to the boss, fine, explainable, whatever. Dying to the stuff outside the boss would be a little stupid. I'm going to get down here. I'm going to put Demolisher to work, try and get as much damage out on these Seekers as I can, and hopefully they don't put too much damage out on me, but that is it. We have our Seal Breaker. It's close to the boat, so I can get all my stuff over here. I'm going to clear those Seekers out, set up our little base camp, and it's time for the Queen. Oh, I'm excited. It's day 200 and I think 48. We have 2 days to kill the Queen. Feels pretty good. I'm a little still like, I don't know, that just relieved me a bunch, even though I know the stressful part is yet to come. I got everything cleared. I'm currently coming back with my second set of stuff to set up for the Queen fight. I have a little bit of like chest set up over here to put stuff in that I don't want to lose, that I don't need to lose, and 2, to just kind of help me organize for just a second before I go in here. I have the stuff for a comfort area, the stuff for the Black Forge and Yalder table, so I can repair anything that I need. If you guys have done a no map run, tell me how mad you are that I found Queen that easy, because I've seen a lot of people on Reddit saying that they literally quit their no map run because they couldn't find Queen. So I don't know if that's the case. I don't know how lucky I got, but if I got really lucky, or if you guys are mad about that, go ahead and tell me. And if you guys are happy for me, go ahead and tell me. But we're gonna get this set up. I have the stuff for a rug, a Raven throne, and a bed, and I think maybe like a banner or yeah, I brought the stuff for a table as well. So I mean, I have the stuff for a decent amount of comfort. We got like comfort 7 or 8 over here. I might have to go grab a few more things from the boat, but otherwise I'm gonna sit here, get my rested buff, chill myself out for a second, because I'm good. I'm awake today. It's not like Yagluth, but I need to make the best decisions that I possibly can. We brought the stuff for a maypole as well. I kind of forgot about that. So I have a lot of comfort. But yeah, it's gonna be a little difficult. It's gonna be a little scary, but I think if I take it slow and make good decisions, I think there's no way this Queen is stopping us. So I'm gonna make sure I have everything ready, grab anything else I need from the boat. Like I said, get real calm and organized, and then it is time. It is time for us to do the Queen. welcome back to the altar. If you guys have made it this far, thank you guys so much for watching. There's a lot that I'm actually going to sit here and unpack about that last fight for just a second, but that was the 250 days. I think you guys probably saw it right at the end of the fight. We hit day 250. We made it back to the altar in day 251, I think. So we made it, as cinematic and as perfectly as it could have gone. I don't even think I could have planned it for it to go that well, but so much has happened. Driving past the two bases on the way back reminds me of what I've been through for this entire playthrough, all the great things that I've done and all the things that I want to do. If you guys have not watched the entire video or you missed out on certain parts of it, this is part 1 of a 4-part series, assuming that the series gets all of the support that I'm hoping it will. So hit the like button and let me know what you guys have thought of it, because that is the only way that the other videos come out. Not because I'm trying to hold over for a certain amount of views or anything like that, but simply because I want to know that you guys are actually interested in it so that I put the time into and effort into making it. But yeah, that was actually kind of an insane fight. I am a little sad at how much time I spent using the Demolisher. Any time where you guys saw it cut out or anything like that, I was probably using the Demolisher sitting there. There was just so many Seekers, so much time was spent in there. But like I said, I really wasn't against using the Demolisher in the entrance because I'd rather do it safe than dead. So I don't know. That was fun though. There was one point where I got down to 36 health and was literally rolling past the Seeker's last shot at me. And I looked back at it. I honestly probably should have died. It was pretty freaking close. So I have to prepare for the Ashlands now. That's not going to be in this episode. Like I said, I'm sure you guys are going to blow this thing up like you have been with all my videos. So if this video gets 500 likes, which is pretty much comparable to the other video, part 2 will definitely be coming out. Obviously, I'm also going to look into like what you guys have thought of it, what parts of it you guys want to see more of. Let me know what you think of the length in this kind of thing instead of the episode format of this series, just having it. It is still an episode format, but like more of like a movie series rather than an episode series. It kind of went from like TV show to movie is kind of what I feel like. So let me know what you guys think of it. Give me your opinion on it, but also let me know how interested you guys are in seeing me go all the way to 1,000 days and seeing what I can get done on the server, what I can turn it into, what kind of insane stuff I can do, and if I can make it through the Ashlands without dying, as well as a bunch of other things. But yeah, that was, like I said, that was kind of an insane fight. I wanted to not talk through it. I had an idea. I love Ark, so I wanted to put an Ark song in there and just, I don't know. That was a beautiful fight. Like I said, going back through everything, it was cool to see everything. I probably should have died. I got very close, but what I'm gonna do, I have 2 majestic carpets to leave at this base. I already left 2 back at the other base. I went ahead and stopped there. That was sick. That was fun. That was a great 250 days. If you guys are new here, I am currently trying to make it to 5,000 subscribers, and if you guys could help me get there, that would mean a lot to me. If you watched the end or any part of it at all, thank you guys so much for watching. It is a super long video, so if you did watch all the way through, you are kind of insane. And yeah, I will see you guys. Regular uploads are going to resume after this. I just wanted to spend a bunch of time getting this video out to see the opinion on it. So regular uploads are going to assume every day after this. And thank you guys so much for the support on the series. Thank you guys so much for the support on the channel, and I will see you guys next time. Peace out.